Here we go.
The Out There channel.
Oh shit.
Please sub and share.
It's not very good.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Looks like the microphones are stuffed. A few things. Let's rearrange the inputs again. Damn you, Microsoft. Yeah, I thought that would be a problem. I wonder what input it is now then. Aliens connected to the wrong microphone. It's connected to all volumes. Let's sing along with the intro. Damn it. So I wonder what mic it is now. I wonder if I can figure it out. I don't know if it crackled. I think it did at the beginning. Yeah, mic. Let me see if I can figure it out. I've done a Windows update, but it's screwed up the system. Trying to speed it up. Seems a bit faster. Whether it works with Jitsi is another thing. Audacity might be able to tell us. Let's have a look. So my headset mic's been rearranged. Why is it not opened? I don't know what's screwed up. It's finally opened. Let's see. This audio setup. Recording device. That's what's. Let's see. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not that one. I don't know what that one was there. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it might be 6. Let's see if it works. 1. No. It's not 6. 7 maybe? I have to recompile it for the default if it's changed. Hello, hello. Not 7. Is it the hard way, I guess? 5. Oh, actually. I'll get there. I'll get there. Windows is really messed up. No, it doesn't like that one. Men in Black sabotaged us. Let's see, 5-7. Hey, 18 miles, yeah. I think there's no crackling, at least we solved that. But Windows has rearranged all my mic numbers because it uses a complex system of how it uses the mics. And the code hasn't been updated. Right, ones haven't retried 5. That one's one retried last time. Do you want to come on mic? But it might screw up. I might just do bit by bit again. Gabber didn't come on, so we didn't get the chance to test it. It looks like he's streaming or something. Hello, hello. No, can't get it to talk. How can I figure it out? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Can't be 18 likes, can it? 18. Hello, hello. Might be. I think we got it. 18. We've got 18 likes now. No, we got a lot more than that actually. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. For some reason that's doubled up on them and called them loopback. That's something new. Is it only talking? Yep, that looks like it's working. Okay. So I might have to recode that so I don't have to muck around. There's always problems. The audio sounds alright this end. Jump on if you like. Yeah, let's just do a test run first. This is where it was corrupting and the CPU is peaking up high, right? Looks like it's going really smooth now, isn't it, today? It's under that 51%. Okay, Micks Vegas again.
Saw these interesting lights in the sky. They looked like a huge UFO hovering above the clouds.
Oh,
I was initially confused by it, but then Taiwan Tontija
look, it's picking up the wrong mic. It's still. So 18's wrong. It's picking up the combined mics. Stupid. I thought I had it solved. Damn it. But there's no crackling, is there? Sounds all good, but from the mics being all screwed up. So if it's not 18, what is it going to be then? It's 19? 1, 2. Okay, let's see if that solves it.
posted on Metabunk that it looked like light pillars.
No, 19's doing it too. Maybe it's this new update. Maybe it's screwed up for life now. Oh god. 19's out. 20. Hello, hello.
seen from below. And TC Tom...
Unbelievable. I don't know. How am I going to figure this one out? It's like any number we type in should only go to 15. Oh my god. 10. Hello, hello. Hello. That works as well. It shouldn't do.
Thomas51 on Reddit matched a couple of the light shapes to a map of nearby
10.
hotels. And this is
Just a
actually what it
random
is.
guess.
Light pillars.
I think
Since
it's
it creates
working.
a small map of the city in the sky, I'm going to call it a
I'm not
light
hearing
pillar
any
map.
corruption.
A light pillar is a somewhat rare atmospheric phenomenon where ice
70,
crystals
80.
form in the air in hexagonal plates aligned horizontally. Seen from a distance, bright lights behind and below
Let's
the...
pump it up. Alright, let's put up the Jet C. And if it screws up, then we have to do without it. But it was working alright before then. All good. Is that coming up? Yep. Is it corrupting now? Well, jump on. Let's see if it corrupts, I suppose. And you got the link bookmarked. I think we're a bit better than yesterday. I didn't update the latest video drivers for NVIDIA because I wanted to test out the Windows updates to see if that was the problem, and to me it looks like it is actually. Windows did something. Have you got the link? I think Thing said it to you in Discord. Okay. I'm not sure. Let's say streaming. And now load. I don't expect anyone to be around because it's been a right mess. Let's see. 2 hours late. And it's still got problems. Oh well, 18 hours. Alright. Oh well. It's not too bad. I think we've managed to get there. I've got to mute the Discord. It's going to be beeping. Yeah. I better post in the lobby there. I don't have to run off at 6 today, so that should be good. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You got the truck driver that's in the toilet again.
Yellow. What on?
Is it corrupting? It sounds alright my end.
Sounds good.
It sounds a wee bit better actually. Than it used to. Oh yeah, the look tester is playing the video at the same time.
They looked like a huge UFO hovering above the
That
clouds.
sounds alright to me.
I was initially confused by it,
Yeah,
but then Taiwan turned...
So Windows did do something. And what I did is I did a full update. And unblocked the spyware of Windows. So it would do the update. And it seems to have fixed it. So you can't block the spyware in Windows 10. Now live. All good. But yeah, it's bound to be something that's still not set up right. But everything's working all right here, I think. What have I forgotten to bring up?
Try zooming in on it.
Did I do what? Hang on, let me just get rid of the echo.
Did you try zooming in on your video? I had an issue yesterday with it.
Hello.
Not with Jitsi running at the same time, no. Oh,
Hello.
you here, Gabber?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm just trying to drag over. It is a wee bit slower than it is normally, though. They've done something to the taskbar different. Let me just drag that over. Plus I've had to go to the dark thing, and I'm not got used to it.
You had to go to the dark side?
Yeah, I've gone to the dark side. Because it made all the writing down here black as well, you see. I don't know, Windows, I don't know who does the testing for Windows, but obviously there is no testing. But yeah, it's not corrupting, is it? Is Gabber there or not? I just heard him.
I'm just disgusted by the fact that Windows does no testing.
Sounds alright to you now today, does it? Since I've done all the Windows updates?
Have you played the video yet?
We did, and it wasn't corrupting. So yeah, you're gonna have to listen to Micks Vegas again.
A lot of people in Las Vegas saw these interesting lights in the sky. They looked like a huge UFO hovering above the clouds. I was initially confused by it.
Flip when you got really loud there. That might be because it's distorting on your microphone. Go really loud on your microphone there. Gabber.
Yeah, Gabber's in the house. There's aliens on the moon. Aliens on the moon. Sometimes they're mining there. The aliens on the moon. Sometimes they're dancing there. The aliens on the moon.
Shut up.
Aliens on the moon.
Hey, it's not going through the mic. It's not going through the correct mic for you guys. That's it's going through the main speaker. That's why it's distorting. Okay. Why? That's the question.
Because there's aliens on the moon. They're interrupting the signal with the gravitron anti-gravity wave machine.
That's really weird. I've told it to be cable. It's not going through cable B.
What's happening, Wheels? Good to see you at night.
Hey, you too, man. Same old over here.
Yeah. How's the ice road
Can't
truck
stop
going?
thinking about that discussion we had last night.
I thought about it a bit.
I mean, it makes total sense. It really
The
does.
microphone's got to be correct.
As much as it doesn't, it does.
Just don't tell Paul, he won't believe it.
Right.
He won't believe what we see, what we hear, what we feel.
Oh, man.
Science can't prove what we see and what we hear and what we feel, so he's like, nah. I don't want to know about it.
Okay, the outputs.
He's missing out on a lot of valuable information, you know?
Right.
Outputs in the correct place. Oh no.
Do you have any hard copies of that information?
At the moment,
Hard
Do you have
copies.
any documents? Like, do you have any documents or documentation stating that or anything like that?
do that one.
Nah, just stories. Just people telling stories and experiences, basically. It's hard. It's that sort of stuff. It's like next to impossible to get any proof or evidence.
Okay,
You know?
that sounds better, doesn't it? Okay, I think we got that one fixed.
You got to sort of look at the person who's sharing the experience, and then try and try and research them. Have they told lies before? What sort of a character are they? And then like analyze their voice and how they present themselves when they're talking about it. Like you gotta look at so many different factors. Like.
Yeah.
Are they trying to sell a product?
Oh,
Are they trying to sell a new book, a new book that they put on Amazon, or like?
Oh, you stupid thing.
There's a lot of factors you got to look that will reveal if they're like doing it to make money, or are they just sharing an experience and just like telling people what's going on? It's a difficult. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out.
Guys, let's start the show, shall we? Why is it not minimizing? Alright, it's just very slow. Alright, so whereabouts are we? Got Ricky with us. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is what I just sorted out, hopefully. Is it sounding alright now? It was going through the wrong input on the mixer because Windows renamed all the outputs and inputs. Why it does that, I don't know, but this is why I disabled the updates. It always messes up the audio drivers labeling. It renames them.
You're better off getting hacked by a zombie bot net army than changing Windows and having all your settings and names and everything rearranged.
Is he still too loud? Because Gabber is generally loud. He's a loud Aussie.
I'm only speaking loud because you're loud and like I'm trying to.
No, I'm still normal. I'm still normal volume here.
In Jitsu, I cannot lower your volume, so like you're screaming at me.
Then Taiwan Tuntija posted on Metabunk that
I think it's all going good now, guys. I think we're back to where we were a couple of weeks ago. So we probably can carry on here and just go over what we're going to do. Everything's running a lot better. It sounds a lot cleaner too. So maybe they did improve the audio drivers. But we have to see. I've updated the mixer too. So there was a lot of changes I did yesterday after the test. So yeah, we're just going to go over what we're going to do today, and I need to post up what it's going to be about.
I had to lower my browser volume by like 80% because you're so loud.
Yeah,
but that just pisses me off. That just pisses me off because now when we finish Jitsu, I have to go back in there and turn the volume back up again. Otherwise, I can't hear my browser. Jitsu should have volume control. You control everyone's volume. It did ridiculous.
Used to have, but they got rid of it for some reason. Maybe because of the Windows update. Maybe. Maybe it caused more problems. It may have caused more problems than enough. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, heaven forbid if they ask you if you want to keep it or not.
So yeah, we're gonna. Oh shit! What's happening now? Yes, I clicked on that link, didn't I? By mistake, I clicked down here. Remember, it opens up the browser. Okay, so does that come up? So today we're just going to go over what more lies from GUFON about us and other people that are exposing the frauds and making fun of it, basically.
I took a picture. I took a picture.
He's the fraud.
I took a picture of a cockroach with my infrared camera, and I made a video of a cockroach with my infrared camera because you called my Tic Tac UFO a possible cockroach crawling on the lens.
Yeah, but you got to throw it past the lens like it's flying.
I'm not touching a dirty, filthy cockroach. It's full of germs and bacteria.
Put some gloves on then.
And it's walked through surface spray, so now it's got poison on it. I'm going to poison myself.
So those that didn't join the testing yesterday, we were using Micks video here, played over and over again. So apparently some frauds online, which I haven't actually seen who was promoting that. I don't think it was Third Phase, but you never know, about UFOs in the sky over Las Vegas. And that sounds something like that Steve Barone would do, right? But apparently it turns out to be bright lights reflecting off clouds, and that just sounds like the typical shields that we have in ufology, which is destroying it bit by bit. So let's go what Mick has got to say here a little bit.
A lot of people in Las Vegas saw these interesting lights in the sky. They look
Look,
like
you can see its reflections, can't you, guys? You can see its multiple coloured lights being reflected from below. Not like spotlights though. This one is because it had ice crystals in the air that day for some reason, because it is winter now, isn't it? So that makes more sense. You got the more cold slipstream over the hotter parts of America, where it can actually start forming these ice crystals.
Huge UFO hovering above the clouds. I was initially confused by it.
This is almost like that Ben Hansen spotlight one with the irrigation lights, was it? Oh no, it wasn't irrigation lights, it was the Xmas house.
But then Taiwan Tuntija posted on Metabunk that it looked like light pillars, seen from below. And TC Thomas 51 on Reddit matched a couple of the light shapes to a map of nearby hotels. And this is actually what it is, light pillars. Since it creates a small map of the city in the sky, I'm going to call it a light pillar map. A light pillar is a somewhat rare atmospheric phenomena where ice crystals form in the air in hexagonal plates aligned horizontally. Seen from a distance, bright lights behind and below the layer reflect off the tiny horizontal crystals at different altitudes, creating a pillar effect. Most commonly seen with the sun, you also see it quite dramatically with bright building lights at night. From below, the reflections are generally not that visible as they get lost in the light pollution. But if you have a light shining straight up into the layer, then it will reflect straight back down off millions of ice crystals, and you'll see that light seemingly reflected off the sky. What you are really seeing are vertical pillars of light, probably each 1,000 feet long, but viewed from underneath, so all you get is a bright spot for each light. In Las Vegas, there are lots of lights. Some of them point straight up to illuminate the sides of the casinos. These are called uplights or uplighting. So when we look up in Vegas into the ice crystal layer, it's like looking up into a giant mirror that's 15,000 feet above you, but all you can see are the uplights. We flip the mirrored image to overlay it on the map. These two curved shapes are the uplights around the Wynn and the Encore.
So he really goes to town on this stuff. You know, he really goes overboard just to really prove a point. And I don't know how he finds all the time, to tell the truth. But yeah, this is quite clever how he's taken like a 3D view of it off the sky and transposed it onto a map here and find the buildings that reflect in the lights, which is like 100% proof, you know, beyond doubt.
You can clearly make out the shapes. The red lights are the red uplights at the ends and center of the Hilton at Resort Worlds. We can also see other hotels with powerful uplights, the Stratosphere, Palace Station, and Trump International. It's a map, a light pillar map.
It's all Trump's fault. It has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, he looks at light beams shooting off buildings, but he won't look. Mick West won't look at my UFO plasma ball video. He won't even touch it.
Did 18 wheels drop off? Did he?
Wheels, you here?
No, I'm here.
Oh, right. It's just that I don't hear the toilet flushing.
No, I put myself on mute so you didn't.
Right. What's interesting though is that when you're talking, you're not coming up on the side anymore. But I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll figure that one out another time. So yeah, anyone disagree with what Mick is saying here? Anyone in the side chat at all disagree with what's going on here? I think he's nailed it more than professionally here. You know.
The flashing white light is a promotion.
Yeah. I disagree. I
disagree with Mick West. Light pullers here all the time.
You disagree?
Yeah, he's debunking easy UFOs that are lights. He won't even look at my UFO plasma ball UFO. I disagree with him.
No, that's not disagreeing. He's not going to do something. He's not going to look at something that he can't get all the information to prove you wrong. That's all.
Because I got the satellite app there. I got the radar, the plane radar app. He can't disprove it.
Yeah,
wrong,
but
so
you didn't upload to Google Drive the source file for him to use. He asked for it, and on one of the videos, remember the ones with the little streaky bugs in the sky, and you said it's not bugs.
Oh, those ones.
Yeah, but somehow
That
I don't
doesn't,
know if
that
they
doesn't
are.
matter. That's not UFO plasma ball.
Yeah, but we've looked at your location now, and we know that there are insects that do fly in winter, so it still could be bugs.
Listen to me. There's no insects in winter time. There's nothing.
No, we've looked it up, and your
I'll show
location
you
has
a video.
insects.
I will show you a video that
Stop
I took last
shouting.
night. I took a video last night. There's bugs everywhere. Bugs everywhere. You can see them on the infrared camera. They're flying everywhere. In winter time, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. Yeah. You got this imaginary rainbow unicorn butterfly that lives in the northern Himalayas that comes out at wintertime out of some frog's hole. That's what you're talking about.
No. Anyway.
Yeah, there's no bugs outside here, I can tell you that. It's too damn cold.
So he's got no bugs either. The bugs, there's very little bugs, if any, like hardly any, like nothing. Like nothing. I went outside, I got 20 mosquito bites on each foot. I'm scratching my leg, I'm putting cream on my leg because I went outside for 10 minutes with my camera. I got eaten alive by mosquitoes.
Should we be crying?
There's a huge
Gabber
difference.
got sucked?
There's a huge difference between there's no bugs in wintertime to your imaginary unicorn rainbow moth that comes out of the little hobbit village at wintertime to come fly in front of my camera.
Yeah, but there's less bugs in winter. Doesn't mean there's no bugs in winter. We've already clarified that a couple of lines back.
Seeing a bug fly past the camera lens every 2 seconds, compared to standing outside for 4 hours and not seeing one single bug.
Yeah,
not one single bug.
But those ones you claim are not bugs could be bugs. One every 4 hours, one every 2 hours, you know. So you always got to keep that in mind. You got to be scientific about this.
And I'm taking a photo that's full of all these lights with tails on them and different color orbs. You're saying one or two bugs every half an hour or something. This is a photos taken every 5 seconds, and it's just swarming. Like you're contradicting what you're saying. I'm sorry. I'm taking a photo every 5 seconds, and there's just like they're all over the photo. These light orbs and like all this weird stuff.
Yeah. So moving on.
I'll go outside, and I'll do the same settings on the camera.
I tell you what,
Sky Watchers. That I did in wintertime. I'll do it now with the bugs. I'll do it now with the bugs, so you can compare the two. And go, this is what the bugs look like, and this is what these orbs look like.
Well, that's what you should do. You should always be.
Now there's bugs everywhere. There's bugs everywhere. I can confirm.
You should always
I'm
be
taking pictures of
documenting
bugs.
different things on camera and saying, well, this I know is a cockroach, or this is a moth, and just have an example.
I took a picture and a video.
Have a library of these collections.
I did. I put a cockroach on my camera. I got dead cockroach legs all over my lens. I got to clean it now.
You can't put it on your camera because it'd be just a big blurry mess.
You said get a cockroach and put it on your camera lens because you said the cockroach is crawling across your camera lens. Crawling across the camera lens. You said it. Those are your words.
I never said
Paul
cockroach.
from New Zealand. From the Out There channel said, this could be a cockroach crawling across your infrared camera lens, Gabber. I'm like, okay, I'll get a cockroach and I'll place it on the camera. I sent you pictures.
I don't think I said cockroach. I probably said midgie or something like that.
In my thread, I sent you pictures. Go, look, there's the picture of the cockroach on my lens. Do you know what the resulting video and image is? Nothing. The camera doesn't see it.
Yeah,
the camera doesn't see it on the lens because it's a 50mm lens. It's zoomed in. It's already zoomed in 5 times, 10 times.
It should be a blob on the lens, if that's the case.
I don't see anything. I put it on there and I looked under, I pressed record, took a photo, did a 1080p video, and I'm like, there's no cockroach. Like, a bug crawling across a 50mm lens, you can't see it. Scientifically impossible. Confirmed. I'm sorry, it's confirmed.
I think the cockroach crawled into the ear of GUFON and started eating
so GUFON was out there with a bucket of cockroaches and throwing it at my camera, and that's what the Tic Tac UFO was flying past my camera. Okay, I understand now. GUFON's a naughty boy. He's a naughty boy, this GUFON.
No, the cockroach went to his ear and started eating his brain. I think that's what happened. But anyway... Sky Watchers, the most difficult people to
This is what happens when you debunk the debunkers. I put a cockroach lens on my camera, baby. Now I'm cleaning cockroach legs off my stupid lens.
Anyway.
This is painful
Speaking
exercise.
of Sky Watchers,
Painful exercise.
Guess who's joined the club of Sky Watchers? Blue Chicken. He actually listened to what I was doing and decided to set up a Sky camera. And he was streaming last night. Apparently, he did a test
Good
stream.
job.
But all you could see, like your area, all you could see in the sky were bugs. And I said, "Oh, have you got it on the black and white mode?" And he said he's only got day and night mode on his camera. And it sounds like one of those cheap, nasty apps, which doesn't get access to all the advanced settings.
Do you want me to get? Do you want me to get this morning's video of bugs to show you? It looks nothing like the UFOs I see with my own eyes and film. You're the one that keeps saying it could be bugs. So
No,
I got
a
video of bugs.
particular video.
I got a video of bugs. You said it could be a bug flying past. I have videos of bugs. Looks nothing like it. Nothing like it. They're like tiny little. You can barely see them, tiny, and they go boom. They fly around. They go zoom like a fly. Zoom,
Yeah.
zoom.
Well,
They go
just
like
get
this. And they go
some-
like that. You can see
just
them
get
doing like the
some-
cha-cha. You can see them doing the cha-cha, and you can
God.
barely see them. You can barely see them. They're
Have
not
you been
glowing.
drinking a bucket of
They're not
coffee
glowing.
today?
They're not. These bugs are not glowing like a
I
ball
don't
of
think you
light,
slept.
like an
Have
orb,
you slept today,
like an orb
Gabber?
that flies past
shut
the
up.
screen. I'm just.
Gabber.
I did what you said. I said debunking
guys-
my video. I'm getting scientific research to show you what bugs look like on an infrared camera, because you keep saying that could be a bug, Gabber. A little Louis the Fly flying past. Not an orb.
Yeah, well, give it to Mick West and he'll probably tell it as a
Forget
bug.
about Mick West. He won't even touch my Plasma Ball video. Plasma Ball UFO. I'm out of here. No, Gabber's got the good stuff. He's got the good stuff. Get out of here.
I don't know
He's
if
hot
Blue
on the
Chicken
press.
is around, but he was actually doing what I was doing with VLC,
Wheels has got the
streaming it to his...
Astro Trains. Gabber's got the plasma balls. We're a team. We're UFO hunters, baby.
Yeah.
America and Australia united. America and Australia united. We got Paul over here with his
You're
cameras.
both up to your armpits in rabbit holes. That's the problem.
There we go. See, look at these rabbit holes. We love it. We love it. No scientific evidence for the rabbit holes we're in, but he calls it a rabbit hole.
Before you come to the Out There channel, who did you watch?
Who did I watch?
Bruce Cecil.
Bruce Cecil. I love Bruce Cecil. He's got
Yeah,
buildings on the
and you
moon,
love-
UFOs on the moon,
and
UFOs
you
flying
love
around
Michael
his backyard.
Michael
And
Scheller.
all you keep doing is saying it's a military flare. It's clearly a UFO. It flies out of the crater of the moon, comes out of the crater, and flies off the moon. That's not a military flare. But all you say is military flare, military flare. I don't see the scientific evidence of the military flare. You haven't said how this UFO coming out of a crater and then flying off the moon, like 6 of them, a UFO fleet. You haven't explained how the military flare
Was that the one he
behaves like
filmed,
that.
or was that the one that was a CGI of something coming out the crater?
No,
'Cause
he
there was-
filmed it with his 14-inch telescope.
See, I think
one of his
Bruce-
best ones.
I think Bruce is a hoaxer. You know, I think he's
Look, Bruce, some stuff he shares.
that UFO that's
is-
flying out the
is
counter
skeptical.
is him filming.
Some stuff he shares is skeptical. His last video, he shows some ducks flying, and then he shows this thing fly past with
Yeah, I think
lights
he's a
flashing,
hoaxer.
with lights flashing, a green and a red light
No.
on the wingtips, and then you see the light on the tail fin pop.
Okay,
and I sit there.
So
I sit
what he
there
does
going,
is
"That's
he
an aeroplane."
films his LCD
an aeroplane.
screen playing back the video that he got on telescope. So it's quite easy to fabricate a little UFO coming out the crater with your mouse cursor, as I've shown you. It's really easy to do it.
Not all his videos are proper. I have to admit, some of them are total trash can. But some of his stuff is like amazing. You can't You can't debunk it. You can't say it's a military flare. You can't.
Well,
you
it's
can't
all
even,
out of focus as well. It's all blurry.
It's a telescope. He's got a 48 megapixel camera hooked up to
and
his
he can
telescope.
easily hoax
He's
stuff
filming
by
the moon. He's filming the moon.
the LCD screen and turning his mouse into a UFO
away.
that flies out of clip.
The
As soon as you
moon
move
is
the mouse, it unhides it and it comes out the crater and slides off the edge of the screen. Then puts it up on his channel saying, "Oh, I caught a UFO."
You sound like Dr. Sala.
See,
Dr. Sala analysis. This sounds like a Dr. Sala scientific analysis. Really good speculation, though. I really like it.
I'm not the only one that calls Bruce Cecil a hoaxer. He
I
doesn't
don't think so. I don't think
he's
he's
not
a
an
hoaxer.
honest
I think
guy. He's not an honest guy.
He publishes a lot of questionable stuff, probably just to get views and to get videos out there.
Well, that makes him a dishonest person, then, doesn't it?
He's just going for views. Everyone does it. They just publish whatever so people can watch to get views.
No, but you shouldn't claim it as a UFO. And he's claiming stuff as buildings and UFOs without any solid proof. So that makes him a fraud.
But what if some of it really is? Like, he's got some groundbreaking material.
Well, if he has, it's like the boy that cries wolf, right?
They even
doesn't
asked
matter
him
anymore
to come.
Because
they even asked him to come to the UFO conference in Canada and talk with like all the military there and all the Congress and like all the UFO people and MUFONs and
doesn't matter who you talk to.
They asked him to come and talk live at one of those UFO conferences. Like if all his material was garbage, they wouldn't have asked him to talk.
Yes, they would. Because government likes disinformation artists. Of course they're going to invite him to a conference. They probably even wanted to invite Michael Salla to it as well, and good.
But just because somebody's got say half their content's bad and no good, just because half their content's no good, if they got the other half of their content, or even just 10% of their content is amazing videos and amazing photos, you're missing out on a lot of information. You're missing out on a lot of information because now you can't
verify any of the stuff that he's got on camera once he's been caught in the fraud loop. Do you see?
What do you mean you can't verify one? He films the telescope and uploads the video. What's there to verify? Unless he's added CGI or.
I've never seen him once use a app to verify anything that he's filming in the sky. Have you seen any apps that he's using? Real time. He doesn't do verifications. He just he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He sees satellites flying past, and he just goes, "Look at these lights in the sky. I don't know what they are."
And that makes him a fraud and no good for ufology. And he's just there.
Yeah, but he's filming you. He's filming also.
When you ask him how much money he's making off his channel, see if he's honest about it.
Let me say. In the same video, you'll have 2 or 3 UFOs flying past, really close. You can tell they're not satellites. And they split into like 2 balls of light, which I've also filmed, a Tic Tac UFO splitting into 2 balls of light with my infrared camera. I've also witnessed another UFO flying away, splitting off into 2 balls of light with my own eyes while I was setting my cameras up. So like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna discount his amazing footage because the other half of his footage is no good? That's not a very good researcher.
Discount his whole channel.
You've got to discount his whole channel.
Yeah.
So even if 10% of his work is amazing UFO footage, you're losing a lot of valuable information.
You're not listening. It doesn't matter.
You're losing a lot of valuable information that you can use in your research to compare to other people's. If somebody else captures something else Bruce has captured, you're like, wow, I know somebody else who's captured this because Bruce Izzo captured it back in 1974.
Doesn't matter. It could be fabricated, it could have been edited from someone else's video, we just don't know.
If you're going to be paranoid like that, you're going to miss out on a lot of valuable information
and
research that you can compare to other people's experiences.
So would you trust Third Phase of the Moon? Any new episode they put out? Would you trust anything they put up now?
I don't trust anything about them.
Well, there you go. That's exactly the same.
They're 100% fraud channel.
But they're identical. They're doing exactly the same as what Bruce sees.
Bruce has just got half his content is just questionable. It's not that good. That's all. There's a big difference between.
You could say the same about Third Phase of the Moon, like GUFON does. Like, oh yeah, half of it was fake and the rest of it's okay, which is nonsense because it's all fake. It's all
exactly third phase of the moon. Everything is fake. Not everything is fake on Bruce.
But how can you prove that half of Bruce Caesar's is actually legit?
Information. There is information in there that is valuable to a researcher. I'm saying.
No. He's not used any apps.
I've
not seen third phase use any apps unless...
You have your opinion, I have my opinion. Like, let's not argue about it. Let's move on.
Well, you know you're wrong, because...
I know I'm wrong because Bruce Caesar films a UFO splitting into two balls of light. I film a Tic Tac UFO splitting into two balls of light. I've also eyewitnessed another huge bright light in the sky taking off, shooting off east to who knows where, other side of the planet, splitting off into two balls of light. Are you saying that information is invalid now because Bruce took a picture of the moon and it looks like there's a matchbox next to the crater
that you both filmed, because these are surrounded by Air Force bases.
Yeah, and that's a UFO because we don't know what military black ops are, so they're UFOs. No, even military black ops are a UFO. It is, because we don't know what the black ops are. We don't know what black ops drones they got. We don't know what black ops spacecraft they got. We don't know what military black ops special experimental aircraft they got.
I wouldn't call it a UFO. A UFO means really unidentified.
It is identified because you can't identify the black ops projects. It still falls under the same category.
Well, I don't know. You call
until
it a
the military releases.
You call it a BFO.
We have an XB 93.6.0 Hawkeye drone, and until you can have a picture and go, oh look, there's the UFO you took a picture of. That's a new military
so
drone.
If he filmed a blurred out plane flying across or a flare, that's an IFO because it's either a plane or a flare, right? It's not a UFO. Could it be that what he's filming is LED balloons that split apart? Maybe you filmed a LED balloon that's suddenly split apart, a bit like that Puerto Rico one with the two fire balloons, the heart-shaped fire balloons that were stuck together by a little teffer, and that snapped off near the end of the video.
So you're telling me a huge orb in the sky, brighter than the brightest star in the sky. This is blinding bright, brighter than the sun.
Well, LED lights
is a goddamn LED. You think I can't tell the difference between a light that's brighter than all the stars, 10 times, 20 times brighter, and moving in a controlled fashion?
Yeah.
A balloon, where I live in a heavily windy area, I'm talking about everything in my backyard gets blown away. All over the backyard. I have to go to the front yard to find things blown away in the wind. You're telling me, you keep telling me this balloon, a balloon moves in turbulence, it moves in wind, the balloon goes up in thermals, it hits a thermal. As soon as it hits the top of the mountain here, we've got hot air rushing up. The balloon would go start going straight up and then move around.
Have you done experiments launching
I've got a pilot. I got a gliding pilot's license. I know all about thermals and how gliders fly up thermals. You hit a mountain.
You haven't thrown out a balloon in the sky to see what happens to it. You know, put a weight on it and all that sort of stuff. Or throw up an LED balloon at night time and see how bright it is. You know, these are all sorts of experiments you could do, but you'd have to spend some money on it. But
I can tell how bright an LED balloon is because I have an LED torch. I can go down the road. I can go down the road 5 kilometers, turn my LED torch on, turn around, come back, and have a look at it.
Yeah, but you can't see how the air currents are doing.
It's not going to look nothing like these huge balls of light in the sky. Like a tiny little LED light. Huge ball of light in the sky. You're comparing apples to watermelons.
But you're just talking. Talking.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking. I'm explaining scientifically, and you can't accept scientific evidence.
You have to prove it with video. You say, "Well, here's my experiment."
I don't have to prove anything. A person with half an intelligent brain knows what an LED light looks like from very far away.
No.
It's not that bright. It's not that bright. You're just trying to box it into something easy.
You're telling me those wedding balloons are not bright? They're so bright they light up the photographs they take.
It's too difficult for you to explain, so you just want to box it in an LED balloon and move on. You don't want to analyze it properly.
You can't even tell what size it is, what the actual physical size is. Yeah, you only got one camera on it too. You haven't got multiple cameras on it.
I have 2 hands. If I had 8 hands, I could operate 2 cameras.
That's what tripods are for.
I have 2 tripods.
Anyway.
I have 2 tripods. Let's see you go out there. You go outside the backyard. You grab 2 cameras. You grab 2 tripods. Now, and you got 2 minutes to film a huge bright orb flying past. Let's see you film it with 2 cameras. You'd be lucky. You'd be lucky if you get 30 seconds on one camera and maybe 10 seconds on another camera. That's 1.5. That's like 1.5 minutes of flight time that you're missing. So if that UFO does a direction change or does something crazy that confirms it's a UFO, you've just missed it because you're spending your time jumping between 2 different cameras and you've wasted a minute and a half.
I don't care about the guy because once he's been caught in a fraud, he's in the blacklist. Can't be trusted ever again. That's how it works in this field. You know, video is hard to prove as it is, but once you've been caught in a fraud...
What fraud did he get caught in?
Well, lots of fraud. I'm not going to go over
Lots of fraud?
Yeah.
Filming stuff and just him speculating is fraud.
In this field it is. You can't speculate.
You can't speculate?
No. He never says it's speculation. I never heard him say, oh, this is my theory that these are buildings and this is why. Because then if he does that, then we can go and say, well, his reasons for why, we can now debunk that.
I understand what you're saying there, and that makes sense to me.
So, you know, when he's claiming a UFO is flying past the moon, he may be dishonest. He might, he hasn't got the background audio running on it, so we don't have to jets in the sky doing military exercises. I think he's just been devious to put up something on the site, and a lot of people do that. Look at the new guy into thin air at the moment. That
probably is true for a lot of the stuff, because a lot of stuff I see on his videos, I'm just like, this is garbage. Why is he even talking about it? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, but in this field, you got to be honest from day one to the end of days, and if you make a mistake, you got to do corrections, like I do. I do corrections if I make a mistake. I say, oh, more information's coming, which has changed my opinion on this last video.
That's natural. That's natural. If I make a mistake making a video,
I looked at your video.
Next video, I'll say, oh, I made a mistake there. I didn't realize it was this. I found out later it was.
I looked at your
just
videos,
and
I think I've been really fair.
That's natural.
On your
natural
videos.
To correct yourself. You can update. You can make an update video, and you can correct your error you made in the previous video. That's just normal.
No,
I don't know why these people don't do it.
I've been very fair with you, Gabber, and I know you've listened to a lot of what I have to say, and. Because you listen,
I'm just being honest.
The reason
I'm
why
being honest
I
with
let you still on the side chat and voice, because you listen and you know, some of your comments.
I'm learning.
I'm
learning. I learn a lot from you. I listen to everything you say, and I think about it, and I go out and research what you've said
I'm doing is I'm making
you
into a better sky watcher, because now you're going to get more and more evidence to prove it is something abnormal and not something natural.
Yeah, I appreciate the help. Thank you. I really appreciate your words. And I do listen. I do listen to what you say, and I actually research many things you say. I go out and research for hours trying to figure out how's the best way I can go about what my mate Paul told me how I should be doing it. Yeah. I actually research for many, many hours. So like you're not wasting your breath. I'm actually learning from what you're saying.
Yeah, you know. You are who you hang out with too, right? So GUFON hangs out with frauds and then defends them.
Oh no!
You know, that's just kind of crazy to me. You know.
I know. Bruce interviewed me. Bruce Sizzle interviewed me for an hour on his show. That's me. I'm gone. My reputation's gone. Bye bye, Gabber. See you later. Bye bye, Gabber. See you next time. Bye bye. But I hang out with 18 wheels, and he's got this Astro train, like fetish. Astro trains everywhere. He's like Thomas the Tank Engine, but flying in the sky.
Yeah. He's addicted on trains. He's a train spotter.
He is.
There's like aeroplane spotters and train spotters.
Train spotters, flying train spotters. I like his astro train. I reckon his astro trains like really
in this
good.
field, the problem in this
video.
field is we don't know if someone's messing with us, right? And that's always the big problem.
You got 95% of channels are frauds, and they deliberately fraud, and they find all content that's fraud and make it more fraud, and then they create their own frauds. They create CGIs, they create dodgy balloon videos
let's
and
move
fraud.
on, because I've actually got an astro train here.
It's a terrible field. It's a terrible field to get information
let's
from because
move
there's
on
fraud
through
everywhere.
topics, because we're going to be here all night. As I say, it'll be like an 8-hour stream. So we got this guy here, the cousin of Tyler Klockner, our security, and he's caught. He's taken it. He's been offered this image. We're going to look at it under fair use and give our opinion on it. This guy also is like a Bruce sees all, right? Blurry NASA images, lens flare, reflections. Pixelated images is this garbage, but let's see if we can bring up the ashtray train one.
To me, okay, Homestead.
Okay, so he's got this video. I don't know if he found it on Reddit or whatever. A lot of stuff now comes from Reddit or Twitter, doesn't it, and TikTok. And here, would you say that was your ashtray train, 18 wheels?
No way.
No, let him answer. Because he said
no way that's an astro train.
No.
You said it had squares. You said it had squares, but they were black. This one's sort of
black. But the black
the
squares were inside the white light.
Inside the light, that's up on the ceiling. That's like a tail fin light of a plane or a helicopter.
Okay, so this looks like how many windows here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They're not windows.
6, 7, 8.
I know what video this is. This thing is smaller than whatever the train is.
So, are we looking at 8 windows? Are we looking at a bright light on the very top that's sort of been roll and shuttered or long exposure?
It looks like a light on the. Basically, it looks like the light is on the bottom, but it's got some sort of red lights on the top of the.
That are blinking every second, right? So that's creating one there, and long. So let's see, long exposure would be what? 10 seconds or 8 seconds on on a security
8 to 10
camera?
seconds. 8 to 10 seconds.
So you would expect to get 8 of the same images as it's scrolling across the image, right? Because the shutter's open longer. So let's just have a listen to this clown, and then we'll break this one down, what I think it is, and what you see if you agree. So there's his long shots of it.
I mean, I just found a ton of them.
Okay,
So
I might just have to up the volume there, because all these videos have different mic levels.
it's like, I thought about, maybe I need to make like, 4 or 5 videos out of this, but I said, no, we'll just do it in one video, to get caught up. Now, this is from Homestead How. This is a really cool YouTube channel that I follow, and they captured this UFO. This is a time lapse, by the way, over their house, and I wanted to include it because it's amazing to me. Okay, Homestead How. I can leave a link below, but look at this. Let me pause.
So I say the facts are it's a time-lapse security camera, so it's not real-time of video, and it's probably on a long exposure of 8 seconds as well, because it's gone to nighttime mode. It looks like it's color mode, doesn't it? It's a color night vision.
Oh, this is a really cool YouTube channel that I follow.
Okay, it looks like it's got some light reflecting downwards, like it's got some spotlights on it, right? So the question is, could we be seeing an airplane or a helicopter at this stage?
Helicopter with a searchlight? Why is the light beaming down?
It could be a police helicopter, just checking the area at night.
That's why that red light looks like a tail fin light at the back of a helicopter.
You're talking about this here?
No, the red light on top of the white light looks like the tail fin.
The video player artifact, is it?
No, that not nothing to that. That's just a dot. Now the red lights. You said there's 8 lights on top of the white light.
Ooh.
Not that artifact.
I don't know what that is. A cursor or something?
You just counted the red lights on top of the white light that
No,
we're
I'm
just
wondering
looking
about
at.
this one here. I'm just wondering.
I'm not talking about that. Nothing to do with that.
It looks like an out of focus light source, doesn't it? That one there.
That's out of focus.
Yeah, that could be the spotlight coming down. That's a lens flare of it, out of focus. Anyway, just play it again.
Follow, and they captured this UFO.
But then it's not moving, so it could be another source of light there on the screen.
This is a time lapse.
Oh no, I think it might be a strange cursor. He's got a round circle on the pointer or something. Anyway.
By the way, over their house. And I wanted to include it because it's amazing to me. Okay, Homestead How. I can leave a link below, but look at this.
Amazing.
Let me pause that.
Yeah,
look at this, guys.
cursor.
I mean,
Strange
what in the
cursor.
world is that? Okay, again, tonight, just, you know, a collection of things that I found over the past 2 or 3 weeks.
So this is a problem with these type of channels. They've got no technical knowledge of what they're looking at, and people just suck it up in the comments, right? Because he's feeding them what they want to believe. They want to believe that's a UFO that's just silently passed over someone's house.
He's Tyler's cousin, #1 fake UFO channel. He's Tyler's cousin. You can't expect less. Tyler taught him everything he knows. A fraud taught him how to run his channel.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
without a date time and all that, we can't run it through apps, even if we had a license that allows us to go back in time enough. Normally get 7 days on a free account. But
a fraud channel is never going to give you a date and time.
it's not even published on the camera. I normally set the date and time on my security camera so it adds it when it records, right? Because it's handy, because that just proves a point, so you can synchronize all your cameras. If they're slightly out, you know they're slightly out, and know if the time's not in sync on them by a few seconds, which I found out with that hallway one, remember? But we could realign it properly. But yeah, so it looks to me like there could be a front light on a helicopter, or even a landing light on a small plane. It's very possible, and what we're seeing there is the blinking light on the tail fin. That's making those kind of window effects.
To include it because it's amazing to me. Okay,
even if that was a full picture, which we can't, because it's got motion blur, it's got long exposure. It's unlikely that's going to be the shape of the cabin on top of a plane, right?
That's motion blur overexposure of the landing lights.
Yes, it's a combination of camera artifacts, right? And it looks like a real object, you know. But that looks like it's got some red tone here, so it looks like a flashing, blinking light on the tail fin, which is generally red, isn't it? So that one here.
It's generally red, but sometimes it can be white. It depends on the aeroplane. They're all different.
Yeah,
just like the wingtips.
You've seen it on my camera.
Yeah, the wingtips have green and red on the wingtips, but I've seen aeroplanes with just white ones on the wingtips.
See this one here. This looks
variable.
This looks like
kind
a
of variable
wingtip here. So I'm leaning more towards this. I'm leaning more towards this being possibly a plane with a landing light, or one of those little bright lights on the side of the wing. Because look, the shape here kind of suggests that's a rear end of a plane going past. Because of a rolling shutter, it would go like this, and part of the image will actually be more correct, and it always would be the end bit. So yeah, I think that might be the tail bit of the plane, and it's the round bit of the maybe a small. One of those small jets, you know, it could be a Lear jet or something like that. But anyway, I'm saying it's a plane, and the only way to prove that would be to get the date and time and run it through the tracking software to see if a plane flew over the house or whatever it was, a lodge. Bradford's place, was it, that you were saying?
Instead, how? I can leave a link below, but look at this. Let me pause that. Look at this, guys. I mean, what in the world is that? Okay, again, tonight, just, you know, a collection of things that I found over the past 2 or 3 weeks while on my holiday break. Okay, and of course we're going to get back into SpaceX, the ISS now. Right here,
holiday.
This is the Orion capsule. Okay, going, you know, to the moon. We're going back to the moon, right? This is the Orion capsule going back to the moon. You see planet Earth right there. And look over here. Look at that.
Okay,
hello. Oh, there's another one right there. Unpause. Again and again. You know, so I put the video on repeat. You know, so you guys can get a good look at it, right? Because it's just, I mean, there's so many UFO sightings, you know, in these live feeds that it's just become too easy to find. Look at this, guys. Pause. Boom. Got ya. 1, 2, 3.
So what do you reckon that is?
You'll notice that
you notice how something's moving here, which is going to dislodge ice particles on the solar arm or the knuckles or whatever, break off and fly past the camera, right? So these, to him, this is all UFO. This is 100% UFO, which is total garbage, right? So we know it's going to...
It's just ice particles that dislodge when something moves on the space station.
Yeah, and then you've probably got some motion blur added in, so you're not actually seeing the real shape of it. But can we see any flicking in this one? Because...
right? Because it's just, I mean, there's so many UFOs.
I think it's spinning. If you look at it carefully... let's see.
And it moves in one direction, which would indicate it's just a piece of ice that fell off the space station.
What does it do next?
It doesn't change direction or anything.
It stays time-lapsed here too, which means he's got his cursor going. Okay, where's the ice particle? It's going to come where he's aiming, is it? You can see the things are moving now. This is where you expect to see stuff to break off. Okay, I think it might be spinning. See how it's fading in and out? That means it's spinning, just like an ice particle would. And it's getting brighter because it's got more of a side to it. So it'll be like a little sliver of maybe multiple ice particles. So it's spinning and it's more reflective when it spins a certain direction. Okay, I think he's paused it there. Yeah, he's paused it there. It's ridiculous really what this guy does. Okay, you can see it spinning. He said there was a lot more there, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, here's another one. Seems to be coming also from the same direction. See that? At least he's repeating it. It's the same one, repeated over and over again. Yeah, that's 100% ice particle, right? Although we can't prove it.
It's behaving like an ice particle, though.
All we can do
it goes in one direction. It's spinning. An ice particle would be spinning in one direction, falling off the space station.
So all we can do here is go by signatures of natural things and man-made things and how they move in the sky, like balloons or whatever, and pattern matching, right? And because it's very reflective here, it means it's like the sun reflecting off, you know, ice. You know how bright ice is when you go. You ever been to a ski field or something? You know, you have to wear sunglasses because you're literally going to burn out your eyeballs with the UV reflecting back, right? But yeah. So really, I just wanted to look at Astro Train on this one because this guy promotes all sorts of garbage, and I think he even promotes the one we debunked months ago. I'm not sure why he's bringing it up now. But I tried to prove it. Yeah, so he's doing a Bruce Sees All here, I think.
Reminded me of this new UFO sighting that we just played.
Yeah, so look at that. You can see it spinning, and it's all out of focus. So that could be like a big sheet of ice that just come off the side of Apollo rocket thing there, command center, right?
Okay, this right here was a part of the Apollo program.
They said it also could be, remember, scrapings of paint on the sides. You know, like it chips off. Maybe because of the heat. You know, they paint it to give it some coloration, but I don't think the paint is actually meant to be do anything other than being like just like a emblem of color on the rocket. You know, like it might be the flag or you know, black and white, to reflect the sunlight. It might be more just for that sort of stuff.
There, separating. Now this one, let me pause right here. This was an old video that I found that I made a long time ago from the ISS, and it reminded me of this new UFO sighting that we just played. Okay, this right here was a part of the Apollo program. Now that could be debris. Let me pause it. I mean, look at the similarity. I know it's blurry, but, I zoomed in the best I could. Okay, so you see this boomerang UFO here and another one here. This, again, from Artemis from 2022. This,
what'd you say, 18 months?
This is he trying to talk like Mr. MBB333?
Yeah, he is, yeah. So he's got a blurry image here. You can see it's really pixelated. So this one here is this little dot. And he's trying to compare it, which is absolutely ridiculous. If you're going to compare it, you're going to have to scale it up identical sizes, and overlay it and all that sort of stuff like I do. This
one over here is from back in the 90s.
So it doesn't matter if it's ice particles passing over the moon or in space.
What are we looking at? What's happening here? Like, what is that? Again, this is terribly blurry, but it's 20-something-year-old video.
I'm not even sure what we're meant to be looking at there. Is that meant to be like a moon base that he's trying to refer to? But he's saying it's spinning like the other one. Let me just see
here and another one here. This
I think he's just paused it. So let's go back. Where best does he play it?
Separating. Now this one, let me pause right here.
So let's see. Where does he play it originally? I don't see it anywhere played normally.
This was an old video that I found that I made a long time ago from the ISS, and it reminded me of this new UFO sighting that we just played. Okay, this...
You can't tell me that's a thin sheet of either paint or ice that's spinning past the spaceship,
It's right here.
Or some other type of debris that's come off.
As a part of the Apollo program. Now that could be debris. Let me pause it. I mean, look at
could be debris, right? But
that was spinning, that was spinning like debris. If that was a UFO, it was out of control and it's about to crash into the moon or something.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was going to say as well. We're in sync there, Gabber. Okay, what we got here? We got. I think this is the one that we debunked. Is the audio okay too? Has it ever clipped?
The audio's no, it's not. It's not clipping. The audio's clear. I can hear
I think
it
it clips sometimes, or maybe when I'm zooming in and stuff. But that's okay. We can live with that.
These frauds prey on people that want to believe so bad that they'll believe an ice particle
I think this is the
tumbling past.
This looks like the SpaceX booster that we're coming up. I think this is the one which I said looks like one of the rubber brackets that they hold the satellites on in the bay at the very top. When the panels drop away like an open shell, they drop off back to Earth and they recover them from parachutes in the sea. They sent Elon's got a crew that goes out and picks them out the sea again. But the satellites are held on by these release brackets, and to me it looks like either one of them sheared off, or they got these like strong rubber things that release, and they just release it into space and it goes back down, burns up in the atmosphere, right? But I think it looks like one of those hind leg spanners that you use to tighten in nuts, right? Lever.
That's where I captured.
I think it's
this anomaly. Here, I mean, look at that.
And
again, we can't chalk it up as.
So if you have a look at it, it looks like one of those hind leg spanners.
Space junk or ice particles or, swamp gas or whatever.
But it's possible that it could be an odd-shaped piece of ice particle too, but I somehow think this one's slightly different to ice, the way it looks. And I think it might be related to when they explode the bay doors off and then release the satellite, that one of the clamps had flown off as well.
Whatever they say, there is something there.
Unbelievable.
Let me pause it right there.
It looks like a clamp or a seal or a lever or the things that they like detach and let burn.
I mean,
they just let it float away.
Yeah, like that goes back down and burns up in the atmosphere.
Like a safety hatch, like a safety catch that like It's on there, so it doesn't come apart, and then they press a button and it has to shoot off so they can detach it like a safety lever thing.
Let's see if my paint.net screws up the audio. Let's just run up something
Release
else.
bracket.
Yeah, release bracket, safety latch. It could be a number of things. Like it looks like something geometric, like something man-made.
Yeah, it glitched when I was starting up paint. So it looks like this, right?
And it's in space.
Let's see, where's the drawing? Oh, I've done it wrong now. Let's go back.
These people just make videos of just like anything, and prey on people's gullibility that they want to believe so much they'll look at a space latch, a space seal, or a space lever. Oh, that's a UFO. That's amazing. Oh wow.
Super chat.
We love
super chat.
Praise the cash. Super chat.
Yeah, look, the drawing's not running really smooth. It looks a bit like this when it's spinning, and kind of looks like one of those crazy spanners that's got a hind leg on it. It's got a little spanner on there, and although I can't draw it very well because I'm not, the speed of it's pretty sucky. But yeah, it looks like this spinning around, and it looks to me like, you know, Elon Musk's nose cone is a bit like that, and it's like two halves, and they blast apart going that way, and underneath that is like the bay where they stick. That's the rest of the rocket going downwards here. Whoop. And then they have the satellite on top in this region here, and it's got clamps going around it, like 3 or 4 of them, and it looks to me like one of these clamps that's releases maybe snapped off and gone into space, or it might be that they just blow those rubber, and maybe it's just really solid rubber that holds on that part of it, 3 of them, and they simply just explode them off a little capsule, and they just go into space and float downwards. And because they're rubber, it doesn't matter if they're going to hit something, because they'll simply just bounce off the ship. But yeah, that's what I thought it could be, and I was trying to find some pictures of the type of clamps they had to verify it. But it could be some strange piece of
asteroid train.
Could be some other strange debris. It could be just an ice particle too. But yeah.
Choo choo.
Yeah.
Get your tickets.
Every time I see Thomas the Tank Engine, all I'm going to think about is your asteroid train wheels.
Oh yeah, so I don't think we need to do any more on that one, because it's pretty much the same garbage. Talking about the SpaceX one. Remember the mouse in space one? That was just a chunk of ice that was rolling around on top of the engine. Just shows how well insulated that. Where's that engine gone again? I was just trying to find. I had it before. Where's the engine? I was lucky to hit it last time, was I? So this is a command module. This looks like it's back into Apollo footage again. Where's the rocket motor gone? There? Oh, here we go. You remember, you see the little mouse that's claiming it to be a space mouse rolling around inside of this track here? Well, obviously, you know, this has had a lot of at the time of launch, it had a little build-up of ice from the rocket fuel, and once it hit into space, it all froze on there. As soon as it in space, it's like negative 300 and something Kelvin or something crazy. So yeah, instant ice, right? And because all that rocket vibrates here, breaks off a bit, falls into the gutter, and because they're changing the angle all the time, it's rolling around here and not mounting, because it's so well insulated up here that it doesn't mount compared to the temperature of space, right? And that one's still doing the rounds as well. What else we got?
Rovers that they're going to put on the moon as well. So kind of cool. But again, you know, this is
so we got something blinking here. It could be a plane. I don't know what he's filming.
Where you get the hidden gems right here on these videos that have been
looks like more space ice,
edited, unfiltered, right? You know, by NASA.
Just so cool blinking as it's spinning, reflecting the light, right?
I mean, look at all this UFO activity right here, right there, boom, 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 everywhere we look. And okay, let's be fair. Some of it
Could be ice, is he going to say? Let's see.
Could be ice particles. But not all.
There you go. So he would say, oh, but I said that in the video. Same as third phase do, right? He said, oh, look at these UFOs here. And then say, oh, okay, some of them could be ice particles. Well, how about all of them could be ice particles, you know? Unless you got a really close-up image of a classic flying disc, and then it stops and changes directions in front of you, and you can see it's a flying craft, like here. But it's like this quality of HD image. If you had a UFO there, then I would probably believe it, right? But a little flickering bit of object in the thing, being debris, ice, or whatever, it's just crazy. And of course, you've got to remember, these cameras are always facing downwards, and normally the rocket engines always have the Earth below them, right? So we don't know if they're looking into space here and the Earth is at the edge here or what, because we're seeing a cropped image of the camera here. Well, you know, the camera's set up to monitor the engine probably, you know, for any problems, and they send it back to the Space Command. It's amazing what they can do now, you know, they can actually have all these cameras on it. What is it, 30 on that James Watt's telescope thing they had, was it? Oh no, the asteroid collision one. Was it? I can't remember which one it was now, but they had like 30 cameras monitoring it. And then if they see anything go wrong, they can see what part it fell. You know, they didn't have that on the space shuttle missions, and they probably should have, right? They should have had cameras all around it. But anyway, we'll leave it there for him. But we'll have a quick look at the comments, see if anyone's said, hang on, that one over the house has got to be something explainable, because he didn't do any analysis on it. So there you go, Brandy Phillips, great work doing the work and finding the evidence. What evidence did he find? He didn't find any evidence other than space. Thank you for your time and effort, Tracy, brilliant as ever. Seems to be like everywhere. So these people are really sucking it up. They're not questioning what he's saying. Welcome back, Tracy. With all these space
that's why they speculate on their videos, because people listen to what's being told, and then they believe it without visualizing and looking and questioning what they're seeing. It's a trick. It's a trick to cause the fraud.
Well, I'm trying to get people to get away from that thinking and actually do question everything that they're being told.
Good luck.
Even mainstream media has got to question what the mainstream media says, because if you believe everything the mainstream media is telling you, you're going to be living in their world, not the real world. You know?
You got to question what the government says. You got to question what big pharmaceutical companies say. They're worried about profit. They don't care about our health, if we live or die. Got to question everything. Basically, everything you got to question.
Here. It was videos like this that convinced me that I'm right to believe.
Oh my God, where do these people come from?
I don't know. Great stuff, bud.
But they want. He exactly said it. He exactly said it. I want to believe.
Yeah, that's the problem. So we need to get away from believing to actually.
I don't want to believe. I want to question everything. I don't want to believe. I'm sick of being told BS. I haven't watched UFO sighting videos in 10 months because I'm sick of all the BS. All I've watched is like wheels as astro train.
Let's ask you a question. What would it take you to believe? I know you'd believe if you had a UFO land in front of you and beings come out and started interfering with you in some way.
But that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
But you're not going to be able to prove that to anybody, even if you had the camera rolling, right? They could say it was just actors and some CGI effects added, right? You never ever going to prove anything by camera alone.
They'll say it's an ambulance in a swamp. They'll come up with something to explain it.
Yeah, but if you had multiple people or other neighbours saw this thing come down, then that changes it a wee bit, because now you've got eyewitness.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen either, because I live on top of a mountain in an isolated, small, tiny country town. There's nobody's looking at the sky. It's freezing cold outside. Never going to happen.
So I'm just saying, how would you get solid evidence? Well, you're going to have multiple witnesses in different locations, and maybe even someone film it on their camera. That would be a help for starters.
That's where I'm happy that when I captured that Astro train, that somebody else captured it 20 minutes away from me on the same day, the same night.
See, that's multiple. You're getting collaborating multiple witnesses, and then they're capturing it, the same object also.
Although 20 minutes away is still not good enough, though, is it? You need to have...
Why not?
Well,
Why not?
It's still captured all over
the UFO. The UFO flies 500 kilometers. If it flies 10 kilometers away and someone takes a picture of it, how is that not relevant?
But we still can't say it's the same craft, though, unless you've got identical marks.
It's very coincidental. It's very coincidental.
Yeah, but it's still not
same
good.
Shape,
it's still not
same shape,
solid
same
enough
light,
evidence.
Same color.
Right? It's the same thing happened with the Phoenix lights, right? A lot of people saw it, but no one filmed it.
Well, I think Paul, you need to see my compilation video.
But anyway, yeah. So what's it going to take? You're going to need physical evidence, multiple witnesses, and also multiple videos of it, as well as photographs, right?
But what if those you're saying those people have to be like standing next to you, basically, because if it flies 10 kilometers away, it's not valid.
Yeah, well, if they're standing next to you, that sort of makes it more solid because you're both looking in the same location at the same time.
But who's going to stand outside in the freezing cold, staring at the stars for hours on end? Nobody's going to want to do that.
Well, it may not be in winter time, it might be summertime when they film it, right? So yeah, you're just making excuses. But anyway,
I'm just saying, realistically, like, it's hard to get people to come out and go, stay out sky watching. It's cold, boring.
Okay, so you got someone here that still doesn't understand about stars and space on cameras. You know, if you own a camera, you know very well where it's very hard to see stars on camera unless you're using the right camera settings, right? Or the right sensor. And here I
can spend 5 minutes zooming in. I see a star, I zoom in, I don't see it on the camera. It'll take me 5 minutes. Sometimes I can't even capture it at all. Like, I can't even zoom in on the camera with it, doesn't pick it up. I just like give up after 5-10 minutes. I'm just like, this is fruitless exercise.
Yeah, that psionics camera, you can see a lot of stars that you can see with the naked eye.
That's why I use the infrared camera. I pointed at the star's glowing on the infrared, so you can see it straight away.
You mean you see it with your eyes, but the camera can't pick it up? That's what you're saying?
The camera can't pick it up because the Nikon P1000 is a really bad low light
I've covered
camera.
this before with the stars in space, right? There are images of thousands of stars from the International Space Station if they have the camera settings set up properly. But most of the time they've got it set up for short exposure times, which means you're not going to see the stars and you're going to get a black background. Okay, this guy here won't learn from watching these type of channels because he won't learn the science and the artifacts of cameras. And
nobody likes watching science videos. The people don't like to learn. They like to be told what's going on.
Well, he could tell him. He could have told him in a comment, oh, it's because this, you know, what I just said, right? And then that person learns, right? He hasn't replied to a lot of these comments, right? He's just stuck a love symbol there, right? He stuck love on technology. He read it, but he didn't reply to it and explain to him why about the stars, because he wants them to be in that conspiracy mindset, right? Tracy, have you watched Mission 411, the UFO Connection? I have, and it's total garbage. It's pretty good. No, it's not. It's pretty garbage.
It's garbage. He's speculating on like the most useless information.
Yeah, so you've seen it too.
He's making a fantasy story. I'm the detective, and this is what happened. I pieced it together. I'm Inspector Gadget. He's Inspector Malaka. It's just BS. It's BS to me. I didn't like it at all.
Okay, so no one's actually mentioned anything useful in the comments there. It's just, you know, his groupies, I'd call it, you know. But anyway, you know, I've tried to explain this to this girl here. What's her name again? That one there.
I don't know why you talk to them. I don't know why you talk to
She's
these
on
people.
out on our joined our Discord because Cambian said join or something, and she showed up and started asking questions. And I told her that Nocturnal News is a cousin of Tyler. He's not to be trusted, and I've debunked loads of his videos. You just have to watch the playlist that I got with his name in it. And she don't listen. And this
you can't talk reason to people who want to believe so bad that they will believe BS. You can't
she
talk
replied
reason
back
with all
saying
logic.
he's a nice guy. Yes, everybody
See, he's a
online
nice
is
guy.
generally a nice guy.
Everybody's a nice guy.
Yeah, you guys are nice guys,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean that you could be bullshitting me, you know. You know, I got no way of knowing because I haven't met you in person. You can't really know someone until you sat down in person with them and got to really know them in face to face, I think. But let's see. I think amount of years that you talk to someone online, if they're like around for 5 more years, like Robert Farmer, you know, we've been friends for such a long time in this stuff, and we don't always agree eye to eye either. You know, he has his favourite cases, you know, the Cairo one, which I think is just the Surveyor 3 that was being transported.
You're never going to find another person that agrees with everything you agree with. You're always going to disagree with a lot of what
I tried to
people say.
back it up with proof and facts and blueprints and stuff like that. You know, the landing pads, I got the Surveyor blueprints out and overlaid it, and it was a good match, you know. But anyway, he still don't believe it because he reckons you would hear the helicopter blades over the rocket engines firing, and I don't think he would. And plus, if you saw a strange shaped helicopter that was like a twin rotor one, which had no tail fin, because that's what they had. They had it for heavy lifting because the double blades lift up more heavy stuff, right? So that NASA had one of them, and also did Howard Hughes, and he was the one that was manufacturing the Surveyor 3 for them, and he had a warehouse in that area, and I think they just transported it out to a remote area, which was near a mine, just to fire up the engines and fly it back. People were saying it was the actual Surveyor 1, which was being also tested at Edwards Air Force Base, or was it White Sands? I can't remember which one it was now. White Sands, I think, and.
Yeah, but the Air Force has had stealth helicopters too that you can't hear the rotor blades.
Yeah, but this one, only 72 in the world were ever sold, and Howard Hughes had one, and NASA had one. So, and it wasn't classified apparently. That side of things, early probes. But according to Oberg, that's what he said in a comment. So I don't know if it was true or email. I think it was. He emailed me. But anyway, let's just move on. Yeah, so you know, people are always going to have their favourite cases and disagree on it. That's fair. That's fine. I didn't actually say that all the sightings at Socorro were the Surveyor or the helicopter. Maybe just the one that cops saw. They said they're like people in these silver suits. You know, if you're a test engineer, you're going to wear a fireproof suit if you're testing engines, right? So you jump out the back side of this helicopter, come round, and then check something, and then go back in and fly away. That's what the cops saw. Because they were short people doesn't mean that they weren't like possibly an Asian or one of those other type smaller statued people. That's an engineer, you know. Maybe they're ideal for what they were doing that day. Maybe that's why they put smaller people, engineers, in that day. Who knows? Until we find the paperwork. But I think what happened is they probably did it without any permission, and they didn't want to get in trouble, so they never come out clean, right? So they just kept their mouth shut and said, oh shit, we're going to be in this shit and lose our jobs here. So I think you won't find any paperwork. They probably put out they're going to lift it up in the air and do a few tests and come back, but they probably didn't put on the paperwork they're going to fly out to a mine site, land and fire up the rockets and then fly back. But no one's actually looked at the paperwork of whose tool company. And when you look at their sign, it's identical to what the cop draw. If you look at the the Howard Hughes Tool Company logo, it looks really similar to what the cop drew. And you know, in that moment that he saw it, you know, the heart rate's racing. He's thinking it's something out of space because he's been watching sci-fi movies. Sees these men in full-blown fireproof suits, short stature, and then jump in and fly away again. You know, so you'd have to watch that 3-part thing, but 3-part live shows I did. I kept looking at it and finding more evidence that sort of backed up my idea of it. Because they actually did fly the surveyor around on helicopters, and it makes sense that they may have used this funny shaped helicopter because there was some other sighting that sort of matched the description. Someone actually put a report and they saw this weird shaped helicopter, which sounds really similar to the one that Howard Hughes had. So yeah, I should do a recap show of all that, because I did make some measurement or mass mistakes on the measurements of the surveyor landing site. But in the end I got so disheartened with it because everybody was attacking me over it. But it doesn't really matter, you know. People are not going to agree with you all the time, and you know, my mind works in different ways. It's a bit like the Guardian one, you know. MUFON even looked at that one and said it was a UFO, but it's clearly a combine harvester with floodlights on, and it's blurry VHS type video, right? So we got third phase here, which we had to be careful with. I've got a copyright claim on their music. But can we play this one carefully? I guess we might have to mute it. We can't mute it before we hit play though. Okay, this one here. He's got this from some unknown backyard telescope dude. And I don't know if he's put any details since, but there wasn't before. There's no link to the actual backyard astronomer here listed at all. Yeah, so just played the video without any sound. They're just bullshitting about it, saying it's not Starlink and they don't know what it is. Okay, so this reminds me of Bruce Sees All type videos. So obviously you're going through atmospherics as well. Now at this stage we don't know if it's CGI. You can see it's really overexposed. But we got these lights that seem to be moving in a straight line. And could it be one object that's with the wrong camera settings, like before with the airplane?
Could it be a Starlink train going past the moon?
I think it could be something in the close orbit to the moon, like the Starlink, as you say. Like they're normally in lower orbit, but still they're in space, and you can see that we got an extra video here.
Can you tell if is that on the surface of the moon, or is that like away from the moon in the atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere?
Okay, so someone's found it here. What type of camera? I don't know. Let's see. What does it say? What camera? Starlink satellite train passes in front of the moon, April 2020. It doesn't say anything about the camera. But here we go. We got a little sample video here. I'll just mute it. There you can see what kind of camera would that be? I suppose it could be a color Sony kind of night vision. I think it's the same sort of quality mine would do. You can see you've got trees here out of focus. So he's got the moon in focus by the looks of it. And there you go. Look how big those dots are. So if you zoomed in on that, I don't know if I can do that here, but it won't do the same effect, right? Let's have a look. You can't even see them passing the moon, can we? Here we go. And now they're getting out of the top here. but they're faded, right? You can see some links at the very top. So to me it looks like it could be the Starlink, but if you zoomed right into the craters, wouldn't they be really big though? So there's the one possibility, depending on how well they overexposed they are, I guess. There's something that's maybe someone could do in America if they see the Starlink and actually film it with a P1000 and zoom right into crater level and see what the Starlink looks. Would they just be big blurs that pass by? So another possibility I thought was, here's some more pictures of Starlink, you know. See, that's a better quality image here, and you can see how big the Starlink looks on there. They look very big compared to the craters of that other one that we were looking at. So is it Starlink? I'm not too sure. Starlink here, that's a wee bit more blurry. You can see 3 dots up in the corner there, passing the moon. I suppose that's getting down to the right size, isn't it? So even that one there is probably the best match. If we go back to the video, you can see we've got a dark crater and these Starlink are passing right on the inner rim of it. Let's see if I can point to it. I'll zoom out a wee bit. See there? 1, 2, 3, there's Starlink there. You got to remember Starlink can have 1, 2, 3 and up to God knows how many, depending on what sort of train we're looking at, because he hasn't completed the project, right? Here's one with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's got 3 in it. Maybe there's a couple down here too. Can't quite see. So that one there is the best one to match it. It looks like it could be Starlink. Here's one passing the sun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. And there's quite a few in this one. You can see here the different spaces apart too, where they haven't filled it in evenly. So that sort of gives us some idea. It does look really closely like it's going to be Starlink to me. And we go back to the video here. You can see here it looks very similar to that image that we just saw. This one up here, with the blobs of light. So pattern matching wise, it does look like it could be Starlink. And he's inverted the image, because I think most of them don't come downwards, they go the other direction. So that image could be inverted, I guess. And you've got some other ones here too, if you go through. Again, it's right on that crater rim, which is identical to the search image here, right on the edge of the crater. And you can see it's uneven spaces again, right? That's causing that strange flickering. Now we can't rule out maybe he did some photoshopping on it. He doesn't pan away from the moon, he doesn't zoom into the moon, so it's really suspicious. And look, we got a building with 4 sides, 3 sides. And again, it's just shadow play and the low pixel rate of the camera, where it's sort of making it look like squares, right? You can see it's a very bad crater. You can see this is definitely a crater rim here. So I'm not sure if this is the same guy, but that's basically it, isn't it? Alright, we've got this one here. Something passing the moon, which could again be a plane or a balloon, high altitude balloon. Or even a meteorite, right? We know there's a lot of, at the moment, there's a lot of meteorite storms happening. So I'm not too sure, and this one looks familiar. I'll just go back on it. Now, it goes so quick they don't slow it down, right? So there looks like something comes out of this one here, but I think that's just an optical illusion. It's just something passing by the moon. It just looks like it's coming from the crater. Alright, it suddenly shows up there. You can see the atmospherics. So that could be anything, really, in the atmosphere itself. And I think they're just repeating it again, aren't they? Yep. So I thought, what other things could it be? So we got the Starlink video, which I'll put on the side, which is kind of interesting to look at. Starlink. Okay. And close that down. And the images are just searched with that search term there, right? Some other ones here we didn't look at. What's that one? A rocket launch. That's an interesting one there. Is that Elon Musk SpaceX passing the moon or something? What's this one here? Starlink satellites. Long exposure of Starlink, creating all these lines on the picture. Another one with the Starlink on a dim moon, is it? What's it say there? Starlink train passes something. Zoom out a bit. Passes over Switzerland. So is that the moon? I guess it might be. You can see how small it looks there. So yeah. So that third phase, even though they said it's not the Starlink, they're wrong. I think it is. But let's look at some other possibilities as well. And these are another ones of Starlink. So this is the thing with third phase, they never do any comparisons. They say one thing, but then they don't bring up a side view of what they're saying, well, this is what Starlink looks passing the moon. And you can see that those would be too big when they zoom in, blah blah blah. They didn't do anything like that. Well, we just done that and proven that they can actually be the right size by looking for examples, right? So this is another thing, but lead kites can be on tether or they can be remote controlled, right? So we've played this one before where you got the towels that can be animated any way you want. But in this case, if you had a P1000 or a telescope film, these would end up being blurs or probably not visible, and you'd just see the moon. It'd be like that tree that we saw in the footage of the other one I just closed down. Remember, the trees were blurry mess. So I don't think it's this, but you can see in some other videos it could be, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's copyright music too, but you should be able to play 5 seconds without getting any stupid clones, right? So that's a fairly good one there. You can see the kite with the 3 lights turn off and on the actual top of the kite, and you just see the tail. And you can see how it's out of focus there. So that's the tricks of the trade that they do. I'll post the link there. The kite match. So I don't think it's a kite because when you zoom in, you can see how big the moon is in the background there. Those lights would be as big as the moon or blurred out, right? So I don't think it's a kite. So it has to be something in really the edge of space where Starlink are to be scaled down enough. Okay, so let's have a look at other possibilities. High altitude balloon could possibly be small LEDs on it that's really bright. There's another possibility. And we got these wedding ones that we talked about, the wedding LED balloons, and they've got the clear ones with the towels. So could that be high enough in the atmosphere in front of the moon? I think it's another possibility. The only way would be to actually release one that goes in front of the moon and actually film it. But how high can it get before it pops? And these are latex ones, so they probably can get quite high. Can't remember what the details were. Latex. latex balloon max height. I think they can go quite high compared to the Milo ones. The Milo ones have like 30k. So these can go up to above weather balloons. Like typically though, many balloons can reach between 90,000 feet and 125,000 feet. Hey, what's happened to the audio? Where's Gabber gone?
A computer crashed. Everything crashed.
Right. Oh, he's back now.
Right.
I thought it was quiet.
I'm doing too much multitasking, and I don't have enough. I don't have enough computing power.
Maybe you need to do a Windows update.
I'm not touching Windows Update. I'll ruin everything.
So you can see these latex balloons can go up to 137,000 feet. Okay, so if I don't know, I'll just look it up real time, and we'll actually find the latest facts that way. All right. So we probably can go through all these other sites, and this one reckons they can go up to 173,000 feet. So that's a high altitude balloon. So you know, this latex wedding balloons can get up to the height of these high altitude balloons. Quite amazing. So if that's got little blinky lights on it, passing in front of the moon when you're trying to do a P1000, that's a possibility. So it could be Starlink, it could be a wedding balloon that's gone high altitude. And those little dim lights just, you know, would be brighter than a star and just show up as little white blobs, right? So, yeah, did some research there. Okay, so we got the funny bits coming up with GUFON trashing ufology again. So
it's a kind of a weird moon photo for all those. Why would UFOs be like in a UFO train going like from crater to crater? That looks weird.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's possibly a fake, you know, as well. Because look at it. It's not...
could be CGI. That could be
no,
CGI
no.
lights.
The red flag for me here is the shape of the video. Looks like...
The red flag for me, he doesn't sit still. The whole thing's shaky. What sort of an astronomer has a shaking telescope?
Well, that's another thing. I think what he's done is he's holding up his smartphone in portrait mode and filming the LCD screen. Amateurish, really amateurish, right? And that's why it's out of focus.
And astronomers plug their telescopes into a laptop, so there's no need to like film the LCD screen.
Yeah, but even Bruce Caesar wasn't doing that, remember? So let's I think they're just recycling it all the time, right? So yeah, it could be one of those clear balloons with blinking tails passing at high altitude. Also could be Starlink. So yeah, UFOs, you know, because of the way it's been filmed here, we can't rule out CGI as well, but yeah, it's pretty shabby evidence, to say the least, and it's on third phase, right? Why would a guy that's meant to be into that sort of stuff send it to a hoax channel when he could send it to some debunkers and say, can you debunk this first and see what they say, and then offer it to the web as put all their conclusions together and say this is what they said and blah blah blah. You know, it's better ways than doing it to make it more honest, and this is not honest. Now you can see here they've zoomed in now with the editing software, so I think he's filming it on a smartphone, just filming the LCD screen on it. I can't see any other way why we wouldn't do a full landscape view.
It's hiding something. The only reason they do it is to hide something.
Yeah, it's hiding something. Exactly.
I agree.
See, that's comes across as devious. So
if I show a picture, I zoom out, I zoom in, I'll click on the metadata. Look, there's all the metadata. Every single piece of data about my photo. Like they always hide everything, always hiding something, because only reason to hide something is because you're doing something naughty, you're being a fraud.
So at the moment, they're not in Hawaii, they're in St. Augustine City. And they go to Ripley's museum here and start touching all things inside it.
Oh my god.
So apparently this is one of the cabins inside Ripley's museum, and it's carved out one of those ancient trees, and he turned it into a building. Whoever carved it out, right? I suppose it's a cheap way to make a mobile home. And yeah, they're just going through Ripley's, and that's going to be Crocodile Dundee with crocodile teeth, I suppose. Crazy stuff they have in that museum there. They've also got a Ripley's museum in Gold Coast of Australia. I didn't go, but my parents went inside with my sister and kids, and I said, nah, I'll be alright, I don't need to see it. And the biggest, fattest person, he puts his head towards it. And he's touching all sorts of things. Yeah, it says do not touch, and they reckon they're the only ones there because it's over Christmas period, I suppose. It's holidays. So yeah. So back to UFO videos. I think, have we seen that one? Some more garbage. I'm not even sure where it's being filmed.
Because if you got,
he's playing that music, so we can't actually listen to the garbage the same. We could put caps on, I suppose. Let's see. It's generally okay. What's it saying though? Can't quite read it with my eyes. And the magnifier's playing up here a wee bit. Tons of different, says craft hovering. Neighbour's yard. So these are craft. Okay, so to me, straight away, what's that look like to you guys? Do you think that's a UFO over top of someone's house? Or do you think it's a distant airplane that's got the landing gear light on and the two wingtip lights on? And it's just coming in. Alright, I think I saw... Oh look, it's banking now. It's on a bank, which it looks like a plane.
Looks like an aeroplane coming in for landing or something.
Yeah, I think I can see a flashing light on it too. If he's not steady with the camera, is he? I think there's a little shimmering red lights at the top and underneath, but because he's moving so much and it's overexposed. See, there's a flashing light there I saw. Okay, this see if I can zoom in a wee bit more. Okay, you can see it looks like 3 lights. Let's just progress on. He's moving the camera all over the place.
If he says it's hovering, it's probably headed straight towards him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can see it's got a lot of red there now. So I think because he's moved it, I think the strobe lights flash there, causing some red light, and now it's turned off again. And looks like it might be going through some cloud cover there. You can see it's illuminating some mist. And that could be why we're not seeing the strobe light very well either. But you can see it goes white and then it goes red and it goes white again. It's typical of a strobe light. I think it. So again, this is where if you're a proper UFO investigator, you already got the date and time of the guy that submitted the video and plugged it into, because they can afford to play the platinum membership for Flight Radar, and I think you can go back as far as 5 years or something. So they could just plug it into that with the UCT sign and actually prove there was no planes over that location, and just add it into the video and say, look, we looked it up, there's no planes there, Unless it's a military plane, of course, because flight radar only goes on call signs. It doesn't go on actual radar data. And when they add in the radar data in the future, which is probably going to happen, then that would be an excellent tool. But I suppose
most military planes and helicopters are on flight radar, but there could be special ones where they don't want you to know where they're flying. They turn it all off and show up.
Well, if they're doing military exercises, they want to do that because there'd be a target in the sky then from the people that are meant to be hunting them down, right? But anyway, you can see that's a plane. Okay. So it's back to the museum with 3-legged and 4-legged dogs that were born that way, poor suckers, and then died. 2-headed parrots, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so obviously they haven't got really any UFO content apart from garbage, and
they were Ripley's Believe It or Not. They got nothing.
Yeah.
They can't even make any more fake CGI. They're upset because they're getting exposed.
So let's move on to GUFON being an idiot.
Oh no, not
He's
Goofy.
saying that ufology is full of narcissists. And he doesn't think he's one himself, but he's the one that is... he's talking about himself and doesn't even realise it. It's just hilarious. And I was going to play that, but...
Black.
Yeah. And then he did another video, which I was going to play, because he did one before this, where he was talking about people or gang, and talking about me again. He brought my name up once and didn't say much about it though. But yeah, he did this video here, and I thought whether I should play that one. But then Steve Cambian did one yesterday and brought this one up here, and it's quite hilarious, really. Steve touches on all the same points that I was going to talk about, and we'll just play a wee bit of his, I guess, and talk about it. But I found this article here. How do you feel when a narcissist calls you a narcissist? And if you start reading...
Narcissistic people say negative things just to start an argument with you. That's what they thrive on.
Come up here. Anyway, see if I can zoom in on it so we can read it. Having a relationship with a narcissist can be very emotionally draining. Yeah. They often use abusive techniques to control their partners and then claim to be the real victims in the scenario. That just sounds like GUFON to a T, doesn't it? Remember, a lot of you guys joined after all the attacks he did on me, and basically what he's doing to Cambian now is what he did to me before Cambian became his main target. I think Fessler took over. He forgot about me. He started attacking Fessler and then Tony. And then Cambian, he started attacking. Now Cambian seems to be his #1 hate at the moment. And basically he's forgotten about me a wee bit. But anyway, it is also worth noting that they are aware of their narcissistic behavior, but don't find anything wrong with it. One of many narcissistic traits an individual may possess is a sense of entitlement. It can be weird when a narcissist calls you a narcissist. They are also found to be self-absorbed and extremely sensitive towards criticism, which makes it utterly difficult for their partners to maintain relationships with them. It is quite common among narcissists to blame their partners for things they do wrong themselves. This sounds like GUFON. Some may even go as far as calling their partners narcissists instead. It's crucial to understand the difference between an arrogant individual, well, he is that too, isn't he, and a narcissist, because narcissism is not only a personality trait but also a personality disorder, famously known as the narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. An individual can only be given this diagnosis by qualified professionals, and yet GUFON is talking about other people being this disorder. and he's not qualified anything, like psychiatrists, sociologists, etc. Because he did a 1-year paper in criminal law psychology, he thinks he's an expert now on body language and NPL and all that sort of stuff. After performing an array of psychometric assessments, and most of the people suffering from the sad personality disorder seek treatment for depression, anxiety disorders, etc. The inability to self-reflect makes it even harder for narcissists to take the road to recovery. So there you go. And narcissistic personality most individuals can show narcissistic behavior or attitude at some point in their lives, but not all of them can be considered narcissists. It is crucial to understand the difference between a personality trait and a mental disorder. So yeah, it gets a bit tricky with GUFON in that case then. Personality disorder can be classified as a mental disorder in which a person shows an array of problematic thoughts and behavioral patterns which mainly consist of an inflated sense of self-importance, a continuous desire for excessive attention. Okay, so he used to call me the N-word, and I said I can't be because I never show myself on camera. I'm not seeking attention for me being on the screen. I'm seeking the attention for the information on the screen and the videos that I'm showing people. I don't want me on there to be distracted from what I'm trying to do. So I'm not even remotely what he claims to be here. But he fits all the patterns, right? He contradicts himself in the same sentence very often. He can be mid-sentence and forget things all the time. And I think if he does that, then he forgets past stuff as well. And that way he keeps repeating one live after another the same things, because he forgets that he's already said it. And external
where he
validation.
says he believes this one day and then the next day he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, he
So
contradicts himself, doesn't he?
He talks about smoking drugs and he smokes weed and you can tell he's stoned on his stream. So like,
yeah, he uses the eye drops all the time now, doesn't he?
yeah, he puts eye drops in. The only reason he puts eye drops in his eyes is to get rid of the red eyes from smoking so much weed.
Well, he uses e-cigarettes, he says, and the special oils, but
I've heard him talking about smoking weed. I've heard him talking about smoking weed a couple times.
Yeah, he's shown his buds on screen live, and I put it in that movie, right? There's at least 7 episodes where he's holding up the weed, and it's sort of, because of the green screen, it disappears.
That's what everyone's super chats went to.
Yeah, I bet you. And paying the rent, of course. And food, probably. Not
He's got to pay his mum the rent. He lives in his mum's backyard.
People crowdfunded him like $5,000 and he spent it all on a computer. So that'd be like 10 grand computer system. Imagine what you could get that for in New Zealand. That would be like the top line government type computer, you know, for that kind of money. I don't think he spent all that money on that computer. I think he's lying. I think he kept half of it.
He spent $2,000 on a computer and he spent $3,000 on weed.
Yeah, he spent it on other stuff. It'd be good to see if he had like a separate bank account for his, the donations and all that, and see where the ins and outs are going.
He's not going to show them.
And of course, now he's getting on PayPal. I bet the government doesn't know about his PayPal account that he's getting all that money into. And that's another reason
why... ring up the government.
That's another reason why people don't want you to use YouTube, is because they can hide that money.
Well, if he puts it in the bank, he can't. They'll still find it.
What did you say there? 18 was? You sort of distorted a wee bit.
No, I said it. If he deposits the money in the bank, the government will find it.
Yeah, exactly. So So yeah, you got to keep some under a pillow, aren't you, nowadays? And that's why they want to get rid of money now, because they're saying, oh, you can spread the virus on it, which is a load of gobblers. They just want to get rid of the money so the government can track everything, right? Apparently, all $100 bills get detected with cocaine on it. Apparently, I heard American dollar bills, that is, $100 bills. It's meant to be one of the known facts. Hey, blue chickens. Didn't see you on the side. I was zooming in. Yeah, I talked about you earlier doing your own voice show and copycatting what we're doing here, which is a good thing with the camera. Hello. Let's see if I can type it in. So yeah, now we know what it is. Let's see, signs and symptoms. Okay, let's just go through that here. Have an exaggerated sense of self-importance. That sounds like him. Have a sense of entitlement and requirement, constant, excessive admiration. And I think that's why he likes to be on camera. Expect to be recognised as a superior even without achievements. So he's claiming that he's the best in the ufology. He's the truth for ufology. I don't claim to know everything. I know a lot, and I can suss out things, and I think I've got a better pattern recognition mind than a lot of people out there. Saturated achievements and talents. Well, I don't do that because I've shown you actual physical proof of my actual qualifications, even though I blurred out the middle name and whatnot, but I've actually proven that my achievements and stuff. He just talks about it and says he's done this and done that, and doesn't have any proof. He doesn't bring up any documents to say, well, this is it, to prove it. Have a sense of entitlement and require constant excessive admiration. Expect to be recognised as a superior even without achievements that warrant it. Well, that's got to be GUFON. Exaggeration, achievements and talents. Preoccupied with fantasies about success, power, brilliance, beauty or perfect mate. Yeah, he's always going on about how he looks on camera and the colour clothes and the hat matching and all that sort of stuff. Believe they are superior and can only associate with equally special people. Yeah, he associates with Dottie. Monopolize conversations and belittle or look down on people they perceive as inferior. Well, he does that all the time, doesn't he? Criticizes people all the time. Expect special favours and unquestioned compliance with their expectations. Take advantage of others to get what they want. Yep, super chats. And lie about third phase of the moon and into the thin sky. He will debunk Into Thin Sky's video, saying no, that's just a balloon, it's spinning. And then at the end he'll say, oh, it's a good video that he did there, blah blah blah. So yeah, sort of trying to negate all the negative things he said about, all the truthful things he said about it. He's trying to negate it by saying, oh yeah, he's part of our team now, he's a good guy, go and sub to him. That's a hypocrite in my book. Have an inability or unwillingness to recognise the needs and feelings of others, where he doesn't give a shit about Cambian, and he certainly doesn't give a shit about me. That's why he called us pedos. Be envious of others and believe others envy them. Well, he often thinks that we envy him, right? He says that we envy all the money he's getting and all the attention he's getting. Well, we don't want their money if they're stupid people, right? I'd rather have people that are really into finding out the truth and want to donate to try and keep me on air. But apart from that, I wouldn't want money from someone that sells drugs or does get some money in dubious ways, right? I'm pretty sure some of that that he gets might be from people that are doing dubious things, right? But I got no proof of it. Also, I think a lot of them are sock puppet accounts, and they're being fed money from one of their big supporters, so it doesn't look like it's coming from them all the time, but other random people in this side chat, right, who might be just sock puppets. Behave arrogantly, that's him, or naughty, coming across as conceited, boastful, and pretentious. That sounds just like GUFON. Insist on having the best of everything. For instance, the best car or office. Well, he would have, but he can only afford how much he can afford, I guess. Have significant interpretational problems and easily feel slighted. React with rage, and he does that very often, doesn't he, in content, and try to belittle the other person. Yeah, it does that all the time. Have difficulty regulating emotions and behaviour. Well, you've seen him on air, he breaks down so easily, you know. Experience major problems dealing with stress and adapting to change. Feel depressed and moody because they fell short of perfection. Have a secret feelings of insecurity, shame, and vulnerability and humiliation. Shame. Feelings of intense shame can lead to narcissism. The individual may or may not be aware of the shame, but as mentioned earlier, narcissists deal with low and fragile self-esteem. So yeah, won't read it all out, but yeah, I thought that's quite a good article, you know. Hey, Blue Chicken. Are you a narcissist? He would do. He'd call you that if you started attacking him. I can't even spell it. Yeah, that'll do. I probably spelled it wrong. Better clear that off the screen there. Hi 18, yes, you can inspire me to learn about TSP streaming. Well, it's good that you got it going. Maybe you need a better camera though, by the sounds of it. But anyway, you can work on that. You can save up like I have to, and we'll get a credit card. Alright, so we'll just play this clip here. He did actually do one. I'll just play it and just prove it's the same thing.
Roaches when the lights turn on because they don't like each other. They don't like.
So he's saying I don't like other people that I work with to expose third phase. Sure, I may not always agree with the other people I'm working with, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a common ground and work together to expose liars and fraud. He's saying that we're just doing it to attack him and third phase for no reason, but it's not true. We're doing it to get rid of the noise in ufology, the liars who are trying to turn that around and reflect it back on us for people that are new to their channel. So all the people that he's got are all brand new from third phase, right? All the ones that are against him now are past members that he's upset in some way, right, with his
when he makes claims that he wants to find the truth and all that stuff, turns around, blatantly posts videos that are created as a fake, and then, you know, drift money for the said video, saying, oh, I don't know what it is, when it was actually said that it was created as a fake.
Yeah,
you know, that's a
fraud. 200%
yeah,
fraud.
that's a fraud.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't sit there and say, oh, I want the truth and this and that, and then turn around and say, well, I don't know what it was, when they blatantly know what it was, you know?
Yeah.
That's the problem, you know? He's the one that says there's so many, you know, fakers and fraudsters out there. He's the problem doing it, and he's letting it slide. Like it's no big deal.
Yeah, and Steve talks about that in some of his live. We'll play some of his live. But yeah, this is the video that he goes over bit by bit under fair use to answer his claims, right? So we'll just listen to a bit here on his one.
Like themselves, they don't care about anything but hurting the people that are doing good in the field. Doing good I don't mean...
Okay, so we just read out that list. So he thinks he's doing good in the field by attacking other people. There are debunkers, you know, he's attacked Micks Vegas when he's doing good in the field. He may not be a believer, but he does, I'd say 99% of the time prove that something could be something else, right? But that the gimbal ones and all that, the video is just too low quality and too many unknowns with the firmware and technology of the camera pods to know that it's the same as what you buy commercially, right? So Micks Vegas does make a lot of assumptions sometimes that it's not the skin of the craft you're seeing, but it's the heat of the engines, when it may not even be the heat of the engines. It could be still the skin of the heat of the craft through friction of the wind, right? But yeah, would a UFO have friction? Who knows? I guess we don't know enough information there to really say, you know, and so we can leave it as an unknown craft until more information comes in. But he's likely to say, yeah, it's another airplane. But I don't think, you know, Micks Vegas is not always 100%, and he does make a lot of assumptions because he wants to keep his worldview that aliens and UFOs are not coming to Earth, I think. He thinks that if the UFOs are coming, then they would be like robots or artificial intelligence craft that will send out like Star Wars probes that go and hunt out other planets that are suitable for resources, and then the aliens come along then. But
it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe that's what's happened already. Maybe
if you're an alien, you got a spaceship, you're going to go exploring planets and universes. You're going to go exploring and you're going to have a look at stuff.
Yeah, but would you go there yourself, or would you send out? You'd send out probes, right? To go to go into any planet, analyze it.
So how do you know if your drone UFO ship with a robot pilot works properly if you haven't flown the UFO yourself? They've got to fly around and test it. And sure, they're going to use robots to do work for them, so that they're automated. They don't have to do anything. But there's certain things robots can't do, that the work that they have to do themselves personally.
Yeah, but do the UFOs always?
What we're doing now, we got robots on Mars, and
that's right. So why wouldn't the aliens be any different? You see, you know,
we got robots on Mars, because we can't get there yet.
Right.
That's why we got robots on Mars, because we can't get there yet.
Yeah, but I think you'll find that robots will be used. Yeah, I think
so you're telling me when we go through space, we're not gonna travel through space. We're only gonna send robots through space.
Well, look at the early space launches. They put monkeys and dogs and cats into them just to see if they come back alive, right? So, you know, why? Of course, robots.
Yeah, you're saying something that's totally different. You're saying aliens do nothing but fly around. Micks Vegas is saying aliens do nothing but fly around with robots in their UFOs.
But I think he's partly right. I think they would be using probes, and they would be analysing stuff and then reporting back to the mothership, and then deciding what they're going to do from there on. Whether they leave that planet alone because it's got life on it, or whatever.
So the aliens have to fly the mothership.
Or do they go around and collect one of every species like Noah's Ark and save it, you know, because they know that planets can be destroyed by interstellar meteorites or whatever, you know, and they might be collecting the DNA from all the different species and maybe even taking some and repopulating another planet.
It's most probably a mix of both. It's not just aliens only fly around with robots in their spaceships. It's a mix of both. You can't. It doesn't make any logical sense. Sure, yeah, the aliens are going to use drones and make robots do the work for them. It's monotonous work that's repetitive that robots can do. Sure, that they'll have that, but like aliens are still flying around in their spaceships doing stuff.
Yeah, as well.
That's
why I was saying that he's partly right, you know. But he's
partly right, yeah. But to say it's only robots, To say that aliens only put robots in spaceships, I don't believe
Well,
that.
we know that's wrong because multiple witnesses have seen these craft up close, and they've seen what they claim
multiple
is...
witnesses have been abducted and put inside the spaceships, and aliens have done stuff to them.
Yeah, well,
too.
let's discount abductions because that's normally not provable unless there's a group of people that see it happen, which I believe there's a small percentage, like 10%, that see that happen or something like that. I'd have to look up the documentary I did that talked about people seeing their loved ones taken away. But as you know, cameras and all that go wrong. Somehow they can affect our technology, probably the flow of energy in our circuits that affect the cameras and all that somehow. But yeah, so here's his video blabbing on about people.
Getting rich. I mean, bringing truth forward, talking about things that are important, pointing out the people that shouldn't be talking, or talking about evidence, and things of that nature. And the reason I stay here is because I know I'm needed, because there's nobody doing this. Nobody. Everybody just wants to do interviews with other people, talk about...
See, and he's put off people coming to my channel, and I do none of that. I do sometimes interviews, and I do have you guys on the side just to bounce off things, and see what you think. But he's like that, got that self-importance that without him, ufology is dead. Well, he's actually one that's making ufology is dead.
He's got megalomania, like he's the god of UFOlogy, and everything goes through him. He's got megalomania.
Yeah.
Very egotistical.
If he's that good, he would have Mick West on, because he's attacked him so many times. And why don't he interview Mick West or try and get him on? Because Mick West will interview other people. So obviously something's not right there.
You can't grift if you put a debunker on your show. All your fakery's exposed.
Well,
it's pretty simple why he doesn't put anyone there.
I bet he asked Micks Vegas to come on, and Micks Vegas said no because you're associated with Third Phase and you're part of that group. And there's no point, maybe. But Micks Vegas is very civil, I think, person. He's maybe too civil, He's very... He doesn't swear. He minds his P's and Q's and all that. So, but if he don't like someone, he tends to ignore him, right?
About the same thing over and over, which I don't mind. That's their channel, but I'm doing something that's needed, I think. And they don't like it. They don't like that.
No, it's not that. Sometimes he does get stuff right, but it's the stuff he gets wrong that annoys me. And he's so stubborn. He doesn't re-fact check. He doesn't look up new facts live on his show because he doesn't research, right? He doesn't research before he does a show. He doesn't create tabs, and he doesn't do what I do, bring up images and stuff and do comparisons. Instead, he brings up videos of people talking about stuff from other channels and promotes them or whatever. But yeah, he doesn't actually do any real-time research or analysis while he does the live show. And it's really just his word and what other videos he puts into create his own affirmation, or what's the word I'm looking for what he's trying to say.
That we have 100.
He knows. He can look at a video. He knows exactly what it is.
Yeah, I think he does and then he'll lie about it. Yeah, exactly. But it's quite strange that he's actually being honest about into thin ears stuff. But then he's sort of...
He's mixing it up. He's mixing it up to trick his audience so they think, oh, he's being honest. So if he's honest in 1 or 2 videos, then he can grift in 8 or 9 more. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
50
it's all a trick. It's an illusion.
They don't like it.
He's
they don't understand it. How can people listen to this shit? You don't have to listen. You don't.
Unfortunately, we do, because we need to monetize to the noise that's being projected by the top channels, and he's now in one of the top 10 channels that's been an influencer in ufology. So we have to listen, unfortunately, and it's just unbearable to listen to. As Gabber said, 5 minutes of this guy and he wants to shoot himself in the head.
5 seconds. I can't stand 5 seconds of listening to him.
You don't have to do anything. Go your own way. Nobody's watching you. I'm not. That's why I'm happy. I don't need the negativity of...
Alright, so he's not watching people rebut what he's saying, so he's not going to learn, or he's lying about it, and he does watch it, or he watches some of it.
He's got other people that watch it.
Yeah, and they clip
He's got
it
other
for
people
him or
that
whatever.
watch specific shows, and then they go back to him and tell him what the talking points are.
Yeah.
Of the narcissist. And that bothers them when you ignore them.
What bothers us is you lying about us and classifying us when you haven't got a medical qualification to do so. And yeah, if I was anything he said, I wouldn't be laughing half the time at the stupidness, but I do feel like I'm sort of at the bottom, the laptop having problems and lack of money to do anything about it now, and and people just not listening, and people just don't care, about truth and ufology. They just want to be in that belief system, they want to really believe so much that they don't question things, as we talked about earlier. It's just kind of sad, and it makes me sad, and it makes me want to give up. I've spent 7+ years of my life on this, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there, might only be a handful, maybe 20 or so, are glad that they did discover me and learn a few things in the process, and they got out of their rabbit hole. John in Tucson was one of them, he was deep in the rabbit hole when I first met him. But we accepted him on the voice chat, and he tagged along and listened, and like Gabber, he soon realised how much he was being conned by all these YouTube channels claiming they got evidence and stuff. So that's a good thing, I think. If I say 1 in 1,000 people, if I haven't said this, then it's worth my time. But will that one person then save other people in the process from the rabbit hole?
Well, I haven't watched UFO shows or sightings for like 10 months. I don't care about it. It's just too much BS.
Yeah, but if you do that, you might miss some good stuff, because occasionally there is some good stuff.
I don't care. Too much BS to sort through. It gives me a headache.
But if you listen to the right people, they might actually summarize.
If something good comes along, a friend will say, "Have a look at this." You're not going to miss anything. Someone will find it and show it to you.
Yeah, Tommy's saying here that he's got an untrustworthy face. Well, look at his body language. He's looking always to the NPL,
he's always deceiving.
He's always looking to the right, because it's inverted in it. So he's always looking to the right, which is the side where he's making up a story. And then he only looks left when he thinks what he said in the past. But because his memory is so bad that he doesn't remember what he was going to talk about, even in the same show sometimes, if someone interrupts him, he loses his flow. He doesn't always pick up from when he left off, unless someone tells him in the side chat.
That's why you can't lie about the shit you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, I pushed the wrong
Because the body
button
language gives it away. You can't lie.
there. Oh, what happened there? Hang on, I've got something pop up on the screen here. I think that caused you to crackle a bit. Okay, let's just carry on.
Narcissists hate to be ignored.
And their connection off of mute.
Well, that counts me out, because I did shows when no one actually was watching. Especially in the early days, hardly anyone showed up, and I still done my shows. Live shows when people didn't show up. So, yes, it's a wee bit distracting because you like to have that sort of feedback, you know, when you're doing a show. But sometimes it can be a good thing where you can just go through everything in your head and go through all the tabs without interruption and actually make a more condensed show in the process. But if you have people on the side and voices, that can actually slow down, obviously, you know. So there are pros and cons to having side chatters, you know.
Mutually attacking an outsider.
So he's, because all of us are calling him a liar and third phase hoaxes, that makes us all the big N word.
Story time. I was dealing with some people some time ago, a group of people. We were all getting together for dinners, and the dinners we would have once a week, and it was partly my idea. I was the one who initiated everybody coming together to have dinners. I did not realize that I was dealing with narcissistically abusive personalities, or another way to say it, people that are just full of hate, people who are full of anger. Essentially, this is what narcissistically abusive people are. They are hate-filled, raging individuals. They're mad at the world. They're mad at what they don't have. They're mad at everything. Call it trauma.
So what's the side chat doing? Let's have a quick look. Who's there? So these are the people that are enabling this guy to keep online and pollute the UFO field even more, right? And those ones that donate to him especially are the main offenders that support this guy. Anyway, we'll leave it there. You can go to his channel if you want to watch it all. It goes on for an hour or so. But we'll have a look at Steve Cambian's one now. And I'll probably roll it back a wee bit here. And we'll just add to his comments.
Guys, third phase.
We'll just get the right. His mic's not as good for some reason today. It's probably that string yards they use, right?
Do that. How could you live with yourself when you're lying every?
Okay, I'll just pop it back.
Third phase. We're all supposed to forgive him and third phase, but not Anthony for making one mistake, which he apologized for immediately, right?
Wasn't even theirs, saying it was, and making stuff up about me and third phase of Moon.
He didn't make up anything.
Extremely wrong. And Gorilla Gamer too.
What did Gorilla Gamer do?
Cambian.
Oh,
he's so funny.
Gorilla Gamer caught Richie Grift on
so funny.
faking a spirit orb hoax with a laser gun pointer. Oh, sorry, a laser pointer. And by the way, Rich, if it's not a hoax, you just...
Actually, I was the one that pointed out the laser pointer, right? And he made excuses that it was actually his e-cigarette, but you can see, if you watch the video, he places the e-cigarette that's in the other hand on the table, and he puts the other hand, which is a laser pointer, or some other device that has a laser pointer in it, and he sneaks it underneath the table and hides it under the table, right? You see that in the video. So it's me that made that video and pointed it out, and Gorilla Gamer found it on my tweets and decided to repost it on his channel, where GUFONs saw it, right? Because he didn't know I made it, because I didn't talk on it, and I didn't add my logo to it. It's just a little clip I did, I think, of it. But anyway,
you got to watermark it.
Yeah, I don't think it was watermarked, but I might be wrong. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. If Gorilla Gamer, anyone can use my stuff and spread it around, as long as they give me credit back. But for that one, I didn't really care too much, because I think I might have even had it in my movie, right? I might have even put it in the movie. I can't remember now. The movie is actually quite long, because there's so much this guy's done and tacked that I tried to cover it mostly in the movie. And he's still going, he still hasn't changed.
You just have to, get out the Ouija board. Show us some spirit orbs with your hands tied to the table, so you're not, and nobody else there, so that you're not using a laser pointer, right? But you attack Gigi.
If anybody here is going over there watching them, shame on you.
Shame on any of you who watch us for telling you the truth. Yeah, you shouldn't watch people who are telling you the truth while I'm lying to everyone. You shouldn't watch people who are telling the truth about third phase while I'm getting paid by third phase.
I like how Stephen Cambian explains
and lying through my fake teeth about third phase. I haven't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. Oh, shit, they proved they did. Haven't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years. Oh, God, they got him again. Haven't hoaxed anything on purpose. Oh, man, they proved they hoaxed things on purpose. Damn, you are a liar, Richie Grifton. And for you to claim that people shouldn't watch other people who are telling the truth says everything about you.
Very, very, very bad. They're just bad people. They don't have, and they're not here for the greater good. They're only here for themselves.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Super Chat Shuffle every day with no real show, right? He's here for the greater good.
No real show.
He's doing
Super
the
Chat
best
Shuffle
for
every day.
by helping grifters and con artists get away with scamming the public with 100% provably fake UFO videos. He's doing God's work over there, sure.
Sad.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Stephen
they're
Cambian taking the piss out of these liars.
They need to hurt others.
Watch any of the fraud stuff they're releasing.
Yeah.
More entertaining. Steve Cambian's 100 times more entertaining than all the fraud UFO video channels and all the fraud UFO.
When he's exposing third phase or GUFON, he gets lots of views. He's almost got 2,000 views on this, hasn't he? Yeah, 2,000 views and 183 likes. And if you looked at GUFONs, the original video, it's under 1,000 views. He's getting less and less views all the time. So he's only got a handful of supporters that pay him $2 here and there and $20. So yeah, I think he's going to be in the crap unless he keeps getting new people that's going to fund his lies, of course. But I think the people that are funding him are the same personality as him. They actually believe in third phase so much that they can throw one of their turds in the air and film it and say it's a UFO and believe it, right?
I do that all the time. What are you talking about? You can't tell because I've got you can't tell it's a turd because it's an infrared camera.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you and your plastic cockroach throwing you. Anyway.
It's a real cockroach. It can come in the house. They died from all the surface spray. Do you want me to take the cockroach apart and show you its legs and arms?
No, not really. But I'm quite sure some people will be interested.
If that's what it takes for you to believe, I'll take the cockroach apart with its legs and arms. You can see its insides.
I'd like to see you duct tape and GUFON down onto a bed and have buckets and buckets of cockroaches tipped onto him.
The only thing I would do would be anal probe cockroach after cockroach into him like a freight train.
Oh, no, you're not allowed to say that on the air. He'll say, oh, look, they're threatening to do violence on me. Yeah, he's in a different country. Yeah, how's that going to work?
He calls you a pedo. You're not allowed to call people pedos on air without concrete evidence.
Yeah,
he gets away with it.
Google does nothing because, why? Is because he lists himself as an entertainment channel. And he says it's all parody, it's not serious. And of course, Google lets him away with it. Even though it breaks the community guidelines, lots of what he does, right?
It's abuse. What he's doing is abuse.
They write it off because they're on the money train, right? They're on his money train. So they're getting money, 30% of what he earns, but they don't realise that he's doing them out of probably 60% of the money because he's got alternative payment processes now. But they don't care. As long as they're making some money out of these grifters, they're happy, Google, and they'll protect them. But yeah, I got three copyright claims yesterday, and one was for the test video with third phase, right? So I deleted that one. So if you went looking for it yesterday, you won't be able to see what we got up to yesterday. But yeah, Paul was scratching out his eyes trying to fix the computer, but it's working okay today. 99% okay until I get a newer computer. I think the computer has definitely slowed down a wee bit. I think it's degrading with heat and being used all the time, you know. It's getting up to that 4-year mark, but I think it has degraded a wee bit in speed, and because once you lose that wee bit of speed, then you're starting to notice it. But we just keep on listening to this, Steve, and we're adding stuff. Now, GUFON's saying that we're wrong about lots of things like the S4 pin, but I want to go over that again, just recap it, because I proved that he was wrong, that the third phase moon base tag was on both Google Earth Pro and Maps. But even when I was doing the live stream with it and did a research, the pin disappeared. So someone had actually edited that and deleted it, the third phase one, at the time I was doing the live stream, so I couldn't replicate it, and that sort of caught me out. But I did actually prove before it disappeared that it was searchable by Google Earth Pro, and I don't think it is now. It's someone cleaned up the mess from it. But yeah, I'll just see if I can recap that at the end anyway.
Feel better.
What is it hurting others to make fun of their disability, Rich? Is it hurting others calling overweight people fat constantly? Is it?
So yeah, I'm not denying that I'm overweight, and I have got disability of the eyes, and he's made lots of fun and mockery of me. And Steve's got the brain tumor, or whatever it was, brain aneurysm, was it? That paralyzed it.
Surgery made him go blind in the eye or something.
No, it was a brain aneurysm that's somehow stopped the muscles working for the eye, so the eye always looks one direction or something. But
you don't pick on people for their disabilities. It's disgusting behaviour.
It is, yeah. And also, he's called Gamer fraud for faking cancer. When he's actually put up documents on his tweets, and Stephen's shown it online too. So yeah, and I've also put up my doctor's reports recently, also on Twitter, if people want to see that I actually have an eye problem and I'm not lying about it. So we can prove our disabilities that we're working on trying to fix them. But who knows whether it will be ongoing, you know.
Nobody should have to prove anything.
I don't have to prove anything. I'm not sharing my medical records with anybody. I don't care who you are or what you are. My private medical records, I don't have to share them publicly with anybody.
I didn't share all my medical records.
I'm not sharing nothing with anybody. If they don't believe me when I tell them the talking truth about myself, that's their problem, not my problem. It's my private information, and it's not for public sale, not for public show.
No. I can understand that, but for me, it's no big deal. Just
like if someone comes up to you and says, "Did you get vaccinated?" I go, under the medical law, I don't have to reveal my public, private medical information to you.
Disabilities. He attacked me. He attacked Stephen. He attacked Gorilla Gamer. That's 3. Who else has got medical things that he's attacked? I think there's 4 or 5 of us. As Fat Tony, as he calls him, that's S4 unidentified.
That's why you should never publicly tell people anything about your medical history, because someone's going to attack you over it. It's best not to say nothing.
Yeah, probably. The web is a strange place, isn't it? It's full of.
They'll look for anything on you, and they'll turn it around and make a mockery of you.
It depends if you're a strong character. Now, Steve's a strong character. He doesn't really care too much about him mockering the eye. But
if I had a disabled eye, I would be very upset if someone was making videos mocking me over it, and Google and YouTube allowing it.
You would be if they were doing it constantly. But if they mention it once or twice, then you can just write it off and say
he'll get in trouble if he does it constantly. He'll get in trouble if he only does it once.
If Google, as Steve said, if Google was doing the proper job, this guy's channel should have been gone a long time ago, because he's broken so many community guidelines. And he steps over the line. He always keeps saying, "I don't step over the line." He's constantly stepping over the line.
He's testing the boundaries. He's testing the boundaries.
You know, you don't see me going on about, "Oh, yeah, he's a pot weed smoker that's starving himself."
50 years old. He's 50 years old. Lives in a caravan in the back of his mum's house. His mum bought him the caravan. He can't. His wife left him because he didn't satisfy his wife's vagina. Couldn't make it come. He couldn't make his wife come, so his wife left her. He's got nothing.
Yeah,
He's a
well,
hermit.
we don't know. I don't normally talk that way. What you just said, because I just think it's this. I think it's disgusting.
I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating facts.
You know, I know you're just saying it as an example, but still,
He wants to talk about other people. We can talk about him. His life is.
I just find that sort of talk unprofessional, you know, and
I would hate to live in his shoes. I would hate to be GUFON. I would hate myself forever. I couldn't live like that.
Blue Chickens, he's got a disorder. Was diagnosed as a cat.
Now he's a blue chicken. Now he's a blue chicken.
So that audio started to corrupt a wee bit. Let me just reset the mixer just to be sure here.
No, that was me rolling down my window.
You reckon I don't need to reset? Is it just you guys getting loud? But anyway, I'll just leave it then.
Was it hurtful to tell everybody that Gigi faked his cancer? Do you think that was hurtful to him and to his friends and his family who were standing?
Now, that would be hurtful, you know, if you had cancer and they're calling you a liar, and even though you're showing evidence and he's not even looking at the evidence or he's totally ignoring it, that's just disgusting behaviour. And yet, he was quite okay to be mates with UFO-proof Cole, who scammed Make-A-Wish Foundation, claiming that he had stage 4 cancer of the brain and only had like 8 months to live. And obviously that's not the case. He's got a miracle cure from using all the drugs he was using, right? The guy's disappeared. We don't know what's happened to him, whether he's died or got arrested or whatever. But it doesn't change the fact that that he was mates with the guy, and he was the one that brought the S4 pin business out. And I lied about it because I was the first one to know that S4 location, because I found it years ago and talked about it and analysed it, and I said it looks like concrete slabs to me. S4 could mean anything. It doesn't mean it's the same as Bob Lazar, and it's way off what Bob Lazar said, saying south of the lake, when this is actually north west of the lake, which is totally the wrong location to what Bob Lazar was. And Bob Lazar saying, oh yeah, that's it, yeah, because it's adding to his fake narrative, right? But yeah, it's just crazy. We'll just go over that at the end anyway. But
standing by his side while he's battling cancer and his life is in danger from that cancer. Was it hurtful for you to say that thing?
I'm not sure what cancer he had. It was a cancer of the pancreas or the liver. And pretty much that's a death. Or was it? I think it might be the liver, because the liver you can cut it out and it will regrow back. Wasn't it? The liver is the only organ that sort of grows back.
This is the worst projection I have ever seen. And I'm not a psychiatrist, but if I had a guess, I'd say that Richie Griffon is a narcissistic sociopath. That's what I would say. Or psychopath.
I'd have to agree with Cambian, yeah.
Because he never accepts any responsibility for his actions, right? It's everybody else's fault that he did all those terrible, evil, disgusting, slimy things to everybody. They made him do that, right?
Isn't it? Anyway, there's poor interpretations of things. I can't tell you how many times Third Phase of Moon and I have talked about this. I've mentioned it on the show dozens of times. When they're doing their debunks and talking badly about us, they say, it's a balloon, don't they know it's CGI and all this stuff. Meanwhile, Third Phase of Moon says in the video, we don't know what this is. We don't know if it's a balloon, a drone.
Yeah, and here's more excuses for why they constantly get caught posting fake things. By the way,
excuses for their lies.
That they have full-time UFO researcher experts helping them with their videos. Then why do they keep posting 100% provably fake shit, Rich? Why?
You know, whatever. They say everything you're supposed to say.
How about you just don't post garbage videos that are balloons? How about you just don't post garbage videos that you know are AI-generated artwork? How about you just don't post garbage videos that people send you, that they tell you it's fake, and you post it anyway? How about that, Rich?
And the assholes will say, They're posting this video saying aliens are coming.
Nobody said that. Show me anybody that said that. He just makes stuff up. This clown just keeps making stuff up.
He makes stuff up. He just makes stuff up.
Not at all what happens. It's amazing to me how they do that. How could you live with yourself when you're lying every single step of the way?
Oh, I got to
That's what he's doing.
How could you live with yourself, Rich, when you lied and said Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years? How could you live with yourself when you lied to your audience and said they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years? How could you live with yourself when you said they haven't hoaxed anything on purpose? We keep proving that they did. How do you live with yourself? Do you get up in the morning and look in the mirror and say, I did a great job attacking people telling the truth about Third Phase today because I'm a slimeball scammer who works for slimeball scammers and I can't make a living any other way than lying to people for a living?
I can't wait. Oh my God.
Now, I mentioned
this is classic projection.
This to you guys a long time ago, a couple weeks ago.
GUFON a new a-hole.
Yep.
People have been lied to so much in their lives lately. In the last, I'm saying it, things have gotten awful in the last since the internet.
Well, they lied every day.
Since the internet came around, people lie as if they're telling the truth. So when you tell the truth, people
Did you tell the truth about Third Phase Moan hoax and stuff, Rich? Did you tell the truth when somebody sent you a fake UFO video and told you it was fake? Did you tell everybody the truth when Third Phase posted that and pretended it was a spaceship or something mysterious? Of course not.
Don't understand your body language. They're so used to people lying to them that when you
Gabber's
tell them
dead.
the truth, they're seeing something they don't normally see, and they think you're lying.
I can't help it. I'm sorry. Steve Cambian is so funny. He makes me laugh. I piss myself laughing every time I watch him when he's giving it to GUFON. I love it. I love
Shuffle days
Brings tears to your eyes, doesn't it?
It does. I've got tears in my eyes right now. It's so effing funny.
Every single time, unless there's a cop around or something.
He tells the truth every single time. Was he telling the truth when he suggested I may have friends that have problem with children and that might make me one of those people? Was he telling the truth when he talked about Gigi faking his faking cancer? Was he telling the truth when he said Third Phase hasn't hoaxed anything in 5 years, 3 years? They haven't hoaxed anything on purpose. Was he telling the truth when he lied and told everybody that I was begging for super chats to buy my son gifts? No, of course not. I posted the receipt. We already bought that thing. By the way, he's enjoying it very much. Was he telling the truth when he talked about my wife dancing in the introduction videos? He's so stupid. Those are green screen collections, you dummy. My wife is not dancing in my intros. Was he telling the truth just now when he told everybody that Anthony from Unidentified S4 was a dirty cop?
I don't know if you've seen his, when he gets donations, he has that Trixie that dances. I think what he did is Steve paid those girls to do a thank you dance, on a pole or whatever it is, or stripping off or whatever. I suppose he found it somewhere on the web and said, "Oh, can you do this?" and mention my name, and whether it's AI generated too. I suppose you could do that with AI even nowadays. It looks believable. But
Trixie's a real girl.
But yeah, GUFON's thinking Trixie is a Cambian's wife. I think he's delusional,
She's a YouTuber. She's got her own channel.
Yeah, bit of research, mate, and you would find out that, it's fairly obvious that something that Stephen put together with probably paying them to do it,
Yeah.
Who knows, he might even be friends with him. He's in that sort of field of entertainment with magic and illusion, and they might go to his cabin for parties with him and the wife. Who knows? We don't really know the full details of what Stephen gets up to, but he could. He probably could have mates that are actors, from his movie making days that could have done it for him and all that sort of business. But yeah, I don't know how he did it. But
I know people that could do it for me too.
Yeah. So yes, donations. Doesn't matter what Steve spends it on though. If he's getting donations, but really, it should be going towards keeping himself online, you know, because that's what people want to see. So it really should be going into the channel, not his own pocket. So I tend to fund everything out of my pocket, and if I get donations, I see if I can pay myself some of that money back. But often it goes also into the channel. And
if someone donates me money, why does it have to go in the channel? Why can't I go down the road and buy a steak?
Well, it doesn't have to, but people are doing that to make sure you stay on air, right? So to me, it would go on to a new laptop and stuff like that, and all that sort of stuff is pricey. And
but Stephen's got everything. He doesn't have to. That doesn't have to. He's got computers. He's got internet. He's got studio. Like, he doesn't have to spend any money on anything.
No, that's right. And he's probably bought that out of his own earnings on the other projects that he worked on, right? So now he's trying to get money pulled up to do a new studio from that money, from what I understand anyway. So it's going to be building.
If people send him donations so he can build a studio, like, good luck to him. You should be happy for him. Like, but that's how it is. You know, he says, I'm building a new studio. I need some help. Can you send some money? Some person's buying $20,000 bottles of champagne, sitting there drinking, going, here's $5,000 for your studio. Like, good luck to him.
Yeah.
That person's just going to buy another $20,000 bottle of champagne anyway.
I think the key here is, as long as you're being honest about the money, you know, if you're saying, the money goes to charity and it's not going to charity, then that's a big red flag across in your name, you know?
If Stephen's asking help to build a new studio and people send him money, I expect him to show a spreadsheet going, here's the money coming in and here's what I spent it on. That's fair.
Yeah.
Because he's asking for that money for a studio. He should not spend that money on anything else but studio stuff. Only studio stuff.
I've actually set up a room on Discord where I show my ins and outs for doing that as well. But yeah, it depends how honest you are, and we never see the money flow with Tyler or.
Yes, we do. He had 6 bottles of alcohol on the floor of the car and 6 different bottles of drugs when he crashed the car. Took out, killed the letterbox. It was roadkill. Killed the letterbox and then rode off his brand new Jeep. We know exactly what he's spending his money on. He's getting high as a kite. It's like, there's a party in here. The Venga bus is coming, and Tyler is you know what I mean? Tyler's getting high as a kite, baby.
Well, he certainly would be, because if he's getting he got $2.5 million from Google Ads in 7-8 years. I think that's a lot of partying. I think a lot of that's going on to built his house and probably his son's college and all that as well. So I don't think he would have been that stupid that all the money. Didn't you hear?
Tyler's not paying for his kid to go to college anymore because his kid rang up the police and dobbed him in when he bashed his wife. He's cut off from the college fund. College fund cut off. You're a snitch. You're a dirty little rat.
I think there would have been a lot of counselling after that court case had ended, you know, and lots of stuff that you don't hear about. You know,
well, he's bashing his wife because his wife caught him out sleeping on him with Tinder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not so much his personal life; it's that he lied about it. You know, and
don't get married. Don't get married if you want to be a gigolo. Just be single.
Yeah,
you chose to get married. You choose to get married.
It's not that we hate him because of his addictions and all. We hate him because he lied about it and still lying about it. And
he lied about going to hospital. Sounds like to me. He OD'd on drugs, and then his pancreas failed and died from all the opiate abuse.
And they saved him.
He went to hospital. OD'd, died, was in a coma. I probably believe all of that because that's what happens to people who overdose on opiates, but he cannot show the medical records of what happened because the medical records will show that he's an opiate drug user, that he's a junkie, and that he OD'd on drugs.
Unless he comes clean on it.
He would never come clean on it because it'll tarnish his image. Everyone will know he's an opiate druggy junkie.
He'll still have his core followers, right? And they say, he's come clean on all that, and it doesn't really matter.
He hasn't come clean. He hasn't shown any evidence of what happened in medical reports.
No,
he hasn't.
Nothing. No, he hasn't.
We don't even know. We don't even know if he actually went to hospital and died.
But we don't know what he spent all the money on. We know what he spent some of the money on, but not all of the money. And same with third phase of the moon, right? They were going to spend like $2 million on that old rundown business that was on the island. And they were going to redo it up and all that and make it into the headquarters on the island. So they got lots of money. Apparently, their parents their father is into real estate, right? Someone said, what is it? It was UFO Theatre. He was talking to someone on a plane that knew the family from the island, and they said that, well, they practically own a town on the island. His family. So, you know, those boys are rich kids, you know. So they had all the best cameras and all that, what they could do anything they wanted to, and they didn't have to worry about where the next meal was coming from. And then they started making movies and then making money from it. You know, I suppose it would be good, you know, if you got that much money, you could hire some decent actors and put a decent movie together. But theirs was like early Peter Jackson stuff with really, well, more amateurs than his even, of, you know, shoot up platforms and stuff like that, or funny looking creatures, you know, with puppets and stuff, you know.
A lot like the UFO alien videos, the same bloody thing.
Yeah. The CGI really bad in it. When they progressed onto CGI, because Brent learnt CGI and he started adding that into the movies. But before that was all like animated stuff with the pop-up alien with the sun. I think Stephen plays a clip at the front of this one. I'll just skim past most of it because it's like 3 or 4 hours this live, isn't it? Oh yeah, 3.5 hours that went on for. And it's mostly about GUFON. So GUFON really peed him off in this thing he's talking about here. So yeah, just carry on.
Who faked things, right? Altered reports and fake things.
No,
he was lying through his teeth. Just like he was lying through his fake teeth when he just said he always tells the truth.
Jail, I'll lie. You know, as long as I can. I'm not saying I don't lie, but
I'm not saying
I always tell
lie.
the truth. 10 seconds later, I'm not saying I don't lie.
I won't lie if I don't have to.
Oh, so he has to lie about third phase of moon. Now we get to the real psychology of this thing. Rich, in order to keep that third phase scammer money coming in, he has to lie to his audience. He has to lie to everybody and tell you what great guys third phase of moon are.
Even if somebody says, does this look good on me? I'll say, I don't like it. You know, but if you like it, that's all that matters. Well, why can't you just be nice? Because they're asking me for my opinion. I think you should respect that.
Oh yeah, he's such a good and honest person. What a pretender. Clown. You've been caught lying to your audience so many times that it's amazing to me you still have an audience. But I know why you still have an audience. Because you have a steady influx of new and stupid people who don't know about you coming from third phase.
My family gets that. That's what I grew up with. Pure honesty. And it still hurts sometimes. But, you know, to be honest, is hard nowadays.
Yeah. It's real hard to be honest.
It creates so much tension when you're telling the truth. It's bizarre.
It's all about maintaining their sense of supply. They have to be in the superior position. And as a result, when there's any strain or difficulty, which is where the maturity of a relationship is shown, they go into the victim mode. Look what you're doing to me now. You're
the victim mode.
Yeah, talk about projection. Talk about projection. The victim mode. He's saying that everybody else is doing this to him. And third phase of moon are great guys. And they don't lie. And he doesn't lie. And all these other people are lying. Who's playing the victim here, Rich? I have facts.
Bingo.
I have evidence. I have an overwhelming mountain of evidence that we were right in this entire situation. By the way, thank you, my flock. Is anywhere for the kind and generous. super chat and super sticker. And thank you, Deb, from SAC, from SAC, kind and generous $1.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So this clown is playing a psychologist talking about narcissists, right? And going into victim mode while he's in victim mode. And by the way, this is all part of the super chat shuffle. Feel sorry for me. These terrible people are calling me a liar with their facts and their evidence and their overwhelming proof that I actually lied to my audience over and over and over again. I'm the victim here. They're the bad people with their goddamn facts and evidence, right?
He said I had one bad ball. Now he hates disabled people.
Well, if you don't hate disabled people or you have respect for disabled people, you wouldn't make a public video making fun of them and talking about how proud you were of how funny that video making fun of a disabled person was.
It's not humorous to pick on disabled people.
Remember that? He's talking bad about all disabled people.
No, I didn't say that. I said you were making fun of me and my disability.
At the time.
Then I was informed that...
At the time, Steve didn't know about my stuff because he didn't look at it, unfortunately. I did warn him that GUFON would turn on him at some stage, and it happened. And Steve regrets it, I think, but he's learned his lesson now.
All you can do is warn people. If they don't believe it, they'll experience it when the person does turn on them, you know?
Yeah, what he's doing to Cambian is what he did to me and my other co-host, like Rob. He was calling him a big fat Bigfoot, and he was getting it mixed up with also another guy we had called Charles, who had he had a bad back, bad discs or something, because he was working in a smelter, and he lifted up and his back went crack. So he wasn't able to do that job anymore, but he was mocking his voice because he had a wee bit of a speech impairment. It wasn't too bad. He was a UKer. And actually, it was quite good. We worked together on debunks like we're doing here with Gabber and stuff, on looking at stuff. And he just turned on me, and I don't understand why. I think he got upset with something I said about his daughter, maybe because she was in UFO field. And but I don't know. I don't know what triggered him. Then he was saying I was lying about his back. But it wasn't true. He was just misinterpreting what I was saying. When I said broken back, means not in broken and such, but it's dysfunctional is what I meant to say. You know, dysfunctional back because of that issue on it. I suppose if your back goes crunch crunch, something's broken. You know, some cracking's happening or something's given way. But he got all upset and turned on me, and he ended up feeding information back to GUFON saying he's making this big movie about you. So that made no sense, you know. And then I started wondering whether Charles was actually someone that tried to get in the inside, was actually being paid off. Then I had all these thoughts running through my head that he was actually a troll and might have been being paid off by Tyler or Third Phase or GUFON even. I don't know, but it was very strange, the whole thing. And then he put Robert against me, and Robert left and did his own thing. And then we get occasionally Robert back to do a show, hopefully another one. But Robert then saw the dark side of Charles like I did. Apparently he was given admin rights on his Facebook, and he was blocking Facebook group or something like that, and he was blocking people that he was disagreeing with, which is not what the idea of debating things is all about. You don't just block people because they say something nasty to you, you know, you sort of address it. That's like locking up people that do crime, but you don't give them any rehabilitation. You know, some crime can be rehabilitation, and they can become normal people, but some of them obviously can't because they've got psychopathic tendencies, right? You know, like serial killers. Some you can't convert them back to normal people. But same with frauds. I think once a fraud or a grifter has made lots of money, especially millions of dollars, are they likely to change? I don't think so, because it's they found an easy way of making money. It's very hard to go back to doing a regular job or whatever, you know. So it's tricky, all this stuff online.
Yeah, you definitely have to work hard for, you know, to do anything legit. You definitely have to work harder.
Yeah,
these people don't want to work hard. They like the easy life. They want everything easy. All I got to do is lie to people, and they'll send me money. It doesn't get easier than this.
Yeah. You know, I done shift work most of my life. I had to work hard for.
GUFON's 50 years old, lives in the back of his mum's backyard in a caravan that his mum paid for the caravan. He's got no money. He can't work. He doesn't want to work. He just wants to smoke weed all day.
Well, obviously,
he wants to smoke weed all day and tell lies about fake UFO videos. He doesn't want to contribute anything positive or anything that's beneficial for UFOlogy at all.
I want to know why he can't hold a job down though.
Because he's a pothead. He's a pothead. He's lazy. Potheads are lazy. They don't want to work. They want to smoke weed all day.
He doesn't
and relax.
seem to have any medical problem. I see him getting up and down the chair. He's not yelling out in pain with his back like I used to, you know. But I've been working on my back. I've been exercising. I've been losing weight, and you know, and the lower back is getting stronger, and I can do more again. But if I start lifting too much for too long, then the next day I'll be in pain. But you know, I used to be really, really bad, but I'm getting a bit better now. But still working on the back, and I still need to get this eye operation, of course. And of course, they won't operate on my eye until my immune system settles down, which it hasn't for 3 years plus now. So I'm not going to get an operation, and gradually my left eye is getting more and more foggy and double visioned, and of course it makes it really hard to focus on the screen sometimes with the double vision and the blurriness. That's why I have to zoom in a bit like this just to make it less blurry. But yeah, to lose your eyesight would be a really bad thing. So yeah, I've got to take the horrible pills which affect my stomach, and it creates sickness and early in the mornings especially. Yeah, it's very hard to do a regular job when you're like that, you know. But anyway, just carry on.
That you've made fun of other people that have disabilities.
No, just you, asshole.
Yeah.
No. You attacked me, you attacked Charles, you attacked Rob. Lots of people he's attacked that have some sort of, you know, disability.
The bad guy here.
Whether it's being overweight, you know, do you class overweight as a disability? It can be if you get too big, you know. It can impact on your health.
Because I have a paralyzed eye. But even with one good eye, I can see what kind of person this man is. He is a sad, bitter, angry little man who lies to people for money.
I had no idea it was going.
I reckon he gets depressed when he's off air. He's actually really down type person as well. I think all this joking and laughing, that's just a acting.
To be exactly this.
Wouldn't you be depressed if you had to lie every day to make money?
Yeah, I guess I would be, because it would go against my.
It's kind of a shit job. Yeah. You got to sit there and think of all these lies, then think of all the lies you said before, and then you're getting paid to lie for third phase of moon. So you to lie for another channel, and the lies that just keep piling up. It'd be a big headache trying to create all the lies that don't contradict with the lies that you said before. Just like a hell of a lot of lying.
Yeah, but that's what frauds get into, right? Yeah, they tell the story so many times, and then they think. Then it sort of becomes like what do you call it? What do they call it?
Broken record?
No, vote memory. What's the word I'm looking for? Rope, I think it's rope, isn't it? Rope memory with rope memory, rope. They call it rope memory, where it's like memorized story and they just regurgitate it. But if they ask questions that divert from the main story, then you can see their body language when they're trying to create a story to add to it, and then you can see them go to the left, trying to remember what they said in the original story before they create a new story narrative. And you see that with Bob Lazar if you watch his body language when Joe
The
Groban
body language gives it all away.
Yeah, and you see it also with Good when he's being interviewed by Dr. J Radio, and that's the one I got a strike on as well. But anyway, that's another story.
Exactly what everybody did to GUFON, third phase of Moon, this year.
Pity party. Everybody did these things. It wasn't that third phase defrauded the public with fake videos and they got caught. It wasn't that Grifton got caught lying through his fake teeth to his audience over and over and over.
Yeah, Steve, though, it's okay. In their eyes, it's okay because they give some of their money to charity. So they got the money from being deceitful and dishonest, and then they give some of it to charity. That makes them feel better, you see. And GUFON got suckered by that. He said, "Oh, I know what they get up to. They work hard for charities and give money and support to charities and all this stuff." And I think, well, that's just part of the con.
It's got nothing to do with making themselves feel good. It's about trying to make their image look good.
Yeah, exactly. And it worked on him.
It's all about their public image, nothing about them wanting to feel good.
It was these terrible people that are narcissists that did this to me. Sure.
It sounds like he's in a toilet, but that's just 18's Will's toilet sound coming through. It sounds like he's sitting in a loo there with a green screen.
Sounds like your camera in the front of your house.
Happiness.
Yeah, I think you should look in the mirror.
Yeah, that camera is crazy.
Because why have you never admitted that you were wrong about any of this? Did you know that since the beginning of all this, he has not admitted that he was wrong about anything? No matter how many times he lies, they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years, 3 years. They haven't hoaxed anything on purpose. He still has not apologized or admitted for being wrong about anything. Meanwhile, I said, if we're wrong on one data point of 1,000, sure, I'll even print a retraction. I will fix the documentary if I have to. And I will apologize for getting one of 900, one data point out of 1,000 wrong. But he won't post the evidence. He just keeps talking.
That data point is probably my fault because of that daylight footage where they had the glass going around. It wasn't the same property. But I found that out later because I found a daytime video, which I've covered in a previous live show anyway. So that one data point doesn't really change the fact that it's being a reflection of those fairy lights on the house of a piece of glass that's in front of the camera. Doesn't change anything about the debunk and the analysis I did because I saw reflections. And it doesn't matter if it's not the same property or not, it was done with a piece of glass regardless. So yeah, it doesn't matter that we got one data point wrong is what Cambian says, but there's a lot of videos that we looked at where the data points were incorrect, like that for them just recently, only 6 months ago, using a known CGI footage from section 51 of that black thing in the sky with the helicopter going behind it, right? That was only like 6 months ago. So forget about the 5 years, 3 years. How about 6 months ago? They were putting up as a legit helicopter circling a UFO when it was known cut cropping from section 51. And UFO Scott Brando was the one that picked that one, UFO Interest.
Talking about it. And do you see how ridiculous that is? Okay, so there's 100 debunks showing that third phase of Moon defrauded the public with 100% provably fake videos. And we got one data point wrong. Is the debunk still completely wrong on that, or was that a UFO hoax? That was absolutely still a UFO hoax. If we got one data point wrong on the debunk of that UFO hoax, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a hoax. You see the problem here? He thinks, oh, they were wrong on one point, and we can prove it. 6 months he's been saying he can prove it. Why doesn't he post it? Because he knows it doesn't matter if we got one thing.
He knows that I've already addressed it. He already knows I know that video that they're going to show. But won't they give me a copy of the original LA event footage, and I'll prove beyond doubt that those house lights match up with the reflection, because I can do that. Once I get the high quality video, I better do my filters and analysis and overlay it. And
you're dreaming. They're never going to give you a video that proves that they were faking something.
Yep. Also, if they're that clued up that they're not faking it, including himself, they can pay for a lie detector. They got the money. They can pay for a live lie detector test with a qualified lie detector and prove beyond doubt that they could pass it cleanly. Because you can pass a lie detector test cleanly on the questions. In fact, what they could do is they could fund Steve Cambian to get a lie detector expert, and then they meet up in a place in America and do it, a live stream. Maybe go to Cambian's cabin and film it. You know, there's all sorts of possibilities, and then people will believe if they pass their lie detector cleanly. Have you hoaxed anything? Yeah, no. Bing, 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 bing. Then, you know, either way, they're stuffed. They won't do a lie detector test. They won't do a lie detector test because they know they won't pass it unless they're really doped up or something, you know. Some cough syrup and a puff of weed is meant to be able to fool it somehow, but yeah, blood tests after at the same time just to verify.
Wrong out of 1,000.
All right, guys,
Third phase and moon
I gotta head
still
out.
scammers. Third phase and moon are still hoaxers, clowns.
We'll be here for a wee while, I suppose.
It happened with Fessler.
Right, I'll see you guys.
Right.
Okay.
See you,
It
man.
happened with
See you,
Cambian.
Wills.
It happened with.
By the way,
Oh, we're
there's
going
that
to lose
word
the toilet
again.
sound.
Scambian. Who am I scamming? Telling people the truth about third phase and moon?
Cambian.
Who am I scamming? Did I take super chats while I was lying to my audience? No, you did that. You dumb.
See, I only recently clicked Scambian because I thought it was a made-up name. Then I realised, oh, that's Stephen's initial from his first name, Stephen Cambian. You put the both together, it makes the word Scambian. And I didn't actually see that initially. I thought it was just a made-up word that GUFON was saying. And then when I just clicked the other week, and I thought, oh, it's so obvious. But yeah, so he probably can get away with Google, right? Because Scambian is his initial and his last name, and they'll probably let him off with that. That's not really. Does that break a law when you're calling someone Scambian and it's really the initial and the last name?
Calling someone a pedo breaks the law. Teasing someone, putting them down for their disability, also, but like nothing happens.
No,
he gets away with it.
Yeah. The most Google did was actually delete the comments, but they didn't give him any strike on it, which is wrong in my book. He should have got a strike and the comments should have got deleted. Even if he didn't say it live on the air, it should have been still a strike in the comments, because I'm sure there's got to be a community standard for comments, you know. But maybe there isn't. I don't know. I can't remember seeing anything on Google about community standards being applied to comments. But if it's something that Google's passionate about, they probably strike you, you know. If it was about, I don't know, politics maybe. But anyway, just carry on. Or gay stuff maybe. What do you call it? What do they call it? LBT. No, I don't know. I can't remember all the letters. LBTQ. What's it called? You know what I mean.
I mean, keep calling me that. Keep calling me that. That is purposefully, you are doing that with malicious intent to damage my reputation and cause me emotional distress.
That Tony, right?
But what Steve's saying there is probably true. He is trying to cause him monetary stress by telling people not to go there. And I don't think Google could do anything about that. That's the sort of thing you'd have to take into court to, American court on, wouldn't you? You'd have to take it to slander claim or something like that, wouldn't you? And get them fined and have to pay you money for losses.
It also happened with Gorilla Gamer. Thought, I'm going to do my show now and start talking about people in ufology. And everybody started doing their shows, right? And they're like...
Did that actually happen with Gorilla Gamer? Because the only ones I saw, he said he only does some sort of stuff that he sees online about... what was it now? Something happens. Is it like police arrests or something like that? He was doing... Someone was running around nude or something like that. Something happens nude every day or something in Florida or something. So he was doing shows. Man. Yeah, I can't remember what it was about now, but
the Florida Man.
Florida Man, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So he covers that. I don't see him covering anything about attacking other ufologists or talking about stuff like that. But maybe I missed it. But yeah, I'm not sure if he's lying here or not. People that know Gorilla Gamer better than me probably would know if he's lying about him.
Like, we're going to talk about this now. We're going to do what Rich does.
Yeah, everybody's ripping off Rich. I've been doing this for 8 years. And by the way...
Remember that he used to come on my show and troll me on the side and actually try to get people to go over to his channel to look at his videos when he was on my side chatting. I let him do it.
He's trying to steal...
Yeah, and a lot of people that he's got now, supporters like Sack Diecast, right up his ass, used to be on my side chat, and
should have kicked him. Should have never let him steal your viewers.
Yeah, well, we didn't know what he was up to, but yeah, not only did he come and steal a lot of my content. And I think a lot of these people that follow him were watching me as lurkers and feeding him ideas to do.
They watch you and they send him. Look at this part of the video. Look at that part of the video. You can make a show here, and he copies you and Cambian. I see you and Cambian release videos, and then the very next day he does a video on the exact same topic. I'm like, he's copying you back to back.
Yeah, like I might do one on Cloaken, and then he'll do one on Cloaken or whatever, or one on just trying to think, Calvine.
It's just funny how he publishes a video that you and Steve did like the very next day. I'm like, he's copying you 100%.
Yeah, well, I might feature someone else's content, like Robot Head. Remember Robot Head did one on Bob Lazar? I'm pretty sure I was the only one that brought it to the ufology at the time, and I started posting it around. He got it from me for sure, and then he started promoting Robot Head. But he didn't know about Steve Cambian until I started promoting him and showing some clips like I'm doing now of Stephen. And that's when he got in contact with Steve and said, can I use some of your content? And they become like friends, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then I said to Steve, please don't go on to his panel or interview show because he's trying to get credibility from you. And Steve just told me to mind my own business, I got the emails saying don't tell him what to do, and I said, well, you do realise what this guy did to me, and have a look at this stuff here I've done. But Steve didn't bother looking. And what's happening to Steve now is what GUFON was doing to me years ago, and it destroyed my channel. And he's now trying to destroy Steve's channel, which is what Steve was saying here, right? If he can destroy lots of your main supporters then you start back at ground zero, which is basically what happened when Rob left me and Charles left me and Susan left me and various other people that watched our show because they liked the chemistry between me and Robert all left, you know, and we had to start over, and now we got these guys instead. But yeah, and he was just laughing about it, and then
oh, that's what you think of us now. We've only got you guys left.
And then he attacked me with Dr. J when I did the Dr. J clip. You know, they got Dr. J to put a strike on me, and he's a lawyer, and just put an outright strike on me instead of a copyright claim to either remove it or whatever. Didn't have any option like that, just straight away striking. The only way to get rid of that is to take it to court. That was disgusting. But yeah, people come and go all the time though. People, you know, John was a co-host for a year, and then he sort of got fed up with it and wanted to do his own thing, and Robert's probably the same. But yeah, as long as they still come back, which they do, they still come back now. They sort of realised a lot of the stuff against me was bullshit and lies, and I've been fairly constant, you know, in everything I do, and realised that I haven't really got any reason to lie about stuff, you know. You know, occasionally I might misinterpret things and then have to do a correction, but apart from that, you know, I'm pretty keeping to my normal self, you know. What I'm doing is focusing on ufology, UFO and alien and paranormal side of things to try and figure it out. That's all I really want to do. But I can't do that if I got broken gear and stuff, so really you know, the money is evil, but you still need the money, you know, and if my laptop dies, that's the end of my show, because I haven't got any backup, and I haven't got any money to replace it. So, you know, just got to keep that in mind, guys. If you like me around, you can always keep helping, you know. I'm not going to beg it like this guy, and makes half his show about the donations. I just think that's pointless. It's really about the topic. And if you want to keep supporting the people that are doing good, then you know what to do, you know.
You can go back 8 years and see every show that I did for the past 8 years.
Same
Where's all his? Right? He's got some kind of monopoly on doing a show about UFOs or the paranormal. Everybody's ripping him off, right? But he's calling me a narcissist.
Everybody thinks they can do it, but you don't have the passion, the power, or the pleasure for it. It is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Only he's good enough to do a show. Sure.
Don't be mad.
You mean we can't lie? We don't lie as good as you? Is that what you're saying?
Mad at the messenger. Be mad at yourself. It's all in how you handle the situation. You know, the funny thing is, in 10 years, their kids are going to be in their 20s.
This is great.
Maybe,
he threatens us here.
You know, and I have all this stuff that they did to me. And, you know, someday they're going to see how much of an asshole their father really is.
And why are you planning on sharing damaging information with our children? And by the way, my children would laugh at you, Rich, because they know that their father's not a liar like you. My children would laugh at you. And they would say, yeah, our dad, Steve Cambian, got you good. Proved that you lied to everybody for years. So we don't care about your so-called evidence of what our dad did. Because our dad told the truth when you lied to make money, you dummy. Why is he bringing everybody's children into this again? Do you see how slimy this man is? He's willing to go and talk shit to my sons in 20 years. He's going to hold a grudge for 10 years. He's going to hold a grudge that long and try to damage my relationship with my children over this. And talk about narcissism. Do you think you're that important?
I think maybe Tyler Clotner's children will eventually rebel and spill the beans, and whether they feel guilty or become new con men out of it all, who knows? But Steve's kids, that's different, you know. Really, Steve probably should have kept his children way out of it. Same as Third Phase of the Moon should have, but they used their kid to get a video that had 5 million views of a kid scared by alien title, you know, clickbait title. And it was just them acting it.
Important that my sons will even care or know who the hell you are in 10 years, you idiot.
I love life. But I am not I'm not going to be intimidated by people who do not do the real research in this field.
Oh yeah, I didn't do any real research. There's two-hour documentaries, you dummy, full of research, showing that Third Phase of Moon are scammers, hoaxers, and fraudsters, showing that you keep lying through your teeth over and over and over again. But I don't do any research.
Well, Steve means he used our research and other people's research to make the documentaries, but I think he added some of his own stuff in there too. But like the interaction with that fake, what is it, the hunting thing with the LED lights film on a triangle, and them on the panel show, he put that in there. So he had some research bits, or evidence anyway. But yeah, research is a difficult term, isn't it? What it involves, you know, is it like hours and hours sifting through documents, reading, all that sort of stuff, and pulling out all the relevant best bits out of it, or to make it into a show so you don't bore people. So that's research, you know.
Where's yours, Rich? You say you've been doing research for how many years? 10 years? You watched the sky for 50,000 hours, and
his research was releasing balloons and filming them. That's what he said. He studied how balloons moved in air currents and all different shapes and sizes and stuff, right? And of course, the balloon technology has improved over the years. You know, better glues, better latex, better mylar designs, bigger designs. So yeah, just doing research 20 years ago is pretty much redundant now. And of course, handy cam and cameras have got better. So all the artifacts you used to get with the old cameras is non-existent now. You don't have interlaced cameras and all that sort of business. And you have different problems, you know. You've got to understand the technology. You've got to keep up with it.
And you did all this research, and all you've got is a picture of a security dome camera, you dummy, that you said was the best UFO photo ever taken in history. A hoaxed photo. Great. Yeah, you really do great research. How many big stories have you broken since you've been doing this? We just had a huge one last week.
Gabber, have we lost you? Or are you doing something extra? No, we can't hear you. Right. Let me just reset the mixer just in case it's me. I can see you talking there and can't hear you now. Not sure what happened there. Are we back?
Oh, I pressed the mute button on some reason.
I'll reset the mixer anyway. Looks like it's back going again.
Yeah, I had the mute button on Jitsi because I was talking to somebody else.
Let me just check the monitor going out to Google. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, sounds alright this end. No clicking. That's the main thing. Because the clicking is annoying. Even the water flushing is a wee bit annoying, but
week exclusive story that nobody else had, right? But I don't do any research. We don't do the real research. He does. His idea of research is going to Twitter 20 minutes before he does a show and seeing what he can steal from people. By the way, I heard he talk smack about us sharing other people's stuff, but we ask permission and get it. before we share anything, or we use things in the spirit of fair use that we're using for educational purposes and critiquing and commenting over. That's allowable. But what this guy does, oh, by the way, that's another issue. That's another issue. You just copyright frauded Netflix. Right? Frauded. This guy Netflix. Just straight stole a Netflix piece.
Yeah, and you're the one that actually brought that up.
I did. Yeah, I tagged him. I said, "You got to, Steve, call up Netflix, do a copyright strike on him. You're over there. You know all about Netflix and everything." I tagged him and said, "Do it."
And played it on his show, like he somehow did it, right?
Look how he looks on
He just
camera.
played Alien.
Just look at his face there. Look.
You can tell he doesn't like what he's doing. He's depressed. Look at his face.
He looks sad there. He almost looks like he's crying, but it could be the drops he puts in his eyes. Is that an R for Richard on his head there, is it?
the drops make your eyes like look watery, but he gets rid of the red from you smoke so much weed.
Yeah, did you see what his mum has bought him for Christmas? It's hilarious. Let's bring it up if we still got it up.
Oh God!
Have I got GUFON here? Yeah, UFO and GUFON. But I don't think you looked at it. But we'll just bring it up just for a bit of laugh because Steve didn't bring it up. Because mum's know best, right? Which one was it on? Live. Christmas special, I think. That one there with the Netflix logo. I think it's on this one. Let me just see if I can find it. This is hilarious. It's at the beginning. I have to unmute it too. Terrible audio there. I'm not sure if it's me or him there. Oh, here we go. This is it coming up.
It is. And don't be a Richard. This is what my family gave me. Part of one of my gifts. My mom says, I got it because I just saw your name on it. And my sister goes, don't you know what that means? I don't know. What? Don't be a dick. Oh, will he be mad if I get this? That's a riot. That is so funny. All right, I'll get it. So how was your cold? No, I'm kidding.
yeah, don't be a dick. And his mum bought it anyway after she was told. She knows the son very well, I think.
That's usually what happens in my world.
Doesn't that top look so gay though? What he's got on there, it looks like he's starved himself. It doesn't sort of look right on him even, but it looks like weird material that he's wearing. It looks kind of itchy to me.
Of Christmas gifts, you know, there's always those one or two gifts that you're like, hey, if I didn't know you, that would have been across the line. But since I know you, yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I find that funny about the sign. I wonder if he should hang it up on the doorknob. Back to Cambian.
Christmas TV special or portions of it. That's not fair use. That was directed by Stephen Chiodo. This is what he just stole and played on his show.
We just saw it in the background.
I'm going to share it. This is what he just stole and played on his show. Like
he had on that video we just looked at in the intro as well.
Somehow has, you know, does Netflix know that you stole that and played it with no permission? That wasn't fair use. You just played it and portions of it like you made that video, right? But he does real research, right? He does real research. Great. Has never broken a story. Has never had an original story on his show ever. Never.
That's
right?
my picture. I sent him the picture.
Certainly not a big story.
I sent him the
People
picture in the
come here
Discord.
because
That's my
they know
picture.
that we do research.
Oh,
And
right.
meanwhile,
I sent
your
him the
idea
picture
of
to show
research
that
is going on UFO
it's
Twitter 20 minutes
copyright.
before broadcast
Yeah.
to see what you can, stretch out and talk about for 2 hours so you can do the super chat shuffle.
Who do not have the passion, who do not care about the greater good, only care about themselves.
Oh, yeah.
And people
Yeah.
get the wrong idea of me and my channel.
Sure.
And I think if people just spend a few minutes just listening to what we do here, instead of just coming in when I'm on a rant or when I'm acting, funny or doing something silly. Look, I can't apologize for me being me, but I always said from day one, I will be me every time I come on this channel.
And that's what.
So insulting people throughout the year is just him being him. Me, myself, and I.
Why your show will always suck, because it's you being you.
And that is why I do what I do.
That's so
and
true.
I can't change who I
That's
am.
so
and
true.
I don't think I'm
Yeah.
being mean.
Oh, no, you're not being mean when you say somebody faked their cancer with no evidence or no proof. You're not being mean when you say a retired cop must have been a dirty cop, falsifying reports, right? You're not being mean when you fat shame people, make fun of people's disabilities. That's not you being mean. You're not being mean when you talk about my sons and how you're...
Tony S4 identified, used to be a New York cop, I think. But yeah, Stephen looked into his background and done a background check on it, and he has a clean record apparently. But GUFONs call him a dirty cop. I bet he's a dirty cop, and he's done this and done that.
GUFON says stuff without doing no research, having no evidence.
Yeah. So he's trying to put people off going to their channel on paranormal, I guess. Because he did use someone's video and tried to crop it and cut it and stuff and say it was his. From what I heard, but I don't know if that's the true story. I heard it from GUFON, but I haven't heard it directly from S4 Identified's mouth. And I'm not seeing the video in question, so I don't know. So I don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth. So I don't believe everything that he says, obviously, because we know he's such a liar. I want to see it directly myself and see what S4 did, but I was a wee bit suspect with S4 and some of his videos and what he was. He wasn't doing any proper analysis on it, but at least I think he was listening. One I said was possibly a migration of butterflies, but yeah, it could be birds, blah blah blah. I think he listened.
You're going to go show them, right, what their father did 10 years ago and try to create some rift between me and my children? That's not mean. You're an idiot, Richie GUFON.
For asking questions. I don't think I'm being mean for calling out people who are lying to you.
While he's working for the biggest liars in ufology, he's going to go and tell you other people are liars.
Yeah.
It might not be mean, but it makes you a huge hypocrite, you dummy.
I don't think I'm being mean when Jeremy Corbell puts out videos that are not UFOs, UAP, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so he's allowed to be critical of Jeremy Corbell, but we're not allowed to be critical of Third Phase of Moon for putting out fake videos that aren't UFOs, right?
Double standards.
He's not being mean when he's making fun of Jeremy Corbell for putting out fake videos while he's working for somebody that puts out.
And he didn't do any analysis on the Corbell videos. He used what Mick West does, and then he's tearing Mick West apart, saying he's a terrible debunker. Yet, for the Corbell stuff, he agreed with him. So, yeah, he's like Mr. Hypocrite double standards, you know?
Puts out fake videos constantly.
I don't think I'm being mean when I talk about people being very disrespectful to me, my friends, or family. I don't think I'm being mean when I'm calling people out for doing the wrong thing.
Oh, yeah. He's going to call out people for doing the wrong thing while he's working for scammers, while he's making fun of disabled people, fat people, people's wives, people's children, people with cancer. He's not being mean.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks.
I think if he's looking for a narcissist who doesn't...
Yeah, exactly. What does mean if that's not being mean? So hate to think what mean in his mind actually refers to. So yeah, I think he's crazy in that case if he doesn't think he's being mean. Something not quite right up the top there.
Accept responsibility. He ought to look in the mirror.
So, say what you want about me. I'm doing this for the greater good. I'm not doing it for me.
Then turn.
And we're doing it for truth. We're not doing it for being mean. We're just being it for truth, and we're not at character attacking you. We're just pointing out that you're lying. That's all.
Turn off your super chats. If you're doing this for the good of ufology, turn off your super chats, Richie GUFON.
Yeah,
Prove it.
That's a good point, Stephen. Yeah, turn off all your money input and just do it for ufology. You could be like me then.
Prove it. Or are you just there for the money? You slob. You lazy slob. Get a job, man.
If I was, it would be a whole different type of show. I wouldn't care about
I think if he did a mean show every day, he'd have lots of followers because they like that sort of thing. I think the people that follow him like that sort of stuff.
Teaching people how to debunk.
Oh yeah, he's teaching.
He can't even debunk himself. What has he debunked apart from the odd balloon and maybe a plane? But remember that one that he attacked?
He hasn't debunked anything. He hasn't shared anything, any good footage he's gotten or found.
Well, he hasn't debunked. He's given his opinion on the signatures, which is sort of debunking, but he hasn't sort of done what I've done, bring up an image of balloon or the balloon in question and overlaid it and see how well it matches.
There's no research or evidence. He just says his opinion, which
yeah, he
my
doesn't.
dog would have an opinion doesn't mean he's debunked anything.
Yeah, he doesn't bring up the flight radar and
nothing.
You know, I've done that in the past, but I haven't done it always because it's time consuming, as you know. It's the sort of thing you have to do offline first. Take some screen snapshots or just have it mentally in your head at the time you go through it, or make sure you got all the right numbers and stuff without having to waste too much time working out UTC and all that sort of stuff, you know. But I like to do that on a live show. People can see the process, you know. It might be a couple of hours by the time you get done, but we've at least debunked it then with solid proof, you know, flight tracking.
Why don't you teach people how to debunk third phase of moon videos? He always leaves that out. Oh, I teach people how to debunk, but don't talk about third phase of moon debunks, right? Even when they're 100% accurate, 99% accurate, right? He's the good guy here.
The proper way, what to look for in videos, how to look for body language, how to look for a narcissist. Now we're doing that. So, hey, nobody else does what we do. Everybody does their own.
Right. Nobody else is as hypocritical of you as you. Nobody calls people frauds and liars and hoaxers who also works for frauds and hoaxers and liars. Only you do that. You're right, Rich. Nobody does what you do. Because a normal person who isn't a narcissistic sociopath or psychopath would be ashamed to call other people liars while you're working for the biggest liars in this thing. A normal person would be ashamed of themselves. And a normal person would be ashamed of getting called out for lying to an audience for months and months and months, for doing all these dirty, slimy, disgusting, reprehensible things, bringing everybody's family into this, all of these things. Normal people would be ashamed of that. Not you. Not you, though, right?
Thing. This is my niche.
Steve doesn't mince words, does he? He's quite funny.
They got theirs, and so on
I love him.
and so forth. Just mind your own P's and Q's.
He's so funny.
Yeah. Just let him keep lying to his audience. Don't say anything while he's lying to his audience.
And don't attack people. What's the purpose in attacking?
And who are the biggest donators? Lisa and Mrs. Dottie, or Miss Dottie. Who else donates to him? I haven't seen DB Cooper around for a wee while, so what's happened to him? Who else? And that Sap guy, whatever his name is, in Canada. So whoever that mystery person is. Probably someone from SOR Radio that when he used to do your DJ there, probably.
People that way.
Oh, sure. He doesn't attack.
And he also gets Dave, SOR donating to him. And Dave is supporting this type of character. So those people that are paying Dave, if they don't like that, they shouldn't be paying money to Dave to then give it to this guy.
Anybody. Just disabled people, fat people, people with cancer, women, people's wives, people's children. He doesn't attack anybody. And by the way, it's not an attack to do a debunk or to show that somebody is posting fake videos. It's the truth.
To make...
And by the way, I did not get personal until he did. Never. I showed the facts. We showed the evidence.
You should turn this into a Chinese episode with subs, Maybe you can have English subs and Chinese subs on the screen at the same time, because you could ask Steve, you can do the whole video into Chinese and put it out there in China and see if they enjoy it.
Evidence.
It'll be interesting.
Are you allowed to have abusive words on China, though? Or do you have to censor that out?
They said Billy's a young crowd and they don't like swearing and stuff. So
really, unlike the young crowd of the
so it's all young people that use Billy. So like, if someone leaves a comment and says something bad about my video, I blacklist them and they're banned from all my videos. They're like really strict about the community and being positive. You got to be positive. You got to leave positive comments. You can't, leave bad comments in a live stream or on a comment for a video. They call them, over there we call them trolls. Over there they call them black fans, and they get blacklisted straight away. But they just make new accounts, and they're like, they troll around.
Yeah, I just wonder if you could do it even in China because of the censorship they have there.
Yeah, I don't swear in any of my Billy videos, and like you got to be like really proper, and you can't talk about Chinese government or communist anything Chinese government.
There's none of that in this video, but there might be the occasional swear word or something, I suppose, or a word that's not kosher. So you might have to put a beep.
Like when I translated the two Third Phase of Moon documentaries, and when they're talking, like when they would say swear words, I would translate the word into like he's a dum-dum, or he's a dumb idiot, or you know what I mean. I would translate the swear words into just something basic that's not swearing.
Just leave the English.
He would say, this GUFON, he's a big dickhead, he's a big shit malacca. I would like, this GUFON is an idiot. I'd just like make it,
Yeah.
That's it. Now, did I get heated when I was on that show with Third Phase of Moon and yell at them? Sure I did. And I accept responsibility for what I did. That's called righteous indignation. I know it's a big word for you, Rich. Look it up.
Videos and show dick.
Yeah, what he's saying there is when you debate people, you should try and keep your calmness, and he lost it. Which is fair enough, When you're trying to interview a fraudster and you know the lion, I suppose it's really hard to keep calm, especially when you're passionate about the field.
Dicks and stuff going in my mouth,
But if you keep calm and the fraudster starts losing and getting angry and swearing, it makes them look bad. It's better to keep your composure and keep calm, because then you turn it around on them, turn it all around.
Yeah. There's no point in being character assassination. Just point out that they're lying.
Just ignore it. You just ignore it.
Give them an example to say, well, hey, let's play this clip here. You're saying you're not lying here. You just bring up examples. So mind you, if it's like someone that's jumped onto your panel and you've not had time to prepare for it, like an interview, then you can't do that, though, I guess, unless you got it really handy.
Yeah. There's no point getting angry, because then it makes you, the interviewer, look bad.
Yeah. But, I just wonder if this would actually work on Billy, though. People... I don't know if anyone would actually watch him, because he doesn't upload anywhere else other than YouTube.
See, the problem with YouTube is, unless you're using a VPN in China, you can't view YouTube.
Yeah, can they actually... They can't see BitChute either, or Brighton, can they? I think they're banned as well. How about Rumble?
Great internet wall of China.
Can they see Rumble?
They're blocked off a lot of things. Any of those platforms that release videos, they would have videos there that would go against communism and what the government's doing. So like, you're never going to get there. Never going to get there.
So really, China's pretty naive because of the censorship, and that's basically how they do control the narrative, right? North Korea is exactly the same. They even block the radio transmissions, so they can't even tune in wireless sets to listen to BBC News or whatever.
Like talking to Chinese people, if you say something that's going on about the government, they take it as they're brainwashed. The government there has brainwashed the Chinese people so that if you talk about anything, like the Chinese government is like, it's putting all the Muslim Uyghurs in concentration camps and cutting off their hair and selling it as wigs and doing forced labor in the concentration camps. If you said something like that, they would take that as an offense against China. The way the CCP has brainwashed Chinese people is that if they talk about anything China, you're putting all of China down. You're putting every Chinese person down, and they automatically defend it and start swearing and yelling and going off at you. And you're like, hang on a second. I have nothing against Chinese people. I'm just saying your government's doing something naughty here. They're doing bad things. But their brain can't understand that. It's like their brain has been it's been rewired to take that as an offense. And they're defending the Chinese government for doing bad things because they're taking it as an offense against Chinese people.
Yeah,
when it has nothing to do with the conversation at all.
I've seen some smartphone footage leaked out to the West, and that they have like their customer service in the basement, and the people have to bend down and talk through little holes on the street level. So the people have to bow down to a higher authority.
Yeah.
You've seen those videos? I don't know if it's true or not, but it does look like it's legit, you know. Banks, you know, service thing, you've got to bend down to talk to them. I'm just getting a drink because my throat's clogging up. But
it's hard.
We're starting to see some of that. Yeah, but
you can't talk about Chinese subjects because they're all brainwashed to defend the government and the CCP.
Unfortunately, we're starting to see some of that.
You have a conversation with them, they'll openly say they don't like the CCP. Their parents warn their children, don't do anything the CCP tells you to do. Don't work for them. Keep away from them. They're really bad. They know this, but they've been brainwashed by the media to, like, you know what I mean? What I was saying before.
In the last 4 years, the people have been brainwashed by the lies on MSN.
Yeah.
You know, and we're actually starting to get some of the Chinese censorship being rolled out worldwide, you know, and
it's a testing ground. They're testing China. They're testing all the globalist censorship stuff in China, how to get it working right, get the algorithms right for the AI, and they're going to try and implement it in the Western world.
Well, look what happened in Hong Kong. Anyone that was up against all the changes were arrested and put into a prison somewhere. Never heard of again. No more protests.
You're in a concentration camp like Russia, the Gulag, straight to the Gulag.
Yeah, salt mines. Anyway, we're getting near the end of this, I guess. Probably been a long show, but yeah, it's been a good show. It hasn't been any technical problems. Let's see, what are we up to? What, 4 hours? Okay. Time flies when you're having fun and laughing at GUFON, huh? Yeah. The CPU is peaking up there a wee bit. I hear occasional click, but it's not too bad.
But the Chinese, some Chinese are starting to wake up now.
Doing that.
Yeah.
Like they revolted in China. They were locked in factories.
Yeah.
They were told they had to sleep on the floor. They were given not enough food, not enough water. They were like super COVID lockdown. The police turned up in white hazmat suits, and they're picking up fences and throwing metal palings at the cops, going, "No, we've had enough. We're not putting up with this lockdown." But they're also starting
to get some of that in Iran over females being
abused. And then a couple weeks later, the CCP cancelled the zero COVID policy. They said because the people stood up and said, "We're not putting up with this anymore.
Yeah, that's
Enough's
right.
enough."
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about it. So
yeah, better not talk about it. Better not talk about it
because the censorship is pretty bad on YouTube, and I need to download the episode before they delete it. Anyway,
but people made videos making fun of you because you got caught lying to everybody.
Yeah,
that's what happened. Videos. People made fun of you for getting caught lying to everybody,
getting all sorts of weird poses like I'm gay, and all that stuff is on the internet. It's all,
and so is you making fun of fat people, disabled people, attacking people's children, wives, right?
I don't have kids, and my family knows about it. And
so it's again karma, right? So he's dished out all that stuff to people, and they're now paying him back by making memes and little funny video animations. Some of them are really good, though, aren't they? That one.
Oh, they're hilarious. Some of them, they're hilarious.
Yeah,
Charlie Brown.
Yeah, Charlie Brown one.
I have no shame in my game.
Yeah, he's not ashamed of what he did. Go look up narcissistic sociopath or narcissistic psychopath. They're not ashamed of attacking people. They're not ashamed of getting caught lying. If this man had any shame...
Actually, let's just see if we can find that Charlie Brown one. It's at the start of one of his episodes recently, wasn't it? Or was it at the end? I can't remember. Oh, no, it was at the beginning, I think. Let me just see if we can find it. So... how come it didn't open up? Open a new tab. I thought it did that. Oh, now it's working. Let's see. Can you remember what video it was on? It was hilarious. So, let's see. Live. Oh, was it alive? Yeah, not sure. Updates. Golden Probe. Was it on that one?
It was Golden Probe, yeah. It was a Golden Probe.
Let's see if we can play. Oh, yeah. I think it's at the very beginning. Steve won't mind. Like, he can use my stuff, and I should be able to use some of his stuff to back him up, of course.
Really great stuff. Really great stuff. And then he got caught in his own hoax. Several of them, which were funny. And we did something here called Grift on Vision, right? And other people also chimed in to make fun of that clown and his third phase of fake master. It was a great year for funny memes and video memes, including this one, probably my favorite.
Third phase of moon, you can see them in the sky. Third phase of moon, you know these two guys.
See you later.
Third phase of moon, meet two guys who take no crap from nobody. Now, are you sure you're telling us the truth? Because we'll have to send GUFON. We don't mess around. GUFON's our backup. Oh, no. Please, don't send Reacher. Do not send the GUFON crew. Third phase of moon.
I understand I may say some things that are cringeworthy and borderline. I am not going to stop talking. I am going to be even more vocal. I can't be somebody I'm not.
Third phase of moon.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
And that one comes to us courtesy of Madam Two Swords.
I love Stephen's laugh.
Two Swords for your excellent contribution to making fun
of his laugh.
The clown.
I love Stephen's laugh.
Rift on, and but it gets better. There's lots more. We're going to play you some of my favorite select clips from Grift on Vision and some of the excuses that Rich made for third phase of moon and the exposed grit.
Well, I'm just going on a wee bit. Yeah.
Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think
see how he blinks when he says it?
His cancer.
You see how he blinks when he says it? Does it? Says it?
No.
Look, he blinks again.
Do I have proof?
Looks to the right.
Yeah.
Do
Looks
I
to
have
the right.
proof? No. Do I have proof? No.
Oh, it's glitching a bit.
Body language gives him. Oh my God, ugly there.
And silence from
when you were putting out evidence and trying to get help from the public, we don't have to get it right.
Anyway, people can watch it in their own time. I just wanted to play the Charlie Brown one.
Oh, what Lou said about GUFON, funny when Cambian interviewed him. That was funny.
Yeah. Golden Probe premiere. Yeah, this clip here, the sound was terrible and it needed to be equalized out. You had to turn up your volume to hear what's going on in that one. But anyway,
yeah, one of Steven's videos, like I had everything up full volume. All their voices are like hurting my ears, but I can't hear any of the videos he's playing. There was a really bad audio normalization problem.
Yeah, yeah. Why's the CPU suddenly gone high here? Let me just have a quick look. It's new system, so just have a look at the background jobs. Minicam 8%, jumping to 15, then down again. Internet's up there, Brave's up there. Also the same as yesterday. I just wonder if it's worth updating the NVIDIA card, take a risk, you know. That might improve the speed even better, maybe. I think I might just do it. But
I don't know, I update my NVIDIA card like once a month.
Can you roll back? Can you roll back NVIDIA properly if you update it?
You can roll back to other drivers.
I suppose you can do a system restore. That would kill it straight away, wouldn't it?
System restore will do it, or you just uninstall it and reinstall the old driver.
I just don't trust Microsoft to do things properly, you know, and might stuff up. How does
Microsoft do anything properly? They charge full price for a product that's broken on release, and it takes them 2 or 3 years of updates. Every 2-3 weeks they have a new update because there's a new backdoor and a new hack that people get access to your computer to steal all your money and all your stuff. And then at the end of it, they release another broken product and start all over again. Microsoft is disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, they let the people test it rather than do in-house, right?
Yeah, that's how they do it. They wait till it's released, let the people test it, and we'll just let updates out. They don't do no proper bug testing.
No.
If they did, they would have most of the backdoors already sorted or on release. So
Well, you normally do an early release to a group of people that want to be beta testers, and you get the feedback from them, wouldn't you? But you would
if you're making billions and billions of dollars, you pay people to beta test and bug test your software so it's bulletproof.
Yeah, no, you get regular people that want to work from home, and you just get them to be the beta testers, and you pay them to do it, and that sort of thing. You
can pay them $1,000 a week, and they'll beta test all day long.
Yeah.
But they want to save pennies. They want to save pennies and put everyone's life, everyone's financials at risk.
Yeah.
It should be criminal what they're doing.
He would have went away for 6 months, came back and apologized for getting it wrong on third phase before turning on that super chat button and doing the super chat shuffle. He never stopped, right?
Because I think I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, yeah.
No matter how vocal I am, no matter what.
He's doing the right thing, defending the biggest frauds in ufology while calling other people out for being frauds. Sure.
What you may think about what we do here, it's not hurting ufology in any way, shape, or
form. Oh, no. It's not hurting ufology sitting on your hands while you know the people you work for are putting out 100% provably fake videos to make money. That's not hurting anything. It's not hurting anything. Creating all this drama, attacking people's wives, children's careers, reputations, right? It's not hurting anything.
What hurts is that you don't understand where it's coming from.
It's coming from people that don't like fraudster liars. That's where it's coming from.
And the animosity I have towards this field comes from a place where I've done so much research.
Where is it? Where's your research? Post it.
Where's the research?
Where's your research?
He's done no research.
We have an 8-year track record, and we show all our research every show, Rich.
And have been out there in the field my first 6 years.
UFON does no research.
That's all I did, 10 to 14 hours a day.
Research is how to lie more.
You did this for 14 hours a day for 6 years, and the best thing that you got is a picture of a security dome camera.
He keeps bringing that.
That he
security dome camera.
That's what he's been doing for 6 years. 1 second.
Again, that comes from me, my research. Remember, it was me that pointed it out, right, to everybody. Now they've just gone with it, but that's okay.
If you point anything out the GUFON does wrong, everyone's going to share it. They're going to share it.
You know,
but that's good because what your research is putting, putting GUFON on show.
Yeah. I don't mind people using it because that's why I do it. I want people to share it. As long as they do give me a mention that Paul was initially the one that did the research here or whatever. I don't mind so people using it, but it's nice to get some credit somewhere. So where's this security game picture? Was that meant to be it there? Was it? But that's not the picture of the security dome. But what is it? Wet Bandits hoax.
Dome Alone.
Dome Alone.
That's a good one. Yeah, the Home Alone movie.
Yeah,
that's the ad for the Home Alone movie.
Got 10 to 14 hours a day for 6 years, and the best thing that you have is a picture of a security dome camera. This is the delusional world that we live in.
He said after saying that we got no evidence it's a security camera, yet he couldn't give us the actual address that he was filming from. He said it was just a coffee shop in Sedona. And when I asked for the information, he never gave it, did he? But
how come his description of witnessing the UFO is like got no information?
That's right. He saw
like
it
you witness a UFO. He took a photo. What was he doing? Taking a photo of clouds? Is he a cloud photographer? I don't buy it. I'm sorry.
Because he was doing a scenic view, and he didn't.
A scenic view of the sky. There's nothing in the photo.
Well, scenic view of the distant mountains in Sedona. Whatever,
there was no mountain. It's just a picture of a blue sky.
Oh no, I think. I think maybe that was cropped.
Cropped it.
Yeah, I think if you look at the full video, he does have mountains there as well, and he has a couple of bright lights, which I think are high mast lights in the distance. But anyway,
still a security dome camera.
Yeah, and of course he said he looked above when he took a photograph and nothing was there, but it doesn't mean that it didn't have like a electronic arm that come out with the security camera. When it detects someone nearing the balcony, it could have come upwards or whatever from below to actually, because they got intercom on them and they can say, please stand back from the rail.
The sad thing is there's lots of people out there that watch your show that actually believe that is a UFO. They got no scientific mind. They can't question it.
Yeah. But he was saying they didn't even make those cameras back then. But we already proven that's not the case.
Where's the metadata to show when the date of the photo was taken?
Yeah, it's true. But he never gave us any real information about the location, time,
when you're grifting.
date.
when you're grifting, you can't give
But
any
it was
information.
like, he was claiming it was like 15 or 17 years old, so by then that security camera's probably broken, because, you know, it only lasts like 4 years, 5 years, and then you have to get another one, and better one. So yeah, you probably can't prove it was the camera because it's long gone. So yeah, it's not exactly
It's
that
the perfect. It's the perfect hoax. I took it 17 years ago. There's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
there now.
Yeah.
You know, like they've always got an excuse so they can you can't prove what they've
He
done.
did it
is
in
fake.
2005, I think it was.
What? And
2005.
he only noticed now there's a UFO there. It's BS. Total BS.
Well, he's only brought it to attention to his live show now, but I'm not sure. He had a radio show or something, and a website that he posted it on. So I'm not too sure what he was saying about that on the post, because he only showed the image, or 3 images that he took. And you can see that the UFO wasn't moving. It's actually in 2 of the images. He's just, one's on the right and the other one's on the left as he's panned around to take the next snapshot. So obviously it was static in the picture. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's a security camera. I enhanced it. You can see the lens in it. And I showed a similar model. And other ones that existed in the time, but we couldn't find the exact model because we don't know the name of the camera.
It doesn't matter. You can clearly see. You can clearly see in the photo it's a dome camera.
Yeah.
Who just so happens to work for the biggest fraudster, liar, hoaxer, scammers. Who, by the way, used a 4-year-old child to scam YouTube for ad pennies. Right?
Yeah, you know. I just can't think for them. I don't know why they do what they do, and I don't know why it had to go the way it did.
It had to go the way it did because I decided to tell everybody the truth, and you decided to keep lying to people about third phase. That's why it went the way that it did.
Yep.
Accept
That's with me as
responsibility
well.
for lying to everybody for months. Are you going to sit there and say you didn't lie when you said they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years? Are you going to sit there and say you didn't lie when you said they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years, or that they hadn't hoaxed anything on purpose?
Well, they hoaxed
Are
stuff
you
in
going
the
to
last
accept
5
responsibility
years,
for
so they can't
lying,
hoax.
trying to damage the reputation of Anthony from Unidentified S4, saying he was a dirty cop when you have no evidence of that? And by the way, I have the evidence that you're 100% wrong and slandering him. Are you going to accept responsibility? Did you lie when you said those things just now? Are you going to accept responsibility? Did you lie when you said Gigi faked his cancer? Of course you did, and I have paperwork to prove that you lied again. How many times are you going to lie so that you can make a couple of bucks from third phase of scam? How many people are you going to hurt? How many people are you going to damage? How many people are you going to viciously and ruthlessly attack, like calling people pedos with no evidence? How many people are you willing to hurt to keep those couple of bucks from third phase of fake rolling into you? You dummy.
You dummy. He can't. He's
But I
holding
think it
back what he wants to
happened
say.
because third phase of moon put everybody in their place with that S4.
Oh, yeah. The S4 pin story. You
I
remember
really
that?
think those two need to be on a panel show debating this out, right? Because that would be a lot better. Whether they do that would be another thing.
They're not going to do it.
Where a guy who faked terminal cancer and stole from his own cancer benefit found a pin on Google Maps
Oh, yeah,
that
I've
he
gotta
claimed
bring
was
that
a
back up.
government pin, and then they said nobody can put a government pin on, just the government. And then
Okay,
we
I can
proved that you can.
prove that we can.
Yeah, that fake story, right?
I was just on the side, you know. I was just like, yeah.
Okay, the government pin. Okay, let's see if I can find my old videos.
Is that the badge with the UFO on it?
No, the S4 location.
Oh, that's for location.
Yeah.
I don't know.
here-
I've never looked much into this S4 but shenanigans. I don't really care.
Okay, so this is what came up years ago before even UFO Proof saw it. 2 years ago. I did a topic on it in episode 3116. That's a long time ago, 2 years ago. So I found it on a Reddit post, so I thought I'd bring it to people's attention.
I think I've watched your episode. Concrete squares in the desert. Who cares? Bit of concrete square. Who cares? It leads to an underground base. Nobody cares.
No. Just let me just go through it. So here's the Reddit post I found. Right. It's already queued up. You can see how many subs I had back then. Now you can see I've hardly grown anything at all in 2 years because of the suppression.
If there's an underground base, there's not going to be 2 big concrete squares so everyone can see it. It's going to be like a mountain that moves to the side and like dirt moves and they go in.
Yeah, let me just see if I can zoom in a bit. So it's a strange facility cut into Papoose Mountains where Lazar claims S4 was. Well, that's not actually true. You can see I got the pinky alien back then. It's a slightly bigger head on it. But anyway, I was just skimming through it here. And I find what year number it was. So we got a location of it here. And that was nothing to do with UFO Proof there. Hood L till Win 5. So that doesn't sound like UFO type name, does it? Edited 1 year ago. So you can plug that.
That's holder till win. Like hold your Bitcoin till the price goes up and win.
Ah, right. Okay.
HODL stands for holding. It means it's a crypto talk for holding your coin.
I did the S4 location before anyone, right? And UFO Proof said he found it, which is bullshit. He found the Reddit post, like I did probably. He wasn't the one that created the Reddit post. In fact, if we go back, we might be able to see the name on it. Does it say it? Does it say who posted it? It wasn't UFO Proof. How can we find out the name? Storage facility. Ah, right. I never thought about that. Strange facility. It could be a storage facility, couldn't it? Could be S4 for storage of nuclear waste in an old mine shaft that they don't use anymore. So it probably goes right into those mountains there, right?
That goes right into the mountains, deep holes they've dug and they put all the nuclear waste there and stuff.
Yeah, but do you see any hangar doors there and stuff? Nah. You can see
there's no hangar, there's no runway, there's no nothing.
There's a big road for trucks to do UE and come back around. So
it
might have been a dump site for nuclear waste and containers, and then they put the concrete caps on top, right? So people said it was like runoff for snow to melt the ice, and it would pump it into underground.
No one puts concrete out in the middle of the desert for snow to run off. And then builds a road all the way out.
Well, they're fairly big concrete ones. They were 20 meters by 20 meters, and they had like 5 in a row. So that's 100 meters by 100 meters, right? That's quite big for snow melt places. So I think it stands for Storage Facility 4. That's exactly what I reckon it stands for. Not anything to do with Site 4. Also thought it could mean Shaft 4, like in Mine Shaft 4. But Storage Facility sounds like actually like a proper name for nuclear waste storage. Because not far from there they did some nuclear tests, didn't they? Detonations. Because they got craters. But anyway, yeah, you can have a look at that one. But that wasn't what UFO Proof come in. That was like my early one, and then UFO Proof come in. UFO Proof and third phase attack everyone over the red S4 pin cannot be done. Okay, so I think here's another one I did where I analyze it and work out the grids of the concrete slabs and prove there was no doors in the mountain, and actually where he was claiming there was doors is actually the edge of the cliff, so it couldn't go there. It would have to go on the other side of the mountain there, up here. But as you know, any nuclear sites, they always put big concrete slabs, and they're pre-slabs that you can buy. So I did this one here. I think that came before the other one. What was that one? 11 months ago. And what was that one? Oh, that one came out soon after. Any more there? I think I might have done 3 or 4 of them. Because GUFON kept saying it couldn't be done. S4 part 2. So it's probably before these guys come along anyway. But yeah, I think this is the one I proved that you can actually put... Someone did actually put a pin on. I didn't do it. And I brought up Google Earth and Google Maps, and it was both there. So let me just go through this one, just so people understand what all this S4 pin business was
Not
about.
searching it, just zooming into the base. That it should pop up third phase of moon with a government pin. All right.
We didn't get any MDL search
now,
from
right now,
UFO proof.
If you go and search third phase of moon MDL in Google Maps, and it takes you there with a red pen, okay, then that's not the bet. That's you guys trying to fake it to win the bet. You're trying to fake evidence.
Exactly.
Right? That's what you guys are trying
we
to do.
didn't have to go to the area, and we didn't put any MDL link to
So,
anything.
okay, actually, no,
B.
Kyle,
Baker,
I
when we put that thing up, when we put up the location, we didn't share any links.
They're talking over each other. He doesn't even know it.
Everyone went there to look for themselves.
Hey, listen,
no
I don't know
MDLs.
about-
It was a straight up, go find it for yourself, and it was there.
Listen, you guys, B. Baker, he's saying, actually, no, Kyle, I wasn't using your tattoos as an excuse to say you're making stuff up. I was making a stupid joke in the chat room, that's all. I don't know about the joke.
He's trying to kiss up to you.
Yeah, so this is the guy that ripped off the cancer kids, right? And that third phase.
UFO proof.
Yeah.
He's like...
He looks like a
Baker, I'm not
druggo
exactly
junkie.
sure about this B.
He
Baker
is.
guy because he's been spreading a lot of disinformation about you. Don't
How
let that
skinny
one.
he is.
So people were spreading disinformation on UFO proof, but I brought up all his court records and showed people.
Simple sentence, woo you over on anything. Sorry, B. Baker, but I'm calling you out because you don't want to make a bet and still spreading misinformation about everything. You're saying we're getting
CPU's
bent out of
peaking.
shape.
Damn it.
Have you been listening tonight to both of us? That nobody's getting bent out of shape. We're just defending against disinformation.
Okay, so that was all the debate about the PIN number that no one could create one. So I had a look into it and see if I could actually find it. Was it
Anyone
Just
create
do
a pin?
search. We can see it there on
anyone?
the map anyway.
so
Anyone can
but
make
let's just
Google
zoom
Earth
out
pin.
and just choose a random point.
yeah, I'm proving
That's the
you
problem
can
with
see
using
Google
cookies, not
Earth
clean cookies.
here.
So go around a random point now. Search. Since search, third phase of the moon. Okay, let's try that again.
I don't think
There's a
There it goes, and there's what BB Baker's talking about. A red pin.
Okay, you saw me search there on Google Earth, right? And they're saying you can't do it. There's a red pin. Third phase of the moon, MCL. That's moon base something rather. Is it moon? What did that stand for? I can't remember.
MDL.
Moon. Anyone know what it stood for?
MDL.
Okay, so I just proven it here live on a live stream that I could search it on the web page ones. And next, I think I go and look on Google Maps, and you can find it as well.
Spinning around. It looks like it's officially public because I'm down in New Zealand and not in America, and the IP address is going to be totally different. Okay. So they're saying that's cheating. So probably should clear the cookies really. I think that does it.
So while I was actually resetting that to do a clear research, that location wasn't searchable again. So someone had in the time I was filming, had got rid of it. Unfortunately, I think that's what happens here.
Google Earth, delete cookies. Okay, let's close it down again.
Why are you deleting your cookies?
Because I want to prove
it's still
still
phase wants to pay out the 10,000. I think that's what it is. Google Earth, here we go.
So it clears up all the bookmarks and
Do the same
locations
thing.
and stuff.
Hopefully it doesn't remember.
I don't think it works when I do it now. Since I cleared the cookies.
Even though we cleared the cookies. They've got a way of doing things, haven't they, Google?
See, Google still remembers the location. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, even though I cleared the cookies. Really strange. Anyway, it hasn't got it spinning around. So let's just zoom in. Sure enough, there's no label popping up. But if we click around, doesn't seem to do the same as Google Maps does, right?
Yeah, Google Maps, you click and it looks at
maybe it's just a function, maybe it's a setting.
Looks at the tags when you click. Well, this one doesn't do it.
Let's see, what's that say? Add a placemark, see? It allows you to add one there, doesn't it? Whether it be your own personal one. 2D.
I'm looking down now. No, you can't click and bring it up.
Okay,
like
let's just search for a typo. Let's try third phase.
Now this didn't work, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't find it. Okay. It's not really faking it, is it? GUFON, I know, it might be called doxing them if we do that one. GUFON, it'd be funny if it comes up though. There we go, it's going off to GUFON land. Obviously there's a place called GUFON somewhere in the world.
Yeah, Indonesia.
Whereabouts is that?
Anyway, as you can see, third phase didn't come up after I cleared the cookies. So it looks like someone had deleted it before I started the live show. And I couldn't get it to come up again, but it was there. Lucky enough I had captured it. And then I go to Google Maps and prove that you can get it on there too at some point. Let's have a look. I was trying to figure out what GUFON was. There was a place in UK as well called GUFON. Okay, what are we up to here? Okay, so again it was a license for a search, right? So things go wrong. I did a test run before the show, just made sure everything worked, and then I do a live show and then it doesn't work.
Oh, third phase there.
So what have I got here?
Government pins. Places, there you go. And it's definitely red pins. So that proves they must be government pins as well.
I was trying to prove the red pins were actually
the fuzzy coloured ones.
Also showing up on Google Earth other locations than they were. So what is a government pin exactly, you know? Maybe someone can change the icon of it, but it's still government pins, the red ones. Okay, so where was the one where I do the map? I know I did do it on the same show just to prove a point that you can find it. Well, you could before they deleted it. So where's Maps? Is that Maps yet? Is that Google Maps?
Okay, so say Mixie Kelly.
That's not the Maps, is it? No, there's still Google Earth Online. Is that Maps? No. Let me just see if I can find the map, but is that Maps? Google Earth still. Okay. Yeah, what are we looking for? Community. Okay, I was trying to figure out whether you could get a layer. added to Google Pro. Component layers. Whereabouts did I do the map one? Was that before maybe? Oh, here it was there, I think. Is that Google Maps? I think it is.
Something like that. Show up.
No, that's not it. Whereabouts did I have it? Oh, here, maybe.
Someone's managed to do it.
There you go. That's there. And is that Google?
So I think that's the end of the story.
Alright. Okay, so there you go. I got Google Earth Pro, the application, and it's still there on the application. This wasn't on the online one, and I'd searched it and it came up third phase of the moon. Is it ND or MB? MB is it? No, it's MD.
MD.
Shouldn't it be MBL? Moon Base Limited or something like that? Moon Department Limited or something? I don't know. But it's definitely there on the Pro one too, and it's on the online one there for a short time. And I think it was on Google Maps too.
Why did third phase of the moon make a pin there for? Trying to get advertisement?
No, they made a challenge to people saying that you can't create a government red pin on Google Maps, Google Earth Pro, and someone did, and I proved that they did because I'm in New Zealand. I just did regular searches. So whereabouts was the map one? I did actually show the map as well. Is that the map one?
Third phase of moon. I love that, Charlie Brown.
No.
Third phase of moon.
So whereabouts did I do the map? Was it in this episode or the next one? I think I put it together though. I just want to prove that it definitely was on Google Earth Pro anyway. And they're saying, oh no, it doesn't count if you put it on maps. So I was focusing more on Google Earth Pro online and also the application, right? On Google Earth again. Pro. Google Earth. I know I did do the maps. Where is it? Got me worried now. Is that the map? Just have a look. Google Earth Pro again. Online, I mean.
Third phase of moon.
What do I do here? I was looking at layers. So I was just wondering whether there's a layer you tick off and on Google Earth that shows up those locations, and that maybe I had everything turned on. I think I was trying to figure out maybe other people weren't seeing it because I haven't got it turned on. Yeah, it's just a bit strange. I can't see the map one I did. I think there was a second one I did. And that's Google Earth Pro, the application. I'm repeating it here. Let's just have a look at
Mine
that
ones. It's a very small font. Third phase of moon.
So I was searching for it there on the application, and it's finding
seems to have found something. Guess
so that
what?
proves
it's
it is
even on
there.
my Google Earth Pro.
Bang.
It's obviously downloaded it from the internet, and guess what? Smack in the middle. Someone's managed to do it.
So we have to go back to what GUFONs say. But yeah, I thought I had the maps one included in this one. Unless I skimmed past it. But let's see, there might be some other video I missed. Was it on that one there? Oh right, it was called something else. I know, let's see, UFO, everyone is attacking. It was on that one. There's another one, GUFON, can't do it, but Weekend or whatever it was. It had some other strange title. So there's another video I did for it. And I think I might have been doing the maps here, and it was definitely on the maps. But I've proven it was on there on UFO as well. I thought it would have had S4 in it, but it might be GUFON count. I just want to find it now. You can do it, but GUFON can't. Third phase lost a $10 bet. Here's the one I was after. Let's see if I put it together on that one. Where have I done both? I don't know, I can't remember. Again, this was the next or something like that.
And it's talking about government pins. So
Okay,
I brought
so
up
that's
this
Google
Google
Maps.
Maps here, nothing special. It's not behind a VPN or anything. It's just standard IP, and you can click around and see what labels come up.
So you can do that on
NYE
Google
County,
Earth.
there. See, the thing is, it could be any pixels where the labels can change. And guess what? Third phase of the moon. Moon.
It's back in the middle
MDL.
again.
Moon base, is it? And keep clicking around. Seems to be all over the place there in the middle. So someone's managed to change something. Because that's public, even available in New Zealand. I think that means that someone's lost a bet. Third phase has lost a bet.
Okay, so then GUFON's saying, oh no, we're not worried about maps, it has to be on Pro. So I did the other video and proved it was on Google Earth Pro as well. And you got the red pin. This the maps doesn't, as you can see, you click around to find what it says is located there, and it's not third phase obviously, but someone managed to put it there, and it got rolled out to Google Earth Pro as well. So, and then it got deleted, of course. But yeah, did I actually do Earth Pro here at all? I don't think I did. But yeah.
Baker. I mean, I don't want you to agree with me just to agree, but you're wrong. Prove it.
Is that too loud or something?
Now, this is a famous S4 site. Everybody's claiming it is what Bob Lazar was talking about.
Too loud.
And they're talking about government pins. So I brought up this Google Maps here. Nothing special. It's not behind a VPN or anything. It's just standard IP. And you can click around and see what
So
labels come
I've
up.
proven it's on all the Google Earth programs, but yeah, I was trying to find whether I had done the Pro one on here as well. And I probably didn't, that's why I had to do the second video. So I'm putting it together now, so.
Don't pay out anything because no one's been able to do it.
Alright, so I don't think I do go onto Google Earth Pro there. No, I don't see it. So that's why I had to do two videos the next day. So let's see what this idiot was saying back then. It's obviously too loud.
To get technical, it's 24 hours. Yep, thank you very much. Welcome to the show. Unidentified S4, Anthony from We're not goofs. That show, hey man. No, if you're going to challenge a moderator and call them hoaxers or liars or saying that
this whole thing is a joke or this and that, you're going to get timed out. They didn't. They come back great if they. So I understand what it's like to get booted. Something's wrong. I can't do anything. It's frozen. This is just the coordinates.
So he can't even do it. He's so useless.
That's it. I'm done. Rogue status $5. Hey Richie, how you doing?
Okay, so he couldn't do it, I prove, and yet I could. Yeah, for some reason the CPU's maxing out there, so I might have to look into that still. Like I said, I might try update the drivers. I wonder if it's worth trying the acceleration since I've done an update. See if that will take some to the GPU then. I might just experiment with that, because that was really clicky, that one, for some reason. I don't know why. I suppose it might lose my place though on Cambian's one. But I think we're pretty much done for it really at the moment. Settings system. Let's try turning that back on. Relaunch, see what happens. That was worse last time we tried it. CPU 100% at the moment, starting up. You'd think the CPU would drop right off now, but I don't think the CPU thing works. Makes it worse. Let's see, maybe it makes it better. So far it's slow. What's happened there to the size? What's happened? Alright. It's got smaller, isn't it? For some reason. Maybe it's too small. Yeah, it's gone really small there. 50, 67 normally works better. There we go. Yeah, does it click now? CPU is 77.
And they talk about government pins. So I brought up this Google Maps here. Nothing special. It's not behind a VPN or anything.
It's almost hidden.
It's just standard IP, and you can click around and see what.
It's going to clip now.
So NYE County. Yeah.
Let's do that here.
This is the coordinates.
That's worse, isn't it?
That's it. Done. Rogues out.
That's GPU business. Doesn't work in Chromium. It's just garbage. If that was properly done, you'd be able to select what GPU to use, like the Intel or Nvidia, just like you can on Minicam, and then it works. But this letting it just decide what it's doing is no good. We want to hard code which GPU to use. I think that's where it's all gone wrong. But I might try to update the Nvidia drivers tonight, see if it makes it worse or better. After the live show, maybe. Okay, we turned it back off. And probably the CPU's made better. Yeah, you can see it doesn't do its thing. Anyway, yeah, I proved that the map and also the Pro was searchable for it. In fact, the Pro was better because you could actually type the name in, third phase, actually find it on the map for you, go straight to it. Yeah, so look, where's it started here? Probably lost our way, have we? Oh no, oh yeah, it has, isn't it? It's gone way back. Google's useless.
And tell you what great guys to phase in the moon.
Okay, we'll just skim up a bit here.
See the evidence.
I told you, post it. It only proves if it does prove anything, it would prove we were wrong on one data point of 1,000, proving the third phase of moon hoaxes throughout two power
past that, didn't we? I think he wraps up about there though somewhere.
Creations. How about question?
How's it going?
Good. Oh yeah, good. Alright, yeah, so he finishes up about there somewhere. But anyway, back here he attacks BB Baker about the pin. I'm not sure if he plays it on his show. I don't think he does.
That plays a moon. That plays a moon.
Anyway, you can have a look at Cambian's one if you want. So they defend disinvasion then, but what about now? Yeah, we have to wait and see what they do, I guess. What they come out with next, I guess. Cambian rant, I don't know what you're going to call it on GUFON. Yeah, I just wanted to find that one where he's attacking B. Baker about the pin, and I've just proven on 2 videos there that it was searchable. It won't be there now because Google would have removed it, or the people that work for it. So we go back to his channel here. I should actually do other things where he's said he's not done this, done that, and actually just show you that he's lying. But I think the pin is probably good enough just to prove that he didn't know what he was doing. At least I showed you could search and all that and click around, and actually it would pop up. It didn't on the maps, it didn't show, but when I did the search it put the red pin in, and he didn't do that. So if we go back to the beginning here where he starts initial attacking, around about here somewhere.
Call it evil. I typically call it evil. It's not trauma related. It's just their nature. They're hateful people. They think
you start it here somewhere.
They don't want you. You'll see, man. It's narcissists suck.
Okay, that's
they really do.
Steven was playing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the bit where he's talking about the pin.
Ben for the video because, you know, we don't know. I don't know if that really happened. But to hear how, you know, the robot killed 29 people.
Oh, that was Linda Mulder's house story about the killer robots. Did you hear about that one? I think she posted it on her website. Apparently they were working on AI robots, killer robots for the military. And she was claiming that the robots killed all the 29 people that were working on the robots accidentally.
So what happened?
But someone managed to smash up, managed to stop most of the robots. I think there was 5 of them. Managed to turn off 4, and the 5th one was still active, and they managed to finally do something to that. Or they left the room and they left it alone, and apparently it was damaged. It was slightly damaged, and she was claiming that it connected to the internet and downloaded blueprints how to repair herself. And no, it's not though you're going to get blueprints of a Black Ops robot AI thing on Google search or anything. And the story starts to fall apart. You know, it's not like it could.
Yeah, but Linda's multi-hull. She's so full of BS. It's not funny.
Yeah, but she was claiming it downloaded the instructions and found that it could actually make itself better, so it rebuilt itself and made itself better.
She's horrible. She's a horrible person.
Yeah.
Horrible person, and she's a
then
horrible
I'm not
investigator.
sure what the rest of the story was after that, whether it escaped the lab and now it's been hunted down or what. It sounds like a Terminator sequel. Yeah, she believes that garbage.
She's a horrible journalist. Horrible journalist.
Yeah. Let me just reset the mixer.
Now she's on Gaia TV shilling all these fake stories. I saw her talking crap. I'm like, oh my god, what is she doing here?
Yeah, let me just reset this.
Frauds like to work with other frauds. The frauds all flock together.
Okay, it sounds better now. Okay, yeah, where's he talking about the pin? I'm pretty sure it's at the front of here. Let's just see if I can find it.
True.
There's a moon.
And I'm going to play some videos, and we are going to learn why ufology is falling apart. It's not because of
not because of him. Yes, it is. And third phase.
People love each other. It's not because they want to get to the truth. It's because people don't want to be wrong. And they
Like
don't
you.
want you.
Look at his face when he says all this BS.
Yeah,
Look at his face.
You'll see. Man, it's narcissists suck. They really do.
Yeah, his body language gives away a liar.
Look at his face. Look at his
let me show
face.
you
Look at it.
What a narcissist
My God.
is.
It's just.
Yeah.
I don't know how people. I don't know how.
The meaning of it. All right, you ready?
See, the people that listen to this show give away all their life savings to like
Narcissistic
Nigerian
personality.
scammers.
You want to see it? All right, hold on. I got the proof in the pudding.
Yeah, I try to find the pin thing it's just talking about.
All right.
Maybe I can find it on Discord.
He's my friend, and I don't have a problem with him. All right. I have a little problem because he won't look at the information, but I'm not going to disown him as my friend.
Okay, he's talking about Alien
just
Addict.
because
He's talking about his friend Alien Addict here, and I wonder if Alien Addict was listening to this.
he doesn't want to do something I think he needs to.
So, when he's saying they don't want to look at the video, he's offered it to Alien Addict, not everybody else that's debunked him. He hasn't offered it to Cambian, he hasn't offered it to me. And I'd probably say, well, I already seen that and already addressed it. He knows I probably have, and that's why he hasn't bothered mentioning it on his show. Out there, channel, I'll send it a link to you on the email, blah, blah, blah. No.
To do. And it's very frustrating, but
send me the original LA event thing that they deleted, because I can do some really good analysis on that now.
I don't understand it. Doesn't even want to look at it. Anyway.
Because he's already seen it. So he's probably telling lies here. I'd like to see what Alien Addict side of the story is here.
You know why? Because once they find out the truth, everything that they're thinking of will be so confusing to them. Like, if we were so wrong about this, then we could be wrong about the other stuff. And you are, and they are.
So that's the one data point, is it's a different location. Who cares? It's still done with glass.
That's the problem. They know they don't have the evidence. It's all speculation. It's all guessing. And it's actually basic lie.
We have the evidence of a reflection. So, yeah, we do have the evidence. And even Alien Addict pointed out the reflection of a light, look like a reflection of a tablet or a phone that someone was walking down the stairs, and you can see the light going downwards.
These are narcissists trying to take something that...
No, we're trying to prove that they hoax something, and we're showing our best evidence, not making up stuff.
isn't theirs, make it their own, and try to ruin our reputations in the process.
No, you ruined your own reputation by teaming up with hoaxers and defending them.
Nice people we have in this field. Really, really nice. That's not what I do. GUFON doesn't do that. See, they think they're doing...
Are you still there? Can I get gone quiet again?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright.
Doing
hear me?
what I do when I do my show. When I talk about Jeremy and Lou and Travis and everybody. That's not what I do. I don't make stories to hurt people. I don't lie.
He lies and makes stories.
I don't make stories to hurt people. What a big liar.
He is.
He doesn't stop lying.
I don't make videos, on the weekends just because...
Well, how about the eyeball one? He made that video, and he made other ones similar to that.
I have to hurt somebody's character.
Cambian's eyeball. Or lower ball, as he claims, which is wrong, because he's got a red arrow pointing to his eyeball.
It's all right here, from here, to you.
Total liar. Total liar. I don't know how people even believe it or not said something on here. Liar, liar. How about Cambian's video? The one about his eyeball that got deleted.
And they don't even want to debate us. None of the debunkers want to debate us because they're wrong. And they...
You would lose, mate. You wouldn't last 5 minutes because you got no evidence. You just got lies.
They know it. How scary is that to be them? To know that they're wrong?
Yeah, he's not tried to say he wants to come on a voice chat with me on my channel.
They are chicken shits. But let's get into the narcissistic ways of these people. You're gonna see it. The way these guys explain it, it's so amazing to me. It is spot on. And I never knew. I thought I knew what a narcissist was. I didn't know it. I thought I did until I watched.
I was trying to find the pin. So we've been through that with Cambian stuff, right? So where's he talking about the pin? Pretty sure it was in this one. Let's see. I might have it on Discord. Why is it not coming up? Where's Discord? Oh, right, it's come up now. I'm here in the side chat. Yes, Shogun, we did see you. I'm not sure if you're there now because you've probably gone to bed. Yeah, let me just see if I can find it on the app. You can't see what I'm doing here. There's some other stuff that come out too that I thought I got rid of the beep. I've done an update, so the beep has been turned back on. I have to redo that again. Google undoes everything. You scumbags. So there was a tweet here. Let's see if I can bring it up. I haven't had a look at it, but he says read this whole thread. Let's just bring that up. B Baker posted it. The beep is back. The bee is back. The bitch. Okay, debunkers are easily targets in the field where beliefs, personalities are held in higher regard than evidence. So I want to address a mischaracterization of Melbourne Router's case. Never heard of it. Have we? No. I know what I saw. The name doesn't ring a bell. On GUFON the other week. Okay, it looks like a blurry mess here. Okay, so what did he address? On this show, Rich showed this tweet of mine. Okay. It's a Melbourne Roulette on their way. Alright, so that must be like an air show group, right? I remember this one. On the way to a ceremony for the aerobatics performance.
Yeah, Melbourne Roulettes are the plane, Air Force plane, stunt plane show display thing.
Yeah, I remember doing this one and we analysed it and we could see it was planes and all that sort of business. Here's the eyewitness thought he had the clear video footage of a silent shape-shifting discs. Yeah. There's the real planes. Yeah, I remember this one. So there's the tail fins, which has got the light reflecting off it because they're white. Now you can see if you get a blurry, terrible video shot on a smartphone compared to an actual high quality photograph, the difference it makes right there, right? But then Rich says about debunkers, they think they know everything. Well, to me that's sort of proof in the pudding. Someone else filmed the same event and they got better quality camera, maybe slightly different frame, but
someone's got a 5 megapixel camera, someone's got a 4K camera.
Got a spud cam especially for UFO videos. Then think they know everything. Just because similar, you can't be saying that is a perfect match, because it isn't. Well, it looks like a pretty good match to me in my head. Low res versus high quality, and the colours changed, of course. And if the only evidence this case had was the video showing, which it didn't, there was a lot of evidence you could look up. They were flying in that location and all that sort of stuff, right? This is completely untrue. So it wasn't just the video evidence alone that solved that. It was also other tweets that they were doing an air show that day, blah blah blah. I wrote about the case here and corresponded with Richard about it, but he seems to have forgotten. We know this, yeah, we always forgets, conveniently forgets things. We know this was the roulettes because we know the exact location, bingo, and time of the sighting. 2 independent witnesses filmed a formation of 4 UFOs flying over a West Melbourne thing. So that was in Australia, was it?
Melbourne, Australia, yeah. Melbourne, Australia.
It reminded me why we have Tic Tacs, a thread I know about, I saw. Okay, we'll just keep on going. Seconds after the footage was captured, the roulettes made their dramatic appearance at the Point Cook ceremony, which was broadcast live online. Metabunk ID'd the UFOs within hours. Yeah. Instead of acknowledging this additional and conclusive evidence, Rich didn't mention any of it, and instead denigrated debunkers for 1,000 views, claiming, what's that say there? We had concluded this was the roulettes based nearly on the formation of the video. Rich and I DM'd about this at the time, and while I have avoided jumping on the battle of the podcasters bandwagon, the time it's personal. Third Phase promoted this video as remarkable and never retracted. Yeah, I remember that too. Yep. Which shows their frauds. And TBH, it seems to me, Richard, that because of your relationship to Third Phase, you are stuck with having to cast doubt on the debunking of the case. Yep, that's what he does. I did not debunk this case. My April 2022 thread was a summary of the work done on Metabunk. Yep. Third Phase has not withdrawn or retracted their coverage, even though the YouTuber they got the video from put a note in the description explaining that it had been debunked. So they're still collecting money off it, is what he's saying. So that's dishonesty there, right? Link to GUFON's live stream, and he hasn't retracted or updated it either. Additional thread, I wrote some additional thoughts. Okay, keep on going. Debunkers are worthless when we have intellectually honest scientists that will study the data and release whatever their conclusions are. For example, Gary Nolan himself debunked the Atticane alien skeleton. Intellectually honest debunkers debunked these shape-shifting flying discs over Melbourne. So these are all the comments, right? So that's what B. Baker has put up. That's fair enough. Yeah, I was after something else though. I was after the timestamp for him defending the clips. Whereabouts did I do it though? I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Just as I figured it out, and I update and Google takes it away again. Just shows all the things they undone, alright? I think you have to run it in a command line super user and then reboot to get rid of it, so I won't do it now. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Damn, I haven't got a timestamp on it. That's a shame. Let's see. Oh, it might be on the wrong video. No. Let me just see if it's on that one. Might have the wrong video here. Oh, I think he does mention it on this one too. He can't stop mentioning it. Like he's gloating that we got caught out in the S4, which is kind of stupid. I think it's on this one. Let's see. Ah, copyright. Are you there?
Hello?
How is everybody? Thank you for coming on GUFON.
You're welcome.
So the video. Dorothy, you're here first. What do you want to say? You want to talk about the video? You think it's real or what?
That's not the place, is it?
Well, I think the video is real. A little hard to just.
All right,
Dorothy.
Yeah,
it's
she's
Dorothy
saying,
with the false teeth.
Yeah,
I took my false teeth out to tell you that the video is real.
No, the video she's talking about is the one we looked at first of all on the stream, which was the Starlink passing the moon, right? She's saying it looks legit, and she's saying it's a train in a glass tube on the moon.
A train in a glass
exactly
tube.
If it's a TR3B, I mean, it looks like it's a triangle for sure. You know,
yeah.
Maybe it's not that one. Maybe this one. I've debunked that years ago. If you do frame by frame, you can see there's actually CGI errors in it. Yeah, it's different, and the way it moves, you can tell it's tracking's way bad on it. Yeah, I thought it was on this one. The pin. Why can't we? I might be able to search. Can we search it? Transcript. Where's transcript? Oh, right there at the bottom. Let's see if we can search transcript. Let's do it the clever way. Now we need to search. Control F, is it? There we go. And pin. Okay. 18 minutes. Meet you. No, that's not the S4. Maybe you should try the S4. S4. I got one of 13 on that one. Remember S4. Okay, this might be it. So we click on there. Should take us to the spot.
And a lot of bad things happened because of the S4. Remember S4 at the beginning of the year?
What's he doing?
Let me remind you about S4, because there's a gentleman, and his name is what's his name? UFO Proof. We'll just say that. Kyle. He contacted Third Phase of Moon, I think on the 31st of 2021, and he says, "Hey, I found something."
Remember, I found it way before UFO Proof done it. It wasn't his post. And mine was 2 years ago, so that was 2020, I think I looked, wasn't it? And he's saying December 21, so that's a year after I did my video on it.
Something on Google Earth, not Google Maps, not Maps, not...
But I've proven that it's both on Maps and Google Earth Pro, and both were searchable.
Apple Maps or any other map out there. Google
Apple Maps
on a desktop or laptop. Google Earth. for those of you who say it that way. Google Earth or Earth. And what had happened was, and I had a hard time with it at first. Kyle says to Third Phase, I found the location of S4.
No, I did.
Where? Around Area 51 by Papoose Lake.
Someone on Reddit did.
What? So they did an episode on the 31st. I'm pretty sure it was the 31st. And
the Out There
Third
channel,
Phase of
who
Moon
you
posted
criticise, had posted it a year before. And brought it to attention of people, because on Reddit, people on YouTube don't hear about it unless they're looking at Reddit.
And people lost their freaking minds.
Yeah, because
saying that is not, there's a flag.
Because it's not. Because if you go back and listen to Bob Lazar, he said it was south of Papoose Lake, and that's northwest or whatever it is, north anyway.
On the map, and it shows, and it says S4 base or something. I can't remember. I'm going to pull it up. And everybody that is an enemy of the show now, who used to be friends of the show, this was the beginning of the end.
No, I was debunking them and you years
everything
before this.
That was going so well in the community, especially for our side. Things were clicking for everybody. Everybody was having a great time. Everybody was getting a lot of views and new subscribers. Our shows, we had 230 people live. Shows that were only getting 50 were getting 150, and so on. It was fun until it wasn't. And people made errors in judgment and said things about that S4 location and said, it's a fake, you're lying, and it is water guzzlers.
I never said it was. I said it's a possibility, and I found that they were also using concrete bases and ditches for firing range. So, a mountain that's going upwards would be a really good backdrop to testing out weapons. So it could have been a firing range, and they used the back wall of the mountain for the bullets so they didn't go and kill someone. So it could have been a firing range, it could have been an ice melt facility, and I think most likely it's a storage facility for nuclear waste, and the concrete caps are on top. So stop people getting access to it, once they've filled it up.
That are used with the runoff in the mountains, so
it's not to do with runoff. It's to do with melting the ice to make it into water, because they can't drink snow. But there are wild goats, and they do have these guzzlers everywhere in Arizona and that sort of region where it's very dry. And if it's snow and it doesn't melt, how can they drink? So they die first, right? So humans sort of helped it out, hunters, so snow collects into the tin foil or whatever they used, and these guzzlers, and it's sort of heated up with the sun rays like a cooker, and it turns it into water, and then it runs into a storage tank, and then it fills up like a little drink fountain thing that horses drink out of, or whatever, cattle drink out of.
Coyotes and all the other animals that live in the area
you can't even get the facts right. So it's nothing to do with runoff. If it was runoff, it would be like collecting the stream and put it into a lake or container, and that's not what's happening at all.
They can come drinking the water, something like that.
So he doesn't know.
100 by 100.
He's not done any research on it. He just doesn't know. He's just making up shit here. So he knows that's correct. That it's for animals to drink water. Yes.
It looks just like it, and I'm like, not really. And Third Phase of Moon is like, that ain't it. And Third Phase of Moon put a $10,000 reward out for 4 days and said, if anybody can put because people were saying, Anybody could put a flag there and name it S4. Nope. Not a government pin or flag or what you want to call it. And we said, Third Phase of Moon said, if anybody can do it on Google Earth, not Google Maps, if anybody can do it, I'll give you $10,000. You have till Thursday, 4 days.
So I'm not sure who did it, but I've proven that the pin was searchable. Whether a red pin was government pin, when I searched other locations and the red pin landed on all government buildings, to me that's a government pin. So maybe they needed to clarify it had to be this design of pin. Maybe the red pin can be made into a permanent symbol like a courthouse or government facility or something. But no, it definitely was searchable on all platforms because I proved it.
People were coming back saying, I did it. Nope, that's Google Maps. Nope, that's an overlay. Nope, no, Photoshop doesn't work either, because we would check to see if it was there. You know, because it should have registered and we would all see it, right? Nope.
No, it doesn't. As I've proven, it doesn't show up unless you do a search, and then it shows up. And then it doesn't show up on maps unless you click around. But it wasn't there visibly, and I think that's a different option. They're saying because they make it into an official government pin, it stays there visual when you move around the map. But how come it doesn't work on all the other locations I looked at, which were government buildings and only showed red pins? So they didn't clarify it very well, I don't think. But he was going there and not seeing it, right? He was saying that, no, it's not there. But he wasn't doing anything like I was doing, like clicking around or doing a search. So he couldn't find any reference to it whatsoever, but I could.
Can't do it on a government. I know people are probably losing their minds here now saying, you're wrong, but I'm not. Anyway, I'm not here to argue about it tonight. But that's what was the beginning of the whole...
In fact, let's just give that a try. I'm not sure if the CPU will handle it, but we'll just give it a go. Google Maps. Let's see if the red pin comes up. See how we go with CPU. Hasn't hit all the 100 at the moment. That's slower. That used to come up really quick. I don't know what Google's done, but they've made the computer slower. I mean, not Google, Microsoft. So it's still working. Here we go. So where's it going to go? Down to the Antarctica. There we go. And it's that location they keep talking about, wasn't it? But anyway, let's put S4 in there, see if it comes up in the search, because they reckon it's back there again. It got deleted and then it got re-added. S4, is that S4? Let's see if that comes up. Does it find it? Aha, it's found something. Where's it going to? Christchurch! Where's that? S4. That's got me beat. Any clues on that one? Definitely Christchurch. So we got an S4 facility down under. Go on CPU. What is it saying there? 30 Turin Street. So what's S4 come up for then? That's really weird, isn't it? Okay, let's try something else. Area 51 S4. Okay, does that work? Let's see, it might just go for Area 51. Okay, it's going to Antarctica. Talk about screwy search. So where's the S4 in that? It's got a pin there. Area 54, 51 S4. Oh my god, I found a new location for it, guys. It's got a pin there. Oh, what is it? Whereabouts is it? It's in the Antarctica region. Oh, that's CPU's gone crazy. Let's just get out of that. So that was smack down in the middle there. So what's that stand for? Site 4? Or Shaft 4? Because they do a lot of drilling down there. Whereabouts was it again? What's it come up with there? Area 51? Well, you never know what's going to surprise you. So yeah, it was not going back there. There it goes. Whereabouts is it going? That is weird, eh? I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have stuck a pin there. There it is there. In the middle of nowhere. Better tell Linda Moulton Howe. We got some more evidence of S4. Wow. It's in the middle of nowhere. But anyway, let's try a city. Does it come up with a red pin? What's a good capital building, is it? Capital Federal Bureau, Capital Federal Bureau. Let's try that one. Does that come up with a special pin? Let's have a look. Why is it not gone? There we go. Where's it going to now? Oh, Gabber, your camera's gone.
Where'd it go?
We just got a blank screen with split on the screen. Where did that go?
Program died.
Oh, did it? Where is that? New Zealand again, is it? No, it can't be. Is it? Ah, it's down there, Capitol Building. Is that a red pin though? Okay, we've got a red pin there, is it? We got that one there. What's that? Is that a red pin? Dulce. We got another Dulce down there. But it's got a red pin here though. Location. Oh right, it went there. Arizona. Yeah, that wasn't what I was after. Argentina. Okay, let's try somewhere where there's a lot of Washington DC. Let's have a look. Washington DC. Okay, looks like it's going in the right place, is it? I don't know. Google's bringing up all sorts of crazy things. Is that Washington DC? Ooh, what's that? I got a lot of overlays turned on here. What's that? The impact crater, is it? Oh yeah, looks like it. Where a ancient meteorite hit. Yeah, we're still going. GUFON causes a lot of commotion. Okay, so there you go. Got a red pin here, isn't it? Is that a red pin? That's where we searched red pin for location, but has it actually got buildings with red pins on is what we want to know. How do we get the red pins on? Well, I suppose we could put government buildings, maybe. Oh, there's a... No. I'm just trying to see what we can do here. Washington DC, government buildings. Government. Because I keep talking about government. Let's try USA government. Try something different then. You can see the pins don't come up naturally like they're claiming, right? Not on my app anyway. US government buildings. Let's see if it shows them all. It's doing something. The White House has got a yellow pin. So where's the government pin that they keep talking about then in that case? And lots of yellow pins, right? And there's
Federal triangle.
there's a federal triangle which has got
Red
a red
pin.
Is that a red pin? But
Red
it's
pin.
not really a red pin though, like this. But you can see there, that's what I searched in. Ronald Reagan International, blah blah. And it's just a load of yellow pins. So where's all these special pins they talked about? Let's do a search on that, because I'm not getting it online, so I'm just wondering. So no one can actually do a government pin in that case, because there's none listed. Unless it's on maps. It might be on Google Maps, eh? Government pin. Google Earth, I suppose. Google Earth. What's icons? Let's just bring that up. Maybe it's not a pin that we're after. Maybe it's called something else. Okay, so what's this? Google Earth University of Icons. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Maybe they got rid of those ones. But here's all the different pins, is it? Let's have a look. They look like identifiers, not pins, right? Is that the government building there? Or is that a tent? Is it a hunting lodge there? I don't know. The infographic mapping lab has developed a set of icons for mapping indigenous land. Oh, there you go. So you got to be PC now. So where's the government pins then? That's just crazy. That's very woke. That's just overkill, isn't it? Anyway, let's just go back. Oh, the temperature's changed and the aircon's on. It's freezing me now. It was the hottest day we've had. I think it got up to 31 Celsius. Change icons for places. Open Google Earth. Go. I'm not talking to you. Okay, Google. I just have to turn that off. It's going to start talking. How do you get a yellow pin on Google? Okay, let's have a look at that one. To create a new placemat, click on a drawing pin icon to draw a pin with a box around it will appear on the map. You can drag this to your set location. So you can make your own pins up, but how do you make a public one? Map icons. Government building, free maps and icons. List of Google Map icons. I reckon it's on the map, not on the Google Earth Pro. Because I don't think I've seen what they were showing on their stream at the time. I didn't look really much into it because I thought it was a load of crap anyway. Have we got a page of them? It looks like it's a load of links, damn it. Download for free, so you can actually add your own icons as layers. That's what all that's about. But yeah, what's the official ones though? I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Lots of things to do after the show, I guess. So map markers, different colours. No, I haven't seen any of those ones. Who's that on the side? Is that you? Come back again? Yeah, government pins. It's got me beat what they're talking about there, because we can only get red and yellow ones, and I haven't seen any other ones. Let's try Google Maps. Let's try that one. Let's try government pins. Google Maps. See what that comes up with. Fixing a missing address. So if we go Maps, will it come up? And sure enough, we're getting red. Another icons. Post office. What's that little icon there? It's funny how it brought up the New Zealand map. Kaipoi. Big tourist area up there. But yeah, well, that's definitely got lots more icons than we were getting. So I reckon it might be a layer that you have to tick on. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing them. So if you go into Google Earth here, down the bottom here, I think there's all your layers that you can turn off so it doesn't get so cluttered on the map. I had turned on for the grid and meteorite impacts, but we're only getting red and yellow pins. Borders, why is it not scrolling though? Oh, right here, places, layers. There you go, you have to use the scroll wheel. So it might be something I've got turned off there maybe, but I'm not going to play around with it. Just close it down there. So we are getting lots of different icons here, so I don't know, I don't think it was maps they're after though. Let's try the online Google Earth. I haven't tried that. So that's Earth google.com, isn't it? That'll probably take a little extra speed on the internet to get. This should be more up to date than the app one as well. And you can see, yeah, you take a long load, all the code and maps. Where's that? Mexico. I don't know. Where are we gone to? Looks like somewhere in the desert. Any special icons? This one. Little thing in the middle, whatever that means. What's a government pin look like? Is the question. Government building. Place. Facilities. I don't know. Government factory. Let's try government buildings, just keep it simple. Okay. Pull right up. That's alright, my end with Gabber. Yeah, that's going to break up because the CPU is. Sounds alright, my end going out, so I don't know. It will break up because we haven't solved the problem of the speed fully, as you can see. When I zoom in and stuff, it peaks up to 100. That's where it corrupts the audio still. But it's better than what it was the other day. Okay, we got a red pin again. One Earth was doing.
A lot. Got the clip back. You got the clips back. Clip.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, your computer can't hear anything you're saying.
Now it sounds alright. Is it clipping now? It's gone back to 50% CPU.
It's okay now, but I couldn't hear 2 minutes of what you were saying.
Yeah, let's corrupt and I'm moving the mouse over this. Yeah, it's just something I'm going to have to live with, I think, until I can get a new computer. Something's changed with the Windows. Anyway,
You can claim computer expenses on tax. Use it as streaming.
So that got rid of that one. But yeah, is there any special? Can't see it. We need to go to that application. But it'll come up in the searches. So how come when we searched for S4 on my app it didn't find it? Well, it did. I found it in Antarctica, didn't it? So it was called S4, wasn't it? Google Earth, camera, quiz, no. S4. Area, vehicle service. S4 and Area 51. Okay, let's do one. Here we go, guys. Where is it? Here we go. There we got S4. Can't see it. Pin here, is that the area? So where's S4? Because it's taken us here. Now the building is somewhere up here, wasn't it? Somewhere there, I think. Is that one? Can we see it? It's all corrupted in audio. What's this one over here? That looks like something new. What is that place there? Very strange, isn't it? It looks like dirt ramps. Looks like some kind of quarry, doesn't it? Kind of weird though. And online search should be my update. So where's all these S-fonts? That one looks like a plane or something. What's that there? Yeah. Oh, Indian artwork, is it? On the side of the mountain. But, looks like a character, like a bird man or something. Okay. S4, is it? What's that? Yeah. Looks like there's something there. Looks like debris in there of a building. Well, maybe it's this really old map. You can see the quality of the map is where they stitched it all together of what they've got. Yeah, it's a weird place. It didn't come up. S4 Alien Center Papyrus Light. So it looks like getting the S4 completely, so it's not anymore. If it was here somewhere. See. No, I've got one that maybe I'll bring up the app again. Is it here? Oh, here we go. Let's see. What's that little triangle? It disappeared now. What's that say? Ridge or something? Cockeyed ridge. Well, it's certainly cocking my eyes up. So yeah, it's got a red, sort of a green one. What else we got? Yeah, the stream's going to be very choppy because we're using a lot of CPU here. This is why I need a better computer, guys. I'll see if I can take the India drivers and see if it solves more problems. Might make it worse, of course. But maybe out, shouldn't it? It looks like it's downloading all the time here. I'm not, and the CPU stopped now. I'm scrolling. Yeah, it must be load. Oh, what's this one here? It is like it's just stupid, isn't it? It should get better. What's that one say? Picky game? Yep. It's got some. S4. Looks like there's loads here from bomb blasts, is it? Testing bombs and stuff. Is that correct? What's that say there? Nevada National Security Site. So has that got a special government pin? Yeah. Ah, that might be what they're talking about as a government pin. So it's got a little building inside it there. Yeah. But yeah, we can't find the thing. So if I close that down, the CPU will probably drop. And close that one down. Google's done something with the players. They consume a lot of crap. And he talked about the pins here too, I'm pretty sure. Let's just have a search while we've got it open. You can't stop talking about it. It's like he hasn't got anything better to do, you know. S4, yeah, looks like it's got one. No, serial references. Pin. Let's see. No, it's not going to be pin. So I have to put it in quotes. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, I think it's corrupted the mixer again. Let me just reset it. Normal. Okay, here. Should be a bit better. Let's just play that.
But oftentimes, even a family dynamic or a coworker dynamic.
Yeah, it sounds alright there now. Yeah, I've done all that, Michael. If you watched my show yesterday, but I had to delete it because I got a copyright claim on it. Even though it was a test run, because I played some third phase stuff on it. In the task manager details, yeah, I'll just use process lasso to set it every time I start. Yeah, I tried that. I've gave Audio DJ most of the CPU core 10 and took everything else away from it, so if that gets maximum CPU, then it creates a crackle. So yeah. No, we spent like 3 or 4 hours on it yesterday trying to solve it, and in the end I did a full Windows update, which totally messed up all the audio drivers. It renamed them, and oh, it was just a chaos. I was up to about 4 in the morning sorting it all out. Then I overslept, and it was late to start the show today, like 2 hours. But this is alright, doesn't matter. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I am a computer scientist, you know. I do know a lot of stuff, but I can't keep up to date because I'm busy doing UFO research rather than computer research. So I don't know all the ins and outs of the latest graphic cards and what you do and all that stuff. So I'm a bit out of touch now. But yeah, it wasn't in that video. Then I was on the other one where he goes on about B. Baker, so we won't play all that anyway. But we're about to wrap up now, actually. Now, what is the time? Early in the morning, UK there. Now, what's this popped up? Master password. I don't want that. Oh, we'll just leave that open. I think the audio's alright now, though. I can hear Gabber typing, I think.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he sounds alright, so he's not corrupting now. It's only when we try and do too much. We just have to handle it. I'm going to update the in-video cards tonight and see if that gives us a bit more GPU control, because I think it's not using the GPU properly still. It's a crap laptop. It's got problems with the integrated and the NVIDIA side of things. But anyway, yeah, we're just proving that GUFON's wrong. We're just trying to work out this pin. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, go back to Google Earth. This is where the CPU might go crazy again. And the audio will corrupt. It's getting up there, 90% on all the cores. 10 is the least one. But I haven't excluded Google Earth from core 10, you see. And of course I'm not sure if that big update we did has actually undone other things as well that we did yesterday. Okay, it's gone there. Okay, I had the link pinned. I'm not sure what I called it though. Let's just zoom in. It might crackle. You can see that CPU's getting up there on all the cores again. Let's see. Volcano, Black Mountain. Face on Earth. Third phase, Stargate, laugh out loud. Rectangle, iceberg, monolith, radar domes, 4 tanks, 60 monoliths. We've been through all this and all the live shows over the years, right? And I've just added the bookmarks in. Pissing myself. TR3 landed. Oh, that's in the Antarctica. What if that's still there? Kelly Hopkins, Dark Pyramid, Mars Spike, third phase secret entrance, and I didn't see it there. S4. 2 slaps. There we go. 2 slaps. It's called. Let's go there now. Let's see if it's got a government pin. I bet it hasn't. It's probably gone. It's probably someone's deleted it now, right? Whoever put it on there. They probably got hacked, right? So there's my pin, slightly off frame. But is there any S4 pin there? It's not there, is it? And it's not on Google Earth Pro like they were claiming. And whether they got hacked or had someone inside that was doing things that they shouldn't be, it's hard to know. I suspect it was a hack that someone managed to do, right? So if we click around here, nothing really happens. And it's not even called S4 anymore. In fact, it looks a wee bit different, doesn't it? When's the last update they did? This year, was it? No, for the 20. So that's before the snow come down, right? So what are these slabs? Are they concrete slabs on top of a storage facility of nuclear waste? See, they could use it for testing guns up in the mountains, away from everybody, and because you can't see the elevation, all the bullets would go in the side here, right? They don't look like guzzlers, but ice melters, because the white concrete heats up, right, and melts the snow, drips down. Let's just zoom in on that. It might corrupt the audio, just be aware of that. So if we go back in time, so they haven't gone back there, have they? It's only me that's sort of gone back to this location. Okay, so we'd have to go into the other mode where it goes 3D. How do we get that? Okay, like that, is it? You can see it's trying to wrap it around the terrain there. Not very well. There we go. So we've got a hill in the way. How do we rotate? Not like that. Oh, lost it. Where do we go? It was there. Where is it? Oh, you stuffed up, Paul. Where is it disappeared to? Or is it the control key that rotates it? No, up here. Rotate it that way. Drag that, is it? Oh, here we go. Where's the slabs around there? I might have to do a search on it again. Click. It didn't seem to do anything. So it must be here. Why can't I see it? Right on top of it, maybe? I've lost it. Why isn't it going there? Ice Lake UFO. Oh, it's not clicking. Probably because I'm zoomed in. Okay, that might be it. Click. There we go. There we go, from the top view again. So how do we get it to 3D? Shift key, is it? Yeah, and go forward. Of course, it's only approximation. It's trying to wrap a 2D image on a 3D programmed thing. Even looks like it's on a slope there, doesn't it? So that would make an ice mounter, because when the snow comes down, it mounts and it runs off into a track here for the animals. So it still could be, and that one's on a slope too, isn't it? Running down this way. So it still could be guzzlers, really big ones. But then again, we can't trust this topology thing, can we? Let's see, can we rotate around? Looks like they are coming downwards though. Curved. But yeah, caps on top of a shaft, who knows? Who cares really? But it's not S4 secret location, so where's all the hangar doors going to be in that, you know? Can you see any hangar doors blending in? UFO proof was saying it was here. But you can see here, looks like it hasn't filled it in properly. Looks like there's some missing data here of the rest of the mountainside. Yeah, but I think he was saying the hangar's doors were here. This side. And we can't get any details here. But yeah, it doesn't look like 9 evenly paced doors with concrete there. Now we go to the other one. So it looks so different. Let's go back another year or whatever. Keep going back. Okay, let's see what that one looks like. That one, you can see it's got, see the curve going here? That's really strange. So that means the water would pool probably down here and be into a channel here maybe. But yeah, where's all the label? S4. So apparently Steve Cambian had him, Mr. Doty on his show, and before he left, GUFON's gloating about it. He asked, just bring up this on Google Earth, what do you think it is? And he said it was S4, and it wasn't the answer that Steve was hoping for. And GUFON think it's really funny, but it's not there now. Oh, what? There is. No, that's mine. That's my pin. No, there's no pins. No government pins. But I was trying to find what government pins look like, and it looked like it might have been that one with a little picture of like a White House on it, you know. But yeah. It's too far away from Papoose Lake, so it's there. So where's the lake? Way down here, right? There, isn't it? There's the Papoose Lake here. So Area 51 is where? What's that say up there? What's that say? Pyramid. We got a pyramid. Let's have a look at that one. Tetrahedron, is it? Is that another one of my pins? That probably is actually. Okay, let's have a look. This is another one from a live show. Alright, it's that funny shaped pyramid. Yeah, that's my pin. Look at this thing. What the hell is that? Looks like it's got some buildings on the edge. It's got some buildings over here. Looks like it's got some strange concrete bits either side here where this goes in. Looks like a tunnel. Looks like it's going into a tunnel here. Looks like it's got water or gas containers there. But yeah, that's going underground. What looks of it. Going underground there. Looks like an entrance. They're not hiding it by any means. And this one here, God knows what that is.
They've built on top of it. Put something in there, then covered it up in dirt or something.
Is it dirt or is it just carved out rock? It's hard to tell from above. But yeah, what is that place? That's kind of strange.
Tetrahedron diamond. It's like they've built something there, then just covered it in dirt, so you can't see what it is.
This whole area looks like it was dug up, right? And they've put the entrance here that goes underground to it.
Yeah, that's the top part of the building that goes even further underground, a couple of levels.
But why would you build a strange triangle?
Might be just part of the design. Maybe it's like where it breathes and pumps air into the underground facility, or
that looks like another underground entrance here, right? It's got they're not sort of hiding it though, are they? Well, it looks like a tunnel that goes through one side to the other. I don't know, it's kind of strange. So that looks like an underground facility there, or underground building. Could be scientific research there, maybe.
There could
and
be
some sort of crazy antenna.
Maybe they're doing weapons research there, and it's biological or chemical or something crazy, and they got to contain it. Could be anything. Advanced weapon research, all sorts of stuff.
We can't put a compass on that, see if it's pointing true north or anything, can we? Can we overlay a compass on Google Earth Pro? And it's interesting. So I've had all these places booked over the years. Could probably revisit them. But maybe we should wrap up, and the show's probably on to 5 hours now, is it? What are we up to? Oh, 6 hours! This has turned into one of those super streams. But, yeah, no wonder it's starting to get problems. Because I remember when we used to do streams, it used to start getting slower and slower, and started playing up after 3 hours. So, so I'm surprised that we're not having more problems now. But you can see the CPU is playing up because this zooming in's not working like it should do. You got which I'm going to have to thing. So yeah, we've got the Ice Lake UFO, Black Mountain. Okay, this is the. There was one with the Dark Pyramid I had here somewhere. Where's that one disappeared to? I saw it there before. Oh, here we go. Dark Pyramid. Okay, this is up in Alaska. So go there if I click on it. Why is it not working? Here we go. Off to Alaska. Okay. Where's the pin? Up here. So apparently this is what we worked out would be the location of the Dark Pyramid, and I think we looked at it and it looks like it might be a crater there. Impact crater. The rim of it here. which would create a lot of that black rock that you get from ancient meteorite impacts, which means that the story could have some legs to it, where some ancient people went underground and carved a pyramid there, but it doesn't mean it's anything to do with UFOs or anything. Yeah, there's looks like an impact location, right? But yeah, Linda wouldn't give us the GPS coordinates to it. She liked talking about it and being on documentaries about it, but if he's
they like talking about the Linda Moulton Howe likes talking about stuff she has no evidence for.
Yeah, so I looked at this here, and this region here looks like a massive impact at some stage, just by the curvature of how that looks from space. Kind of looks like there was an impact here. So yeah, it's very possible that there is dark meteorite rock that could have been carved into a pyramid, and it could have been done from people travelling from the Middle East, right, through the land bridge that used to exist, over here, whereabouts was it? Up here, I mean, could have been between there and there, Europe. If we had an ice age, all that would be frozen here. Humans could easily transfer from one continent to the other by walking it. And of course, with all that strange weather patterns we're having with lots of snow in New York at the moment, there's no wonder. In fact, we won't spend time going over everything that we looked at in the past, although it will be could do a recap show sometime, go over all the things we've looked at some other time. But there was something else on the weather thing which I just want to play a clip of it. I'm not sure if I'll get done for copyright strike though. I think I put it in the science room, but really I haven't had anything to eat since lunch, so I probably
better go eat something. Go eat something.
Yeah, else I'll get sick, and I've got to take some insulin. The
IRL stuff's more important than streaming. Go eat something. You can stream anytime. You don't want to get sick. If you get sick, you can't stream.
Say that. Tomorrow I might have major problems if I do updates and never be able to stream again.
That's because you updated Windows.
Yeah. But I had to. It's a wee bit better now. Done a full update. I think it did a partial update, even though it had it disabled. They found a way around it. God, that thing again. I'm just trying to find science room, was it? It's quite an interesting thing about ice ages. Here we go. I'll promote it. I'll do a promotion. I think I closed the thing down today. No.
I'm going to go eat something too. I'm getting hungry. All this streaming is making me hungry. I've been streaming all day myself on YouTube. Then you said come to my stream, so I closed my stream, went to your stream. I'm like jumping from stream to stream, streaming live everywhere.
Well, I said I was live. I saw you on a stream, and I thought, well, maybe you weren't going to join. Okay, we'll just play the clip here. This is very interesting. Oh, what's happened? Here we go again. Computer's doing strange shit. Looks different somehow. Okay, I'll just shrink it down a bit. I'll just bring up the video. This is quite interesting about ice ages, so I'll post it in the site so you can watch it fully. Winter is coming. Of course, this was posted before that big ice thing happened, which is quite ironic. It was about a week before, I think. Anyway, he talks about...
Thanks to Speakly for sponsoring today's video.
Okay, I'll just skim past some of that.
The weather would be colder. The arrival of winter was the harbinger of an era of hardship.
Okay, I'll just skim on a wee bit.
Stability. It's worth noting though that they will not be in conflict forever. In our future, winter is coming too. But what are these cycles? How can better understanding them help us prepare for our future?
So he's talking about climate change here, but the ice age side of things. So if we weren't actually creating a lot of pollution and CO2, we'd probably have an ice age now, pretty much is what this thing's saying.
What causes the seasons that we are familiar with? You may well already know the answer to this question, but as it will provide the starting point for what comes later, it's worth reviewing. Besides, this question is not entirely straightforward. Depending on where you are on the planet, you may not actually get any seasons. Generally speaking, seasons we know of are caused as a result of our planet's tilt. Because our planet rotates at a tilted angle as it orbits the Sun, one hemisphere will point towards the Sun during part of the year, while the other will point away. Naturally, hemispheres that are pointed towards the Sun become much warmer, while pointing away from the Sun.
Okay, so let's talk about some scientist here.
In winter. Naturally, this produces quite the seasonal variance. But this effect lessens the closer to the equator you get. There, the tilt of the Earth doesn't really change how close or far away from the Sun the area is, and as such, the Earth doesn't notice much temperature variation. It's all just a question of how close you are to the Sun. However, did you know that the tilt of the Earth isn't static? Nor is it the only thing about a planet's orbit that influences how warm or cold we are. Imagine for a second the model you are familiar with, of the Earth orbiting the Sun in a nice circle, flat to the plane of the solar system. In this model, we circle the Sun because of the Sun's gravity. This model is too basic. In reality, the Sun is not the only source of gravity pulling at us, although it is the biggest. Many of the planets pull and tug at us, particularly large ones like Jupiter, which has a mass 318 times the size of our own planet, or Saturn, which is 95 times. And we, in turn, pull on them. As planets all rotate at different speeds around the Sun, this constant pulling and releasing creates a delicate dance, far more complicated than a simple circle.
I gotta get going, Paul.
This interplay of increasing and lessening gravity has many different effects on our angle of tilt, our orbit, and even the plane in which they occur.
See how complex the model of all this is, right? And they're trying to tell us that climate change is all us, but it's really still collecting all the data of how the Earth orbits around the Sun, and of course the Sun is really the one that decides whether we're going to be hot or cold, right?
Broadly speaking, these variables have stabilized into cycles. These cycles were first described effectively by Serbian geophysicist and astronomer Milutin Milankovic in 1920, and thus were called Milankovic cycles. The first such cycle I want to look at is the changing shape of our orbit. Over the course of a 100,000 year period, the Earth's orbit around the Sun becomes more and then less elliptical. Naturally.
This is where the ice ages come in, guys. Now we're getting further away from the Sun here. This is 100,000 years. So this would go way back to the dinosaurs, right? So maybe it was more circular back then and it got hotter. Now it's gradually moved out this way.
If our orbit is closer to that of a circle, our distance from the Sun remains relatively consistent, and we get about the same amount of sunlight all year round. However, once our orbit becomes elliptical, there are parts of the year where we are further from the Sun and thus colder, and parts where we're closer and warmer.
So that's the model from 100,000 years ago.
As it happens, the perihelion of the Earth's orbit, or the bit where...
So that's going to happen again, obviously. You know, right? That's what he's saying. So we're going to have a coming ice age.
We're closest to the Sun happens roughly on January 3rd, while the aphelion, or the bit where we're furthest away, happens on roughly July 4th. I'm recording this in the UK, which means for my hemisphere, January is winter. So for me, this is quite nice. Although we are in a phase right now where this cycle of the Earth's orbit is more circular than it is elliptical, we still experience a 7% difference in the amount of sunlight we receive in January compared to July. This sunlight difference means that my northern hemisphere's winters are warmer, while our summers are milder. In the southern hemisphere, the reverse is true. Because they're experiencing summer during this warmer phase,
anyway, so we won't play it all, but you can see it's getting a bit more interesting about the ice ages, right? So yeah, when I hear people talking about climate change and we got to do something about it, then what happens when we start moving towards that ice age again? So yeah, we want the planet to be warmer. See what you think of it anyway. I think we're not being told all the facts about all that sort of stuff. I did post it on Discord, but I just wanted to play a clip on that, just to question things all the time. So, Michael King, looks like you're saying later, mate, or are you just saying it to Gabber? I was going to say GUFON then, by mistake. Okay, so coming Ice Age. So watch the rest of it. Give the guy a plug. It's a good, well-made video actually. But it just adds in another factor to all this climate change stuff. You know, do we really know what really going on? So yeah, we'll just wrap it up there. I've got to finish up now though. It's going to take Google all night to process it. Copyright claims, probably. I've been trying to be careful about it all, but yeah, people just don't honour fair use, and yeah, that guy might get a few subs at it, who knows, but yeah, they shouldn't really put a copyright claim on me, that guy, anyway. As I keep saying, question everything, always keep researching, and I think our climate model has got still a lot to go to make it accurate, and we haven't been on Earth long enough to really know. So yeah, let's see if the end credits work. It should now that we've closed down Jitsi, because we've now got, if you have a look at the CPU now, it's normal. It's not trying to do too much. But we never had that problem before. It's only a new problem that's happened in the last week, and I think Windows did something sneaky. So I did a full update anyway, because I had it disabled all the time. And this is the end result. Now we're on the latest build. What is that, 1H21? People said, oh yeah, it changes a lot of things. So I was always a bit redundant from doing it, because I didn't want it to stuff up my streaming capabilities, right? Yeah, it's good, Mike, it's probably up your alley there. Gets a bit more interesting as it gets on. Yeah, he doesn't sort of say how's this affect the climate model, but he sort of hints at it, I think. So I'll say good night now, and see if I can make the computer even better or worse with more updates. Good night all. Else, might have to wait 6 months before I get enough money to get a new decent fast laptop with more cores. Let's see if it's going to work. End credits, here we go. It should do. There we go. Why is it not clearing? Alright, it has. Yay! At least it wasn't a complete disaster like yesterday. That was a fun time. Not really. 10 o'clock here. Oh my god, I didn't realise how late it was. That's almost dog walk time too. And I got the volume too loud too, I think. Let me just chop it down. Oh, really loud. It sounds alright in the headset though. I'll just leave it there. I won't go full length, and take care on the roads, everybody. I'll see you again soon, hopefully. Hope you enjoyed what we do. I don't know if I get time to do all the chapters. I've got to do other things.